long-term thinking. That's why Bitcoin mining is increasingly being seen for what it truly is, a technology that stabilizes grids, monetizes stranded energy, and attracts capital to renewable and rural infrastructure. In short, Bitcoin mining strengthens America's energy future and national security, while securing and validating the Bitcoin network and transactions. Without mining, there is no Bitcoin. Looking ahead, I believe we have an opportunity, and more importantly, a responsibility, to help policymakers understand that this industry can be a strategic asset for the United States. We can lead the world in digital energy innovation, we can create jobs, build infrastructure, and support national security, but only if we get the policy right. That means clarity, that means fairness, and above all, that means treating Bitcoin as the unique technology that it is. Thank you again, BPI, for your leadership, and thank all of you here today for your commitment to advancing the future of Bitcoin in America. Let's keep building.
Thank you, Fred. Fred, if you can hold on just 1 second. I just wanted to say again how grateful we are. Mara has been title sponsor for us. This is 2 years running, and we couldn't do this event, and things like this would not happen without you guys. And so I just wanted to say thank you one more time. Everyone, let's put our hands together and thank Mara and Ms. Fred Thiel. All right. Well, we have a lot to get through today, especially this morning. And so I'm going to try to keep it very short and sweet for everyone, and we can move on through the content. I want to give you a heads up. The next section, we're doing sections this morning. It's something we haven't done before at the Bitcoin Policy Summit, but I think it's going to be really interesting and kind of a fascinating way to move through the day. Up first, we have the future of Bitcoin and America, part 1. During this section, you will see some panels with a number of U.S. senators. We will have keynotes by a number of individuals, including a keynote about charting the future by looking to the past. So some really interesting content coming up. But first, I would like to introduce the head of policy for the Bitcoin Policy Institute, Zach Shapiro, and he's going to be delivering a keynote about BPI's vision for the U.S. Bitcoin leadership. Join me in welcoming Zach Shapiro.
Good morning, everyone. It is my immense good fortune to be the head of policy at the Bitcoin Policy Institute, which means that my job here is to think about what policy areas we focus on and what our stance should be, and then how to deliver that message to policymakers. Now, when we have those conversations, upstream of being able to explain what good policy is, we need to have an understanding of why Bitcoin is an important subject of good policy. Sorry, one second. Let me just grab a different clicker here for the slides. All right. So there's an image up here from one of my favorite films, 2001: A Space Odyssey. It's a famous jump cut where the monkeys that are hitting each other with bones, one of them throws the bone in the air and it becomes a satellite. And this is an image I think about a lot when I think about what Bitcoin is. Bitcoin is not just an asset. It is an asset, but it's also a fundamental transformation in technology. And the path to understanding Bitcoin and its importance begins with the question, what is money? Most of us, all of us, were not around thousands of years ago when gold monetized as money. But this is a slow Darwinian process where different societies tried different commodity monies. If you've read the Bible, there's all sorts of passages about someone's dowry being 6 sheep and an oxen. The term shelling out comes from the use of seashells as currency. Glass beads has been used as currency. Salt is where the term salary comes from, or being worth salt. But out of this process, slowly, gold emerged as sort of the apex money. Its features, durability, scarcity, fungibility, divisibility, made it the best form of money, and slowly over time, the world moved onto a gold standard. Today, we have a new form of money that is not the process of a Darwinian evolution, but is engineered to be the best form of money, and that is Bitcoin. And so, aside from thinking about the technical aspect of Bitcoin, aside from looking at the chart, in order to really understand Bitcoin, if you're a policymaker, you need to do the type of thinking that maybe you haven't done since late night in your freshman dorm in college. But this really is as if we discovered a new element that's very much like gold, but you can email it around the world, and that has really important consequences. Just a brief minute about BPI. What is BPI? Why does it exist? BPI is a 501c3 public charity think tank. We don't represent the industry. We have lots of friends in the industry you'll hear from today. But really, we are a group of people that are passionate about Bitcoin. We think that having good policy around Bitcoin is important. And then we care very much about this country and think that the United States should be a leader in Bitcoin and have good Bitcoin policy. For that reason, we speak in a different register than other policy groups when we talk about Bitcoin. We are here sharing our own views, trying to share the wisdom that we've learned from our friends on this journey. I think for that reason, we're uniquely situated to be a credible voice for Bitcoin in DC. And when I say that we're not an industry group, we're not really here representing any company or any specific group of companies. We're really here to represent the Bitcoin network itself. And when we think about what that means from a policy perspective, I like to break the network up into three parts that have three different sets of policy issues associated with them. So first, there's Bitcoin, the asset, Bitcoin as digital gold. The asset that is monetizing in real time before our eyes much faster than gold did because it was engineered to. That has all sorts of consequences for global economics and geopolitics that you'll hear about today. Second is Bitcoin, the technology or the network itself. The tools that are being built on Bitcoin, the innovation, the many startups that are being built around Bitcoin. And I'm really excited to hear from some of the people who are building those startups who are going to be on panels today, who are making Bitcoin usable around the world. And it's very important to support that work from a policy perspective. And finally, mining and energy. Bitcoin uses a proof of work mechanism that ensures its scarcity and ensures its neutrality and censorship resistance. And we need to have good policy on that axis as well. Okay, so starting with Bitcoin, the asset. As you'll hear in more detail today from our executive director, Matt Pines, monetary shifts tend to go along with and be downstream of geopolitical shifts. And if you've been paying attention to the news at all, you know that we are in a world right now that's undergoing extreme geopolitical shifts. We are perhaps exiting the post-World War II paradigm, entering into what the 21st century is going to look like in full bloom. We see hints of what this is going to look like with AI, with modern warfare, and we're starting to see what it looks like with monetary policy. In China, they're experimenting with central bank digital currencies, which are powerful top-down surveillance technologies, and they are buying gold in large amounts to undermine US treasuries as the world reserve asset. We think that when the United States looks at what the future should be for our monetary policy, the right answer is some combination of private stablecoins that don't have the downsides of central bank digital currencies, but allow dollars to move around the world seamlessly and allow people to get access to them, plus Bitcoin as the neutral reserve asset to go along with it. You'll hear in our data talks today, much more Bitcoin is held in the United States than percentage of the gold network. And so there's a large advantage to the United States embracing Bitcoin in that regard. How do we embrace Bitcoin? Well, three policy ideas. One is we need to own Bitcoin. We need to have public investment in Bitcoin, both at the federal level through a strategic reserve, as reflected in the president's executive order, and then states should look at their own reserves. And we just released an open source framework that I hope you all will take a look at today. Next, we need to embrace Bitcoin as collateral in other instruments, particularly bit bonds. You'll hear a great talk today from Andrew Hones, who's largely responsible for the idea of bit bonds, about how to increase demand for sovereign debt using Bitcoin. And then we need to make sure that our capital markets are aligned for Bitcoin to succeed, which we will talk more about today as well. Moving on to Bitcoin, the network. The most important thing to understand about the technology of Bitcoin is that it is infrastructure. It's not just a tech product. This is much more similar to the emergence of the internet than it is a social media company or some new payments technology on a standalone basis. And our policy needs to reflect that. We need to modernize our laws, specifically our illicit finance laws, to recognize the fact that Bitcoin and Bitcoin non-custodial tools they operate on a peer-to-peer basis. It is, for the first time in human history, possible for a user to send another user money electronically without any intermediary. And regulations that exist now presume that there will be an intermediary. So we need to make sure that we are not prosecuting software developers for writing code that people transmit on a peer-to-peer basis, even if those end users are using that code to transmit money for illegal purposes. We need to rewrite our illicit finance laws to protect us against real illicit finance threats, real terrorism financing threats, real threats from rogue nations, while not undermining the ability to use peer-to-peer technology in the United States. And we need to think about how to foster innovation, whether that's with regulatory sandboxes for early-stage companies so they can test out pioneering technology without spending millions of dollars on compliance, or modernizing our state money transmission regimes so that startups can file one application rather than go 50 states, state by state. Finally, the third pillar of our policy is mining and energy. Lots of great talks on this today, but I think this is one of the most misunderstood areas of Bitcoin. Mining is incredibly important to the network. It is not going to boil the oceans. In many ways, Bitcoin mining can help monetize stranded renewable energy. It can make wind and solar projects that were otherwise economically infeasible feasible. It can strengthen grids, like we've seen in Texas, to provide flexible demand that allows power to be available and diverted to communities when it's needed, for example, when there is a storm. And lastly, there's a deeply symbiotic relationship that you'll hear more about today between Bitcoin mining and AI. Because Bitcoin mining is a flexible use of energy, and when you train a large language model, you need to run those GPUs for a really long time. If we're going to be a leader in AI in America, we're going to want to pair our AI data centers with Bitcoin mining data centers to be able to have the robust grid that we need. Outside of our three pillars, the other thing I'm really excited about for you all to hear today is a special section of today's summit by the Human Rights Foundation. So you can hear directly from human rights activists from around the world how Bitcoin is a tool for freedom, how Bitcoin can help you move your wealth out of authoritarian countries, save yourself from capital controls, from confiscation, and specifically how you can use privacy tools to accept donations in a way that is less likely to imperil your life than having traditional wire transfers or cash or however else you might get money into a country. And to really think about how powerful it is that all you need is a phone, which is available cheaply and around the world. You don't necessarily need even an internet connection. You certainly don't need a bank account or a brokerage account to hold Bitcoin. This is a truly egalitarian technology that can be used by the people around the world who need it most, just as much as it can be used by wealthy investors in the United States. So to sum it all up, Bitcoin is important. It's a transformational technology, and there is this very brief moment in time where Bitcoin is coming onto the world stage. It is monetizing rapidly, and we really have one shot to get this right as a country. That is BPI's sole and singular focus. We need to meet this moment with every bit of energy it deserves. We need to be creative. We need to be thoughtful. And if we do it right, Bitcoin aligns with the best in American values. It aligns with freedom. It aligns with democracy as a grassroots, bottom-up network. And BPI is here to help guide U.S. policy and to be a resource for all of you policymakers who may be listening to this that want to understand more about Bitcoin or what good Bitcoin policy looks like. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach. Thank you again. Next up we have America's Bitcoin Future, a fireside chat with David Zell, co-president of the Bitcoin Policy Institute, and Connor Brown, counsel to U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis.
All right. What's up, Connor?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good to see everyone.
So, you are counsel to Cynthia Lummis, U.S. Senator from Wyoming, and one of the first, really, if not the first, senator in the U.S. to take an extremely ardent pro-Bitcoin stance. But before we talk about Senate politics, I want to talk about the sort of substrate of DC policy that people often dismiss, which is the staff that really makes public policy happen. And I think your journey is very interesting. You know, you were at Stanford Law, you were in big law, and you got this incredible opportunity to take a hard pivot in your career. Can you just tell us a bit about who you are, what drew you to Bitcoin, and how you wound up on this stage?
Yeah, it's been an interesting journey. So I was at Stanford Law School in 2018 and sort of accidentally fell down the Bitcoin rabbit hole. And I became increasingly persuaded by the same arguments that Zach was just making, which is that when you just line up Bitcoin's monetary properties, the consequences that follow from that are sort of inevitable and play out in a very structured way that we've seen many times in monetary history, which is that the strongest money will win and will become the new reserve capital asset. So that convinced me. But I had already sort of lined up a job, as a corporate attorney and did that for a few years. But even when I was working as an attorney, I was still, outside of my 9 to 5 or 9 to 8, working on Bitcoin or thinking about Bitcoin or writing about Bitcoin or listening to Bitcoin podcast or, thinking about how this all plays out. And I was extremely fortunate to have the opportunity and sort of the right connection to get connected to Senator Lummis's team and work for her on Bitcoin and artificial intelligence policy. And when that opportunity presented itself, I couldn't really say no. Wouldn't really work for anyone else, but she is a senator who truly understands Bitcoin at its depths. Reads the same materials that I was reading, and I think has the same view towards the future of how important this technology will be. And so when that arose, I jumped at it.
Yeah, and so I think it's interesting what happens when you take a senator who truly understands Bitcoin and a staffer who truly understands Bitcoin. You get something interesting, and in this case, it was a bill calling for the establishment of a strategic Bitcoin reserve for the United States. This was an idea that, when it was first proposed in Nashville, was kind of written off as a headline, bait. And then with just extreme rapidity, we had an executive order from the president establishing a strategic Bitcoin reserve. For those unfamiliar with the concept, it's a bit intuitive, right? We use the United States to buy Bitcoin to safeguard our future. But people may get it, but they don't probably understand why that's a good idea. Why did you help write this bill? Why did Senator Lummis introduce this bill? What is the point of the United States purchasing Bitcoin?
Sure. So we see Bitcoin as a tool like many other tools that are at the state's disposal. And Senator Lummis, she comes from Wyoming, one of the only states to have a sovereign wealth fund. And she saw firsthand as Wyoming state treasurer the importance of diversifying that wealth fund into a wide variety of different assets and sort of the benefits that brings. So when we were thinking about the bill conceptually, we looked at all the different reserves that America has. We have munitions reserves, we have gold reserves, we even have a strategic cheese reserve, surprisingly. So we thought, okay, well, Bitcoin added as a reserve is a no-brainer. Just like the US makes many different investments in a wide variety of different tools, Bitcoin simply is the greatest savings technology. And because of those properties, it makes sense to hold it and use it as a savings tool, just like you would purchase computers to use as a communications tool.
And so let's dive into the policy a bit more. You have proposed that we purchase 200,000 Bitcoins per year over the course of 5 years, such that the US winds up with 1 million Bitcoins. Why that number? Why in such size?
Size. I mean, really, we were trying to be conservative. When you think about 1 million Bitcoins, I mean, is that really that much in the grand scheme of things? We were looking at the history of gold and sort of doing some interesting, like, historical comparisons. And I mean, I think the historical parallel here is, what did our gold reserve do, and how did that sort of set us up in the 20th century, and how would we scope Bitcoin to be parallel to that? So we looked at the Gold Reserve Act of 1934. We looked at the consequences of that. Shocker to me, the Gold Reserve Act of 1934 basically put a standing bid in the market that allowed America to acquire 80% of all the world's gold. 80%. So we thought, okay, well, obviously we're not going to do 80% of the world's Bitcoin, but we could do 1 million coins. We could do 5%, right? And so, I mean, the historical parallels is that just by having the gold reserve as a global reserve capital asset allowed us to have the dollar as the world reserve currency, and that the capital and currency are these two sort of interconnected pieces that fit together quite nicely for international influence. So when we were thinking about the Bitcoin reserve, you know, we see this as the next global reserve capital asset, and so it made sense that we would, you know, essentially diversify what we have currently as just gold to gold plus Bitcoin through this bill.
I see. So I know that there is also a kind of deeper sort of strategic thinking that underpins this proposal, and it aligns with a lot of things we've been talking about at BPI for a long time. This idea that Bitcoin, by virtue of its sort of unique properties, its neutrality, its lack of a founder or a CEO or a team, even as crypto writ large takes up more mind share, our view has been for a long time that Bitcoin is not a subset of digital asset regulation or digital asset policy, but that we think that Bitcoin is going to kind of eclipse that niche, that Bitcoin will sort of be elevated to a much more lofty strategic topic that sort of touches every element of statecraft. That was a really wonky and bizarre idea, really until the president and the vice president both said the exact same thing about Bitcoin's sort of uniqueness and its relevance in a unique way to the national interest. From your perspective, are you seeing, you know, any kind of, are you seeing that narrative start to emerge? Are you seeing Bitcoin starting to decouple from crypto as a policy issue into a more sort of one-of-one strategic conversation?
I do see that happening, and I think the realization, and this is happening across multiple fronts, of, you know, strategy is increasingly focused on these digital forms. So we're looking at artificial intelligence, but we're also looking at digital capital, and I think that is where Bitcoin really shines. And the reality is that economic security is intimately linked with national security. They're really one and the same. You can only project power if you have a strong economic base that can sustain that, and fiscal credibility, and that the importance of the Bitcoin reserve is to sort of have that economic security and that foundation and that fiscal credibility in a digital age. So what has been surprising to us is sort of how quickly this has been received. And, you know, we've been speaking, I know Senator Lummis has referenced this before, but we have been speaking with sort of high-ranking military officials about the interconnection for you know, military competitiveness is having that strong economic base and understanding Bitcoin as fitting into a 21st century strategy for great power competition.
Yeah, so we got a few minutes left. One thing I just feel like we have to address is like that. To be honest, Connor, that all sounds very reasonable, but I kind of thought the SBR was just a handout to crypto donors.
Yeah,
that's what it struck me as. I'm joking, but I do think that outside of some of these bubbles, that is certainly the way that the average person may look at this. Although
Sure.
There's recently research that's been published by some BPI fellows that suggests that actually the overwhelming majority of Americans support diversifying some of our gold into Bitcoin. It's a wildly popular idea, but I think in the popular media, the mainstream news, the kind of main hit has been, this has no strategic significance. This is just a quid pro quo. I'm sure you hear that objection a lot as you're advocating for this bill on the Hill. What is your response to the critics who say that?
Yeah, and to be honest, I mean, we've heard it from both sides. There's also the strong libertarian side of the conservative political spectrum that have said the same thing to me. But I think the reality is that, like, going back to our first principles understanding, Bitcoin is a tool that offers savings technology to individuals, corporations, states, pensions, nation states. It is a tool that every individual actor has to look at the properties and assess for themselves of whether or not it is in their interest to adopt it. And we're seeing that across the spectrum, people are assessing this tool as beneficial for expanding their interest. And I think that the same logic applies at the nation state. And in fact, this is the exact opposite of a bailout. A bailout is we have made terrible decisions, and we need free money from the money printer to solve those decisions for us and sort of socialize the losses. This is, if anything, a bailout for the American people that have been, just tossed with trillions and trillions of dollars of debt. And this seems like one of the only ways to actually right-size the boat in a way that's feasible. I mean, we're seeing how difficult reconciliation is right now, but the ability to position yourself strategically at the front of a monetary paradigm shift that will radically shift who is the holder of global reserve capital, being the first person on that and letting that game theory play out and being the person who benefits from that, the nation that benefits from that the most, is the best way to sort of, I think, right-size America's fiscal position in a way that doesn't result in massive austerity cuts or money printing galore. And so the Bitcoin is the third path that can solve that.
Well, I agree. And Connor, I just want to applaud you for all of the work that you do behind the scenes. Everyone knows your boss. Not enough people know you. And I think the Bitcoin community and the country both owe you a big debt. So thank you.
Thank you, David.
Well, testing one. There we go. Thank you, gentlemen, so much. Next up, we have the Bitcoin legislative agenda. This is moderated by Brendan Peterson with Punchbowl News. And joining us is U.S. Senator Marsha Blackburn of Tennessee and U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis of Wyoming. Let's hear it for the senators joining us this morning.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for being here. My name is Brendan Peterson. I am a reporter with Punchbowl News covering financial policy and Congress, which means these days I'm mostly a crypto reporter. And today I am joined by Senators Cynthia Lummis of Wyoming and Marsha Blackburn of Tennessee. Thank you guys both for being here. I want to talk first to Senator Blackburn. I think there is sort of there's a baseline irony to us being here today. Bitcoin and government do not always mesh, right? So talk to me about what Washington is doing right now with crypto and why it matters to Bitcoin holders. Is it a good thing?
And I think it's so important to say emerging technologies and Washington don't always mesh. And we have seen this, whether it's online privacy, the virtual space, artificial intelligence, blockchain. Washington is very slow to move forward in these areas, as you very well know. And when it comes to crypto and looking at crypto, looking at Bitcoin specifically, there are a couple of things there. Number one, Cynthia and I have colleagues who sit on the other side of the aisle who are opposed to Bitcoin because they cannot control it. And the way it is decentralized, the way it's democratized, to them, that is a threat. They want a fiat currency that they are able to control and to regulate utilizations. And so this is out of their hands. And because of that, they are not given to recognizing it. And I will say this, when you look at Washington response, the poster child should be Gary Gensler, and we never want someone that has that mindset toward change in an administration again.
Senator Lummis, I want to bring it back to you. You and I talk about crypto almost every day that Congress is in town. She's very charitable with her time in the hallways. We are catching up on the day-to-day stuff, but can you take a bird's eye view and talk a little bit about where Washington is right now with crypto legislation? What do you see as the state of play?
Well, there are a lot of wheels turning right now. In the House Financial Resources Committee has reported a bill out of committee that deals with market structure and stablecoins, specifically the SEC side. And then the House Ag Committee put out their side, which is the Commodity Futures Trading Commission side of market structure. They had last year, of course, passed FIT 21. These bills are much better than FIT 21. These are much more ready for prime time. So the fact that they're already out of committee is a very good sign, a great state of play. They are bipartisan, which we've tried desperately to make this legislation. On the Senate side, we did something that I'm just starting to absorb how significant it was. You know, when you're going through the motions and you're sitting in a windowless room negotiating every line of a piece of legislation, you can get bogged down in thinking this is human torture, rather than thinking this is really significant and important. But the Senate passed the Genius Act, which is oriented towards stable coins. You know, and Bill Bill Haggerty did a wonderful job with the bill, just wonderful. And our leadership in the Senate was very patient with us. We had a lengthy markup in committee that Tim Scott allowed for. Then we had a surprise turn of events by the minority party and struggled to get that bill through cloture. In fact, we lost a cloture vote. And Senator Thune was kind enough to allow us another run at it. It's the first time in 8 years that a bill has been reported out of the Senate Banking Committee. So we'd lost our muscle memory in how to legislate out of the Banking Committee. There's very few people there who have legislated in a very long time, which is kind of shocking. Senator, so we're in a good place.
I was going to ask you, after the experience that you had with Senate Democrats on the Genius Act, how you feel about the party's willingness to engage on crypto. You had a big bipartisan vote, 18 people, led by Kirsten Gillibrand. Do you feel good about that? Do you want more people? And how are you feeling about market structure?
You know, I do feel good about it, in spite of the fact that it was kind of a tooth-pulling exercise in the Senate. I still feel good about it because We did have bipartisan engagement, and finally some people who've been really resistant to try to fix it. We've had some critics that seemed unable to engage, that got engaged. And so I feel really good about where we
if
are.
If I can add on that, I think that Bill and Cynthia and Tim did such a service in saying, look, there is a new approach, and stable coins are going to become something people use to do their consumer to business transactions. It is going to change the way credit works. And the fact that they have put this foundation down was so significant, and the fact that they hung in there with it, because this was the first bill. The first one is always the hardest, and they got it across the finish line, and we really do owe the credit to them for the tenacity on finishing that process.
Can you give me a sense of a realistic timeline here? When do you think Congress will be done with the two-pronged crypto agenda, stablecoins and market structure?
I think before the end of this calendar year. I'll be extremely disappointed if we don't get it before the end of the calendar year.
Okay, you heard it here first. All right, let's zoom out a little bit, because we're talking about stablecoins and market structure. Where do you think these reforms and the rest of the things that are going on, we can get into Bitcoin-specific legislation in a second. Before we do that, where do you see the sort of body of these reforms leaving Bitcoin itself? And the people who hold it, right?
Leaving or leaving?
Leave. Like, where do you think... Do you think, maybe the more technical way to ask it is, do you think that the way in which people interact with and use Bitcoin is going to change as a result of what you're doing here in Washington?
You know, one thing, if I can jump in on this, Cynthia, and Cynthia's Bitcoin Act, I think may actually end up being the one that we move forward on because of the strategic reserve that is there. And President Trump has done an executive order on that. And Cynthia's leadership is so vitally important on that. Now, here is one thing, and it involves everyone that is in this audience. The more accepted Bitcoin becomes, and then people realize there is an opportunity to take these assets that have been the confiscated assets and really put the base in place for a strategic reserve, and how it helps us hedge against currency risk, how the growth helps us deal with the debt. These are becoming components that are more widely received as more people have their blue wallet on their phone and they're looking at the value of their Bitcoin, and the importance of President Trump moving forward with that, and Cynthia's leadership to codify that action, I think has a significant impact, and more of our members are realizing the value of doing that.
Senator Lummis, talk about your the Bitcoin Reserve legislation. We just heard about the merits of it, the case for and against it on stage. But talk about where the politics are right now. Do you see this becoming law anytime soon?
I think we'll be doing market structure and stablecoins first. Then hopefully in the next calendar year we can move into a legislative framework for a strategic Bitcoin reserve. In the meantime, I do think Treasury has some independent tools that it could use to convert current assets that are underperforming into Bitcoin, which now has enough of a track record that you can chart its performance. And it's very clear that the additional adoption of Bitcoin has improved, as everyone thought it would, its stability. So the theories behind Bitcoin are proving out in real time. So it's pretty clear that Bitcoin will be an asset worthy of strategic importance and a strategic reserve. There's an interesting thought that Admiral Papano has, that Bitcoin, and he is the head of our Indo-Pacific Command, and he's a firm believer in a Bitcoin strategic reserve as a geopolitical tool projecting strength, military strength, financial strength. So having support like that within the military is very important. Having the support of the president is extremely important. So I'm hoping we can convince more in Congress to understand the fundamentals of Bitcoin. And I'd like to recommend a book if I could.
Please.
Okay, so I just finished reading a book called Bitcoin Age by Nick Bhatia, who is a professor at USC. And he reminded me of something that was very helpful to me, having just come out of the difficulties we had getting the Genius Act passed. And that was that during the 1980s and 90s, the NSA did not want cryptography to become available within the private sector. Cryptographers and their work were considered by the NSA to be a weapon, and it wasn't available in the private sector. They were going to prosecute, and did prosecute, some of the cypherpunks that were working in the early stages of cryptography. Then the courts got involved and determined that cryptography, algorithms used in a blockchain format, is protected free speech. And it was those legal decisions that enabled this technology that is now the basis of the internet to become available to the private citizen. It also enabled the birth of Bitcoin. Bitcoin would not have existed but for the NSA's talons being clipped by virtue of the First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. So we have to remember that there's always been this mentality in our government that they should control this. And Senator Blackburn mentioned that a few minutes ago. But I'd forgotten about the battles that these early pioneers in cryptography had to endure in order to make this technology available to all of us. And now Bitcoin is available to all of us, as,
right, and this is
as you
why
said.
we talk so much about making certain that we free up these emerging technologies, and the work that we are doing around blockchain, the work that we are doing around AI, the work to do an online consumer privacy legislation that would allow you, the individual, to control your virtual you. Because we've seen what happened when government said, we want to control the internet. And that did not go well. And as Cynthia said, it reverted or fell toward that free speech issue. And one thing this crowd will enjoy, today Senator Blumenthal and I are refiling the Open App Market Act, which will remove Apple and Google as the gatekeepers for apps that you want to put on your Apple or Android. And it will allow you, the individual, to work directly with the innovator or the business and put whatever you want on your phone. And those of you who are innovators in creating apps, you would no longer have to pay that 30% gatekeeper fee to Apple and Google. So have at it.
We'll take the news. That's good stuff. Speaking of news, I want to ask you both a couple of just news of the day questions. Let's start with, we were just talking about national security, so I wanted to briefly pivot to the Middle East. With everything we're seeing in Iran and Israel's conflict, I want to ask Senator Blackburn, I know this is a particular issue for you in terms of national security. Where do you see the role of Bitcoin or crypto in general in a national security context like the instability we're seeing in the Middle East?
And Cynthia alluded to that with Indo-PACOM and what we are seeing and why we are increasingly seeing that tie between economic security and national security. And the ease of transmission and transaction with Bitcoin is something that favors its utilization when you look at geopolitical pressures. And I am very pleased that there is the Iran-Israel ceasefire. President Trump has given a masterclass in foreign diplomacy as he is handling this situation, and we are hoping that we will see peace in the Middle East.
Senator Lummis, I want to ask you about the reconciliation, which is obviously taking up a lot of both of your times. But I know, but 24/7. Senator Lummis, you have been thinking and working on crypto tax legislation for a hot minute. Are we going to see any of that in the reconciliation package?
Yeah, I proposed some. We're still working with the parliamentarian. There are weird processes in the Senate. The parliamentarian weighs in on things called the Byrd Rule. And then the Congressional Budget Office and the Joint Committee on Taxation deal with how these things score. So some of the things I've been working on, and again, it's too soon to tell because the scoring first came back at like 8 billion, then they came back at 2 billion, and yesterday they came back at a negative number. So I'm sort of battling with the scorekeepers. You've done it too, I know.
Is that a technical issue with how they understand crypto, or is it the shape of the policy itself?
It's the shape of the policy itself and the way that Treasury weighed in. So Treasury provided technical assistance, but their technical assistance was policy-oriented. So let me give you an example. I proposed a de minimis exemption for transactions below $600. The Treasury Department, through technical assistance, said we also want a cap of $5,000 per year. And so when that was rescored, it came up negative. So that's a non-starter with reconciliation. So that's why reconciliation is such a challenge.
Yes, we have the Congressional Budget Office, and the Congressional Budget Office is always wrong. And they provide us these scores. I don't know why we listen to these people. They are always wrong. Their numbers never work. And there are some of us, I sit on Senate Finance Committee, and last September when we looked at making the 2017 tax cuts permanent and how we would proceed, I said it only makes sense that we would have some dynamic scoring, which is agencies outside of the federal government, to then juxtapose against CBO, which is static scoring. Now, it is common sense. If you take an action, it is going to yield a reaction. To say you take an action and nothing happens, then why would you take the action? So CBO assumes that nothing happens. So the fact that with policies like Cynthia's, with de minimis, of course these transactions should be included in de minimis. That would make sense. But CBO does not understand the broader reach of that application of de minimis, and they don't take into account the reaction that would be there.
Yeah, Marcia, you got to be so frustrated being on the finance committee, but I am so glad you're there.
I'm glad I'm there. I'm covering her suggestions.
Okay, we are just about out of time. I don't want to take up too much more of our time, but let's just end with a final closing thought from either of you. 30 seconds. Why should Bitcoin holders be optimistic about what Washington is doing right now?
Well, I do think that optimism is warranted. Finally, we have an administration that understands digital assets and is favorable to them. The last administration was exactly the opposite. There's now finally an appetite for legislation that creates clear rules of the road. So if you form a business around Bitcoin, you don't have to deal with concerns that the SEC is going to slap you with an enforcement action because we're going to make the rules of the road clear. And the people, sometimes people is policy. And at the Fed, at the OCC, at Treasury, at Commerce, and certainly in the White House, we have an opportunity to work with the personnel to get more reasonable policy and get it in a timely manner so the U.S. can lead again. So I'll say this. The bottom line is we should never get used to following as a country. We always should assert ourselves as leaders. And this is an area where we allowed ourselves to sit on our hands and get back, and we're turning that around. It's exciting, it's important. Geopolitically, the world is waiting for us to lead in this area. The people in this room are leading in this area, and it's time that the government joined you and lead in the area of digital assets.
I would say amen to that. And people are realizing the utilization is more widespread than maybe they thought. And one of the things we're trying, as we have this sliver of light, one of my goals is in our federal retirement system to offer a Bitcoin ETF as an investment option for federal employees. And here's your leader right here. She's fighting for you every single day and happy to be her wingman. So thank you all.
That's all the time we have. Thank you so much for joining me on stage. If you want to learn more about Punchbowl News, find us at a table outside. We'll talk about the vault and all that good stuff. Thank you both, Senators. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you both so much for joining. What a morning so far. And we're just getting warmed up, just getting started. For those who are finally kind of working your way in the last couple sessions, I'm your MC this morning, Stephen Pollack. I'm with Bitcoin Policy Institute, and this is the 3rd annual Bitcoin Policy Summit. Up next, I am excited to introduce our next keynote. Charting the future by looking to the past, we're going to be joined by Alex Thorne, head of firm-wide research at Galaxy. Welcome, Alex.
Wow, I see a lot of friends in this room. It's great to be here. I see some enemies too, though. Keep your heads on a swivel, you guys. The world is always changing, right? But that change is rarely peaceful. Human progress doesn't glide forward on consensus. It lunges forward violently, disruptively, unapologetically, on the back of revolutionary ideas. And every time that happens, the establishment, the status quo, the powers that be, try to kill it. The establishment tells you, we've already figured it out. Relax. There's nothing new to learn, nothing new to invent. Everything is fine just the way it is. The elites, the entrenched interests, the status quo, they want you to believe that nothing will ever change. It's all been figured out. Systems are secure. But I'm here to tell you, don't buy the hype. Every innovation is disruptive and flies in the face of that lie the system always wants to tell you, that everything is in its right place. History tells us a different story. From the wheel to the web, from the printing press to the microchip, the ideas that truly change the world always begin on the fringe, misunderstood, mocked, dismissed, suppressed. Galileo looked to the stars and saw a truth that made Earth move, literally. The establishment shackled him to his home for the rest of his life. Tesla lit up the world with alternating current, and Edison spent millions to bankrupt him and ruin his reputation. Da Vinci spent decades designing flying machines, but yet never published his more than 500 designs for fear of ridicule. He died believing the world wasn't ready, and he was right. But eventually, we flew. And when ARPANET connected research labs in 1969, it was a military experiment, clunky, academic, a footnote. 30 years later, one of the world's top economists still said, 30 years after the internet was invented, one of the world's top economists said it would amount to little more than a fax machine. But today, we know the internet is like oxygen. These critics, they weren't stupid, they were entrenched. And entrenched interests don't lead revolutions. They defend the status quo. It's not just that ideas get suppressed, though. Moments get missed. Even when history shifts beneath our feet, we don't always realize it. For example, in 1944, leaders gathered at Bretton Woods to design a new monetary order. Few then grasped that they were enshrining the dollar as the global king. In 1971, when the US depegged the dollar from gold, it was presented as a temporary fix. But that moment shattered the last connection to hard money and ushered in the fiat era we live in today. Here's the truth. No global leader alive has governed under a hard money standard. Not one. Every institution we take for granted, from fiscal policy to central banking to global trade, is built atop an assumption that money is elastic, manipulatable, and controlled by governments. Bitcoin breaks that assumption. Like all revolutionary ideas, Bitcoin disrupts, not by accident, by design. Bitcoin threatens rent seekers, middlemen, gatekeepers, authoritarian technocrats. Of course they're fighting it. Of course they're scared. Of course they want to co-opt it, or minimize it, or put it in a box. Because when you build something that matters, the pushback is the point. Big decisions often reveal their magnitude only in hindsight. And I promise you, Bitcoin will be one of those. I leave you with this. History is longer than you think. The world has not always been the way that it is now, and it will not remain this way forever. The illusion of permanence is the greatest lie the status quo ever told. And the status quo is as much people as it is a thing. Do not mistake stability for stasis. The truth is that things do change. They always do. And disruption, it's not a side effect of innovation, it's the purpose. Thank you.
How you doing? I'm Josh Hendrickson. I'm a senior fellow at BPI, and I'm a professor and chair of the Department of Economics at the University of Mississippi.
And I'm William Luther. I'm an associate professor of economics at Florida Atlantic University and also a senior fellow at the Bitcoin Policy Institute. So Josh, why don't we go back in time a little bit? 1946, the ratio of government debt to gross domestic product exceeds 100%. Now, how do we get there? We know how we got there. We were dragged into a war. We fought that war on two fronts, and we won that war decisively. But here's the thing. The brave men who fought that war understood the importance of keeping your powder dry. So when the war was over and everyone comes home, they exhibit fiscal restraint. And by exhibiting fiscal restraint, they eventually were able to build some fiscal capacity. Because they understood that at some point in the future, you may find yourself in a similar situation where you need to spend a lot very quickly for some existential crisis. And if you don't have that fiscal capacity, you can't do that. Now, in some ways, we're in a very similar situation today. As you can see from the chart, we once again have debt as a share of GDP in excess of 100%. But in many ways, we're in a very different situation. For starters, we didn't just do this big, important thing that needed to be done. Instead, we just consistently lived beyond our means year after year after year. The government would spend and would not cover that spending with taxes. It would issue additional debt. And if you look at the projections for this debt to GDP, you can see we also don't have those brave men who exhibited fiscal restraint. Instead, we're just projecting for this problem to get worse and worse and worse. So, Josh, you tell us, what can we do about this?
Well, I think that's actually part of the problem, right? I mean, with the level of debt that we have, there are essentially about four possible ways to resolve this situation. One would be to reduce spending, but that seems very unlikely because if you look at the federal budget, the major items on the federal budget are things like Medicare, defense, now interest payments on our debt. And so without significant entitlement reform or other significant changes to our defense budget or some way of bringing down the interest payments on our debt, this debt is going to continue to increase. But there doesn't really seem like there's an appetite for that entitlement reform. The second option is that we could raise taxes. But if you look around, the politicians who are talking about raising taxes, they're really predominantly still talking about, just taxing rich people. But like taxing the wealthy is not going to solve this problem. It would barely make a dent in this debt. And so that leaves us with two alternatives. One is we just inflate it away. We do what so many countries have done in the past when they run into too much debt, is they print money and they pay for the spending that way. The fourth way is to do some form of financial repression. So require banks and other financial institutions to just hold government debt, or create some kind of scheme within the Federal Reserve where we eliminate, say, interest on reserves and dramatically increase reserve requirements so the Fed can continue to maintain a massive balance sheet. And so none of those four solutions are rosy. None of those are costless, and all four of them are going to come with significant pain. But the taxes and spending don't seem like they're even on the table, which just leaves us with the prospects of inflation and financial repression. But that's sort of where we want to kind of segue into talking about Bitcoin and Bitcoin's potential role in this scenario. So I'll kind of let you talk a little bit about a Bitcoin strategic reserve.
Sure. Yeah. So I probably don't have to explain to people in this room what the Bitcoin strategic reserve is. But just in brief, the basic idea is that if you have some assets that generate a return, you can then use that return to pay down your debt. And so if the government is holding some Bitcoin, it can use some of the appreciation on that Bitcoin to pay down the debt. Here's what I'll say about that. It's not enough. It's not enough. And here's why it's not enough. Even if everything goes exactly the way we think it will, it doesn't solve the underlying problem. Because what that strategic reserve does is increase our fiscal capacity. But if we don't also have a mechanism to prevent our elected leaders from using up that fiscal capacity in the same way that they've used up the fiscal capacity we have already, then we will find ourselves not using that return to pay down our debt, but rather just using that return to finance more spending beyond our means. So we should do this, but we should not only do this. Right? We're going to need to attack this problem on many fronts, and the most important front is getting that fiscal restraint back. If we don't get that fiscal restraint back, the game is lost.
Yeah, and I think another element of sort of strategic Bitcoin reserve is not just what it does for fiscal capacity. So I think part of the potential benefit of that is that a lot of the incentives for this spending that we have is coming from the fact that we have this international monetary system where foreign central banks are holding our U.S. government debt as reserve assets. And so the fact that they hold those assets in reserve, that creates this passive demand for our debt, and so that allows us to spend beyond our means for a long period of time. But the thing about that kind of system is that system works really, really well for the United States when debt levels are low. It allows us to live, somewhat beyond our means, but because we're providing this asset to the rest of the world. But the problem is that when debt gets sufficiently high, this creates instability. All of a sudden, the system isn't stable anymore because now you're subject to people's expectations about whether or not you can actually pay down this debt. And I think that one of the things and one of the reasons that the United States has been so adamant about like maintaining the dollar status and maintaining this system where you have these foreign central banks holding our debt as their reserve is that it does provide the United States with advantages, or at least the United States government with advantages that other governments don't have. But I think the United States has been very protective of that benefit. They don't want to give up that benefit. And so they see any sort of loss in the dollar status accruing to some other foreign currency. And so I think that when you have things like Bitcoin, one of the things that the strategic Bitcoin reserve would do is it would create a permission structure for other countries around the world to also hold Bitcoin in reserve. And the reason that that's important is that assets like gold, assets like Bitcoin, these are neutral reserve assets. And so to the extent that people substitute away from treasury securities into things like gold or Bitcoin, the benefits that the U.S. gets from the current system are not going to accrue to some foreign power as people sort of diversify. And so it provides an actual safety valve for the U.S. to get more diversification, to tighten some of these fiscal constraints, and then and also to do so without the United States government losing its strategic advantage.
All right, well, that's it for us. This is obviously not a topic that we're going to solve in 10 minutes. But the good news is that, folks like Josh and I, we're writing about this, talking about this stuff all the time. So you can find us on Twitter, on Substack, and we hope to see you in the future.
Wonderful. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you again. I am excited to introduce this next section of speakers. We're going to have, it's called Bitcoin by the Numbers. And we have a three-part series on domestic and global Bitcoin adoption. We'll be joined shortly by Sarah Krebs, who is a BPI Senior Fellow, Director of the Cornell Brooks School Tech Policy Institute, Renee Sorchik, who is the Vice President of Research here at the Bitcoin Policy Institute, and Jake Longenkamp, CEO of Bridger. We'll also be joined by Brent Buchanan and Troy Cross doing a fireside chat about the American Bitcoiner demographics and beliefs. But before that, I am excited to introduce a keynote lightning talk, The American Bitcoin Advantage, delivered by the CEO of River, Alex Leishman. Join me in welcoming Alex.
Hey everybody, it's great to be here. As he said, I'm Alex Leishman. I'm the founder and CEO of River. At River, We make it easy for Americans and American businesses to buy, sell, custody, and use Bitcoin, and we've been serving Americans for almost 7 years now. We have a great research team at River, and they've compiled some very interesting insights using both public data and proprietary data that we have at River to quantify the advantage the United States has in the Bitcoin ecosystem and the Bitcoin economy, and why that advantage is very important for the future prosperity of the United States. So Americans own over $790 billion worth of Bitcoin. Proportional to other asset classes, Americans' holding of Bitcoin ranks at the top. Americans own over 40% of Bitcoin in the world. This surpasses America's proportional ownership of total wealth in the world, government gold holdings, real estate, energy consumption, etc. So it goes without saying that Bitcoin doing well continues to cement America's economic dominance globally. Now let's look at institutional capital. If we look at all public companies in the world that own Bitcoin, about 95% of those public Bitcoin holdings are owned by American companies. That's pretty crazy. On top of that, if we look at just Bitcoin ETFs, and as a reminder, the Bitcoin ETFs launched last year, and the BlackRock Bitcoin ETF was the most successful ETF launch in history. These Bitcoin ETFs gave institutional capital unprecedented access to Bitcoin as an asset class. And almost 80% of Bitcoin ETF holdings are held by American firms. $31 billion of Bitcoin ETF holdings are held by US institutional investors, and over half of the top hedge funds and RIAs hold Bitcoin and offer it to their clients. Oops. Now let's look at government holdings directly. This is where the United States really dominates. We have by far the largest government holdings of Bitcoin in the world, with the UK coming second. Now I do want to add a very important asterisk to this slide. Our estimate of China's Bitcoin holdings is based on some evidence that we think China sold a very large proportion of their Bitcoin holdings that would have otherwise put them near the United States in terms of total Bitcoin ownership. So that's an important asterisk to remember. But the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve is obviously a very important piece of legislation to ensure that the United States government remains the largest holder of Bitcoin globally. Now let's look at Bitcoin's impact on the domestic economy. The Bitcoin industry is large and continues to grow. It employs over 20,000 Americans today, and over 70% of the capital invested in Bitcoin companies has gone to American businesses. Here's a map of Bitcoin companies in the United States. My company, River, is headquartered in Columbus, Ohio. And as you can see, these aren't just coastal investments. These are in every jurisdiction in the United States and impacts very diverse constituent groups. And if we layer Bitcoin mining on top of that, that pattern doubles down. There's been over $30 billion invested in domestic Bitcoin mining in the United States, and American Bitcoin miners have mined over $42 billion worth of Bitcoin since 2021. Now, this is my favorite slide. We have some proprietary intel at River to see what's happening with private businesses in the United States. And we serve over 2,000 businesses today and growing, private businesses buying Bitcoin for their treasury. And as you can see, these aren't just investment funds. These are businesses of every type across the entire United States of all sizes. Everything from a hot dog stand to public traded companies are buying Bitcoin. And so looking at this, I think it goes without saying that if Bitcoin does well, American businesses do well. American business treasuries continue to grow, and the capital that they have to deploy to growing their business looks like has a very strong trajectory. So here's a good infographic. Feel free to take a photo. We also tweet these on Twitter. Feel free to follow us on @River at X. This is just hammers home how valuable Bitcoin has been for the American individual and American businesses. and why Bitcoin doing well is good for Americans and the United States. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Troy Cross. I'm a senior fellow at the Bitcoin Policy Institute, professor at Reed College, and this is Brent Buchanan, CEO of Signal. And we're going to present two separate studies on Bitcoin adoption and usage in the United States. In addition to being a Bitcoin Policy Institute fellow, I'm also the co-founder of the Nakamoto Project, which is a sort of BPI spinoff. Last year, we did a survey of 3,538 Americans, the largest comprehensive survey of Bitcoin on Bitcoin usage and adoption to date. And this year we ran another survey, the same size. Last year, what we found, let me see, here's our sample. Very proud of our sample, which we gathered in March, a large representative sample of the US population. Last year, what we found was that Bitcoin ownership is widespread and, apart from skewing male and younger, matched the US population in many, many respects. This year, we found through a new measure of Bitcoin ownership that 18.6% of Americans, or 48 million adults 18 plus, own Bitcoin in some way or other, either on an exchange or in self-custody or through an ETF or mutual fund or through a joint account with a family member. We were surprised how large this number was, but especially 4.21% of Americans, or 11 million Americans, claim to hold their own keys and hold Bitcoin in self-custody. That's a behavior that's been characterized by some regulators as suspect or shadowy, but it's actually a large percentage of Americans. Oops, that's not right. There we go. We looked at the political orientation of Bitcoin owners, and this is owners versus non-owners. You can see this year they're skewing slightly to the right, but still the most common political ideology of Bitcoin owners is neutrality. Here's a comparison between this year's political distribution and last year's. You can see slight increases on the right and slight decreases on the left. Maybe this is due to a contentious election and the role of Bitcoin in political discourse. But I look at this and then see center-right, which is still very different from what you would expect if you just read stories about Bitcoin in the media or certainly listen to discourse on Capitol Hill, or, God forbid, check social media. This is what happened in Bitcoin sentiment. We measured Bitcoin sentiment through 4 separate measures with 4 questions each. Do you know about Bitcoin? How much do you know about Bitcoin? Do you trust Bitcoin? Do you think Bitcoin is useful? And do you think that Bitcoin is good, or Bitcoin users are good? We found this, and when we combine all of these 16 questions, we get a measure of Bitcoin sentiment. We saw sentiment slightly drop overall last year, despite Bitcoin's price more than doubling, despite regulatory tailwinds, despite treasury adoption, despite so much winning that we're sick of winning in Bitcoin. And where we lost sentiment was on the political left and among women and among non-owners. Owners are more jazzed about Bitcoin than they have ever been. So we're starting to see some polarization on sentiment. One thing we did last year and repeated again this year was do a moral foundation profiles of Bitcoin users. Moral foundations theory it tries to explain behavior through our deepest moral values and has found that liberals and conservatives, Democrats and Republicans differ in their moral foundations, with Republicans prizing values like purity, loyalty, and respect for authority more than liberals will prize equality, proportionality, and care. we found Bitcoiners had their own distinct moral profile. We call it internally, we call it moral maximalism. They seem to care about everything more than everyone. We interestingly found the same result this year as last year, very robust, but not nearly as robust a predictor. None of these factors, age, gender, race, we found non-whites twice as likely to own Bitcoin as whites this year, matter as much as whether you trust Bitcoin, know about it, think it's useful, or think it's good. These factors predict whether you own Bitcoin to an extremely high degree. So Bitcoin really still remains an asset that you're most likely to own if you know about it. It's not a matter of who you are, but what you know and what you believe. I'm not going to get into this, but it shows how much more those indicators matter to Bitcoin adoption than politics. And finally, oh no, my QR code, which I had earlier at the beginning. There we go. Somehow it got early in the stack. Here's where you can see the study. Thank you.
So what we'll talk about for the next 5 minutes here, once they pull up the deck, and there's also a QR code on that if you want to download the full deck. We conducted a study last week among midterm voters. Our firm does Republican politics and center-right issues in the U.S. and around the world. And so we tend to focus more on voting audiences than people or general population at large. And so this survey, the numbers that you're seeing come from the just midterm voters. And there's a lot of similarities with what was just shared in the data. So if you look at what are those who own or hold Bitcoin, how do they differ? How do they look similar to other midterm voters as a whole? You can see that they are more economically oriented. They see inflation and cost of living and jobs in the economy as more of a top issue than midterm voters as a whole. They also plan to vote more on election day than they do through other modes of voting. This is actually more a demographic factor of who is an owner of Bitcoin compared to any other attitudinal aspects to them. And so what we found is, and so you'll see on the rest of this chart, is that anything in orange is Bitcoin owners, anything in blue is all midterm voters. And with this, you'll notice that we've got over 31% of midterm voters that own Bitcoin. And there's even a higher percentage that own other types of cryptocurrency. So it's reaching almost 40% of midterm American voters that own some sort of cryptocurrency, with 31% of those owning Bitcoin. You'll notice here that the sentiment among these folks who own Bitcoin is more positive about the direction of the country than voters as a whole. And this plays out on what we call the generic ballot. So this is asking a simple question of, do you prefer the Republican or the Democratic candidate for Congress? This isn't asking about your specific district. It's just a general question that we ask to figure out what are the broad political winds doing right now in the U.S. And you can see that Democrats hold a small 1-point advantage right now for the midterm. For context, this was around 7 points at this point in Trump's first term. So Republicans as a whole are doing significantly better going into this midterm than they were the 2018 midterm. And a lot of that is buoyed by these Bitcoin owners. So looking overall at the images of the candidates, you can see here that I think we got the full deck pulled up here. So I'm going to flip through a bunch of slides, but you're welcome to download and look through the entire full deck. That Donald Trump really is an enigma, period, but an enigma above and beyond with Bitcoin owners. So when we look at the generic ballot of Bitcoin owners leaning towards Republicans, Trump's image and how he performed in the 2024 election is actually 5 to 6 points better than Republicans as a whole. And that kind of shows you this disparity between Donald Trump as an individual and the rest of Republicans, and the gap that they have to span between the two. Next, looking at just cryptocurrency as a whole, and I think this is really interesting compared to the next slide of Bitcoin. I want you to just pay attention to how much these bars don't change at all when we ask about Bitcoin specifically. Almost no different. Troy mentioned earlier, Bitcoin's basically the Kleenex of cryptocurrency. Nobody says, would you hand me a tissue anymore? And this is how voters and owners of Bitcoin also feel. Because you can see almost no change between the two in how voters and Bitcoin voters feel about the two. And then another question that we asked was about financial system values, and this was to all voters. And you'll see that outside of flexibility and innovation and slightly on simplicity, basically Bitcoin owners value the same things in a financial system as those who do not own Bitcoin. And then another one that we asked was, do you prefer a traditional financial system, a traditional and emerging, kind of in the middle, get both, or just emerging? And this is where you see a significant surge among those who own Bitcoin that want to see the middle ground, not just completely a new decentralized financial system, but a decentralized system along with the traditional system. We also asked similar questions about usefulness. I found this really fascinating because if you look at overall midterm voters, they find Bitcoin much more useful than they have a positive image of Bitcoin, which is interesting. I think it's something to really lean into in messaging Bitcoin to folks who do not currently own it, is to explain the usefulness of it. Because one of the things that we ask those who don't own it is, why do you not own it? And it essentially comes down to they don't understand it. And they don't trust it because they don't understand it. And they think it's too risky because they don't understand it. And so one of the core premises in communicating Bitcoin beyond where it is today is to really tie it back to the useful purposes of it, as opposed to it's this thing that lives in the internet on ones and zeros. And that's about the extent of what most people understand about it. And for those who are investing in it, you can see that the plurality by far is 62% are saying that it is because of that it is an investment for them. So I'll flip through these real quickly since this is the full deck instead of the short one. And you'll see that only 60% of Bitcoin owners see a strategic Bitcoin reserve as that they support it, which I found interesting. I expected this to be more in the 80s. That they would see this as some benefit to them. And this kind of goes back to, why do people not own Bitcoin? They don't understand it. And I think there's a number of owners of Bitcoin who vote who don't understand what a strategic reserve actually means, which is why you see this, what I would consider middling support at 60% compared to how supportive Bitcoin owners are of Bitcoin itself. Same when you get to stablecoin conversion, you see a 2-point drop-off among those who own Bitcoin because I think they understand it less. Voters have absolutely no clue. That's how you read that bar there. When you get a third, a quarter distribution of sorts, that means voters have no clue what you're asking them when you see that in data. And then you get even further when we get to actually calling something an act, and we explained it to them, what this Bitcoin Act does, and we dropped to 54% support among Bitcoin owners. So the rest of this is, I think this is the last thing that we'll close on here, and you can get the rest of the deck, is that even non-Bitcoin owners, a plurality, are more likely to vote for a legislator because they support Bitcoin. And what Troy and I were talking about earlier is this really comes down to what does Bitcoin represent in its personal freedom, in its personal ownership, its individualism. It's a lot of values that a large majority of Americans believe, and that is the communication mechanism. Explain the usefulness and tie it to the values, and that's how Bitcoin grows beyond its current ownership base. So thank you for the opportunity.
Just one final remark here. They found basically no downside for a politician supporting Bitcoin, only upside among across the board. It's really remarkable. I hope you check out both studies. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much. For our next panel, it is data on global Bitcoin adoption. I'm excited to welcome Sarah Krebs, Renee Sorchik, and Jake Legenkamp to the stage. Applause.
I'm Sarah Krebs. I'm a professor at Cornell and a senior fellow in the Bitcoin Policy Institute. And I'm kicking off our panel that is going to broaden the aperture a little bit from the US data we just heard and builds on that idea that we heard this morning from Senator Lummis, that if we want to lead globally, we need to kind of understand that connection between economic security and global and national security. And so the research I've done is looking at that connection between individual economic security and their own broader security. And so what we did, again, is to broaden that picture beyond the US and say, where is Bitcoin? We know Bitcoin is global, but how global is it? Where is it being used? Where is it being adopted? Who's using it? Who's not using it? And so that is what we had the great fortune of working on with the Reynolds Foundation and the Human Rights Foundation. And so our study is the first of its kind, to our knowledge, to really go beyond the US and look at this global perspective. I think there's often a view that it's used more, Bitcoin is used in authoritarian regimes, but no one has looked at this systematically. So we have surveyed 25 countries, more than 25,000 people, and done 250 individual interviews to really understand that connection between how Bitcoin is affecting money, power, and privacy. So what have we found? There's a lot. If you study 25,000 people in 25 countries, you have a lot of data. So I'll really have to kind of do high level here. And some of the findings track with what Troy was just talking about. There are demographic differences. What we did find is, on average, across 25 countries, about a third of respondents have Bitcoin or have owned Bitcoin, which is very high. It was higher than we expected. Obviously, there's heterogeneity across these countries. We also found demographic differences along the lines of what Troy was talking about. So men are more likely to own Bitcoin than women. People with college degrees are more likely to own Bitcoin than those without. And those who report high financial literacy. And so to us, that starts to point to possibilities of interventions and targeted kind of educational campaigns to try to bridge those differences. We also we have looked and are really starting to look at this more systematically, at how Bitcoin ownership tracks with things like inflation hedges, and like Zach was talking about this morning, that connection between inflation and privacy. This figure in particular is looking at the relationship between authoritarian countries and individual ownership. So this tracks ownership by country and democracy score. So essentially, and as the color gets darker, it's more autocratic. And I think what this shows is that as you get more autocratic, the uptake of Bitcoin goes up as well. And this suggests that connection between kind of individual level economic freedom and mechanisms for that individual freedom and privacy around kind of the surveillance that is more prevalent in autocratic countries. So we continue to study this, and what I think is important for a DC audience is that the US ownership question is really important, but again, Bitcoin's a global phenomenon, and no one to this point has studied this systematically. And so this research that we're doing and continue to kind of dive into is looking at those connections so that leaders in Washington and beyond can be shaping those global financial norms. So I think this research can point to those avenues. And just a little advertisement for the Bitcoin Policy Institute Fellows. We'll be doing office hours this afternoon, so I'm happy to talk more about this in my office hours. So I'll hand it over to Renee.
Thank you, Sarah. Let's see here. I think there's a delay on this one. Okay. So Sarah just showed us that individuals are already relying on Bitcoin to preserve their wealth, particularly in authoritarian countries. But what about nation states? Our research, as of last week, showed us that 32 countries, that's about 1 in 6 nations on Earth, either already have exposure to Bitcoin or are actively pursuing it through legislation or policies. So let me repeat that because I think it's important. 1 in 6 countries already has exposure to Bitcoin or is taking concrete steps to gain it. This is not a fringe movement anymore. The nation states are coming. So what's most striking is not just how many countries are engaging with Bitcoin, but how fast it's happening. Between 2016 and 2020, we saw sporadic interest, isolated incidents here and there, but all that changed with the election of Donald Trump. Exposure acceleration rapidly increased when President Trump implemented an executive order to establish a strategic Bitcoin reserve. So we saw exposure events increase both in the US and internationally. In fact, things are increasing so quickly, we've had to update our research weekly just to keep up. So it's no longer a question of if nation states will engage with Bitcoin, but how. And I keep using this word exposure. What do I mean by that? Exposure is any official method a government might take to own, earn, or generally benefit from Bitcoin. And there's more than one way a nation state can gain exposure to Bitcoin. The most common method, and the one that you might think of first, is through a strategic Bitcoin reserve, where we saw 16 countries either have a reserve or are actively pursuing one through legislation. The second most common method is through government-backed Bitcoin mining, followed by passive holdings, where a government might seize Bitcoin from individuals who have undertaken illicit activities. They didn't sell the Bitcoin, and thus they're passively holding it. Another common method we found was tax payments using Bitcoin. And other ways might include money managers, so those managing government-backed pensions or sovereign wealth funds might hold Bitcoin directly or perhaps indirectly through high allocations and MSTR. We know that 2 countries previously used Bitcoin as legal tender, and we found 5 other instances of active exposure methodologies that were very country-specific. So one example is the government-backed crypto exchange that Russia is currently piloting. So as you can see, there's lots of modalities that governments might gain exposure with. And when we mapped these all out, we found that 27 countries have active exposure. That's about 1 in 7 countries. 13 countries have proposed legislation or other frameworks to gain exposure. And just to note that these are not mutually exclusive. So for example, you might have a country that's already mining Bitcoin, government-backed mining, but they've proposed legislation to establish a strategic Bitcoin reserve. So it's no longer a question of if countries will engage, it's more how will they choose to do so and how fast will they choose to do so so they don't get left behind. Ready or not, the nation states are coming. And now I'll turn it over to Jake, who brings firsthand experience talking directly with nation states about Bitcoin.
So I'm the CEO of a company called Bridger, and we're concentrated on Bitcoin mining in Africa. And so for the last year, I've been to 12 different African countries, and those all end up being negotiations directly with governments because all the utilities in Africa are state-owned. So it's with ministries of energy and state-owned utilities. In the beginning, when we first started making these negotiations about a year and a half ago, we were really downplaying the Bitcoin aspect. We weren't hiding from it. But we knew that a lot of these nations were going to be scared of the financial control implications. So we made it very clear that we weren't there to do financial activity and really harped on Bitcoin mining as the perfect partner for these utilities that had to grow their generation capacity quite a bit. But what we've noticed over the last 6 months, but especially the last quarter, is that a lot of those countries that we're engaged with have now come back to us and said, sure, we understand the energy aspects, but tell us about this Bitcoin thing. So that has been one governor of a central bank, one head of state, several advisors to heads of state. And in fact, the research that Renee just went through was a joint exercise between Bridger and BPI. because I had an advisor to one of the presidents come to me and say, hey, I want to know what countries are doing what with Bitcoin. And so I, as a Bitcoiner, was anecdotally aware of those instances, but I was surely somebody will have a central repository of this information. And as we looked, we didn't really find it. So I approached BPI and specifically Renee. So we have a white paper coming out next month, which will have the information included in these slides. But we've also decided that for the people that we're talking to, that cohort of government officials that I just talked to, but also the Bitcoin community, that it would be good to have a central repository of this information. So that QR code on the screen is a web page that we've done in collaboration with BPI that we'll be updating probably on a weekly or bi-weekly basis as more countries get Bitcoin exposure. So there's the map where you can toggle through the countries, and then the instances with just a brief description, the link, so that you can find the information yourself. And as just a note, my web developer in Mozambique said to stress that he was getting this ready for launch today. It's very much in beta, so you'll see improvements, but hopefully you get a lot of use out of the site. Thanks.
Wonderful, wonderful. I love the three-part presentation within the three-part presentation. Really excited for the next fireside. A fireside chat on Bitcoin and national security. I'm excited to introduce Matthew Pines, Bitcoin Policy Institute Executive Director, and a special guest who will introduce himself. There he is, Matthew Pines, Executive Director of BPI.
Test.
Hello, I am joined by the Executive Director of the Bitcoin Policy Institute, Matthew Pines. I'm David Zell, and I'm the Deputy Director of the CIA. Just kidding. Obviously I am not. This is obviously not the fireside we were hoping for. We got word late last night that DDCIA was unable to attend the event due to circumstances in the Middle East. While this is a blow to the program, if your policy summit's agenda is not disrupted by a war breaking out in the Middle East, perhaps you were not throwing the most impactful policy summit. A war certainly would not have impacted the first summit or the second summit. And it's pretty notable that, this was in the works for, about a month with prep with their team. I do think we're going to be doing something with them soon. And I know Ellis was really looking forward to this and was interested in this conversation. So we're really sorry for the last minute change. Unfortunately, we can't do anything about war. So Matt, if you have any thoughts on, the fireside you were going to have, maybe you can share them and we can get into a conversation after that.
Yes, and it was a surprise, right, when he agreed to speak, and when we started talking about the agenda, right, and the questions that BPI has been focusing on for our research really since the beginning. And when I joined BPI as its first fellow, as a national security fellow, wrote the first white paper on Bitcoin and U.S. national security, my objective was to try to reframe Bitcoin as a strategic issue for the United States and for the world, and to distinguish it as an emerging technology trend, an emerging monetary trend that was going to be of increasing significance for national policymakers into the future. And so this was in 2021. I think that was maybe a bit, not ready for prime time in terms of the national conversation, but in just a few short years, we got to a point where senior leadership in the U.S. government and national security positions are now waking up to Bitcoin as a strategic variable in the context of their analysis of world events. And so the agency's principal responsibility is to understand the plans and intentions of U.S. adversaries and to assess trends in the global system and make recommendations to the president. So that was kind of what BPI was trying to do early on with a lot of our research and analysis on the national security and strategic implications of Bitcoin, and articulating a view of a potential future where Bitcoin isn't just a side hobby of some crypto anarchists on the internet exchanging their tokens for drugs, as in the early days in Silk Road, or kind of an experimental kind of computer science project, even earlier. It is now a $2 trillion asset class. It's a network that is expanding around the world. And it's colliding with a lot of these existing institutional systems and arrangements at the same time that those systems and institutions are coming under challenge from adversaries and are internally facing strain. So our debts, our fiscal position, our political system are facing a number of different challenges. And so we've taken the view that Bitcoin is aligned with both US national security interests over the long term, as well as with our values interest. And so it was really encouraging to hear not just the deputy director of the CIA, but also the vice president at Bitcoin Vegas, look at the landscape in the next few years of these technology and strategic trends with AI and China competition, and thinking about Bitcoin in the same lens, and asking the question to the audience that we need more research on the intersection between these critical strategic developments and how we can craft sound policy at the national level that maximizes the advantage for the United States while preserving the ethos of these systems and the ethos of democracy, of open systems and open networks, especially relative to our adversaries and rivals around the world that have a different vision of how technology and monetary systems are going to evolve, premised on control, closed systems where the government has root access to your data, to your money, to your information. And I think, from my perspective, this is going to be, I think, the critical test of the US leadership, not just in terms of hard power, but in terms of our values in the next few years.
Yeah, and I guess we should probably rewind a little bit. So you wrote this white paper called Bitcoin and National Security in 2021. It was the Bitcoin Policy Institute's first white paper, and it was a head scratcher for most people. Why is Bitcoin a national security issue in 2021? And I know you were working on that paper for a while, into the end of 2020. A lot has changed, right? You wrote this controversial white paper 4 years ago, and then, instead of me, it was supposed to be the number 2 at the CIA talking with you about these very topics. So I guess, could you tell us a bit about your background, right? You joined BPI full-time this January, but you'd been a fellow working with us really from the beginning. How did you wind up kind of gaining this kind of interesting sort of concentric knowledge bases of Bitcoin and the sort of national security space? Like, what's your career arc, and how did you wind up working with me full-time?
Yeah, it was definitely unusual. So I did physics and philosophy undergrad, then master's in public policy, worked for the National Science Foundation for 2 years on mostly economics and kind of game theory stuff, and then spent a career 10 years as a consultant for the US government, helping them think about worst case scenarios, kind of tail risk, kind of preparedness planning, both emerging technology, looking at what our adversaries are doing down the line, and think about how that impacts critical national capabilities. And so after 10 years of doing that, I left to become director of intelligence for a geopolitical and cybersecurity consultancy, where most of my clients were Fortune 500 kind of multinationals, critical technology companies, frontier AI labs, where they're at the sort of frontier of geopolitical competition, coming to the boardroom, coming to the research lab, and kind of the world getting much smaller, much more risky, much more complicated, and where the mental models that a lot of the leadership in these institutions were anchored, we're in a very different world than the world that exists now. And so my view of Bitcoin is sort of informed by both kind of that national security practitioner perspective, as well as kind of the consultant to multinationals, and thinking about how folks allocating capital and large organizations across the planet are thinking about changing systems, right? Changing systems of trade, of geopolitical relations, of technology. And Bitcoin is both a change to the monetary dynamic, right? A new hard asset that's monetizing in real time, a speculative fixed supply digital gold. But it's also a global technology network that is an open source software. And so it is not controlled by a particular entity. It spans every country on the planet, and so it's a new force in the global system that the United States has to kind of understand and adapt to. And I think that's going to be the main sort of driving trend in the next few years.
And I want to drill into this concept. I spoke earlier about how, at BPI, we really don't think of Bitcoin as a subset of digital asset regulation or crypto policy, as it were. Our thesis, as evidenced by that white paper you published 4 years ago, has always been that Bitcoin would rapidly eclipse the rest of crypto with respect to its impact on grand strategy, on the sort of global monetary order, on geopolitics writ large. What forces what are you seeing in the world, I guess? What has changed since you wrote that white paper? Why the heck was the number 2 guy at the CIA going to be joining you here? That's a bit unusual. And so why do you think that Bitcoin is at the level where Ellis wanted to talk with you about it?
Yeah, so the watchword inside certain think tank and foreign policy related circles is integrated statecraft, which is this idea that we need to wield all the different tools of national power to secure national advantage and the advantage of our system of government and our values in a much more competitive global environment. And the stakes are extremely high, and so you can't just rely on the old tools and the old frameworks. You have to adapt and integrate all the different elements of national power, whether it's traditional military hard power, economic statecraft, financial sanctions, as well as encouragement of your domestic economic competitive advantage, in order to not just win a fight over where capital is going to flow, or a company is going to form, or which countries are going to geopolitically align with you, but like who's going to set the rules and the norms for a digital sort of technologically driven economy in the 21st century. And so we have a certain vision of that, I believe, and China has a certain vision of that I think is fundamentally different. And we can't just dictate to countries, choose our model. It's a competition. It's a competition for market share. And these open systems, I think, are fundamentally much more flexible and creative and adaptive in that type of competitive environment. And to a certain extent, Bitcoin touches on all of these things. Bitcoin has an element that is technical kind of supply chains, where it overlaps with a lot of the technology competition with China over chips. It's a competition over monetary networks. What are going to be the rails that the digital economy is going to run on? It touches on where people are going to store their wealth. Is it going to be in the old standby treasury securities? Is it going to be in gold? Is it going to be in real estate? Is it going to be in U.S. equities, foreign equities? Is it going to be in Bitcoin? And that is now a decisive question on the minds of sovereign wealth funds, on the large capital allocators. And so there's new options on the table for global wealth and for global power to change. And so this is why I think that the CIA does lots of scenario analysis, looking out to the future, 5, 10, 15 years, and asking themselves like the what if questions. And that's their job. And I know we've written some white papers recently trying to frame out those what ifs on Bitcoin. What if Bitcoin does monetize to reach some meaningful parity with gold, or even surpasses gold? We're a $2 trillion total asset asset class by value. It's only 10x to basically reach parity with gold, and that's not implausible given Bitcoin's history. And so if you're a national decision maker or you're an intelligence service that has to look through the future, if you aren't taking seriously a scenario where Bitcoin is monetizing to that level, you're leaving your leadership vulnerable to strategic surprise. And so that's kind of what our focus has been on, is laying out those different what ifs and trying to think around those corners, because those things could happen quicker than we might expect. And to a certain extent, the U.S. has an inherent advantage here, right? We roughly, just doing the numbers, we probably have 30 to 40% of the total Bitcoin. I know Alex was just talking about that, their great analysis.
I think his number was 42.
42. I mean, I was just being conservative, right? Trying to ballpark it. But yeah,
that's profound, right? Like we have 42% of the world's Bitcoins. We have nothing near that with respect to the world's gold.
About 8 to 9% of the total above ground gold.
So a 4x difference, where if Bitcoin monetizes to parity with gold, that confers a massive asymmetric, boon to the American wealth of the government, which holds Bitcoins, of companies domiciled here, and of individuals like many of you who own the asset. I think that path of Bitcoin monetizing and being beneficial in turn to the US because we have more of it than anybody is fairly intuitive. I think the network component of Bitcoin is maybe a bit less intuitive, right? At the same time as this asset is maturing from, like you said, the Silk Road, I mean, fundamentally, we're still talking about a permissionless peer-to-peer network that allows anybody with a mobile phone to make a payment that can't be censored, seized, frozen, right? Like, you could send $1 billion to someone in India on stage now, and in 10 minutes they'd have it. You'd pay $1 for that transaction, and nobody could take it from them, or stop it, or reverse it. That's extremely profound. It's kind of doing for money and value what the internet itself did for information. And in much the same way that there were debates back then about whether the internet would be beneficial for the national interest, because it would allow terrorist cells to communicate or fundraise or allow cyber criminals to run rampant. I think there is still a sense in Washington that giving people cash or a cash equivalent, a bearer instrument online, and letting anybody in the world make a transaction that is private and censorship resistant is maybe not in the national security interests of the United States. I mean, a huge part of how we police is especially nowadays based in surveillance. And so I think this sort of argument that, any monetization of Bitcoin from here, decent for America, probably intuitively checks out to people. I don't know if this thread intuitively checks out to people. So why explicitly is it in the interests of the United States to support and see the emergence of a monetary network that lets anybody do what they want with their value?
It's kind of the old story of the tension between privacy and security, and between the prerogatives of a dynamic open economy and the prerogatives of a security state, right? And there's always a tension between those two different interests, especially in the US political economy. And there's been periods of time where, because of terrorist attacks, because of a much more risky global environment, you tend to want to contract power to the core. You want to ensure that the security prerogatives outweigh the economic prerogatives. And so that, we've seen dynamics in periods of history where the pendulum swings that direction. And usually it comes at a cost. It comes at a cost to the dynamism of your economy, of your openness, your ability to attract talent and capital to your shores. And so it erodes your leadership over time. And I think fundamentally America's strategic strength has been its openness. We have open capital account. We've traditionally been the place where people want to build businesses because it's easy to sort of plug and play with a system that's easy and low cost and frictionless to engage in. And if we're going to a world where more and more populations are going to be plugging into the digital economy, and they're going to be plugging in a variety of different sort of modes. Is it a mode that's being set by a vision and an ethos and a stack that's built up on, say, Chinese cloud infrastructure with a whole suite?
When you say a stack, you mean sort of payment and communication rails?
Yeah, essentially countries are looking to the next few years and realizing that to be sovereign as a country, to be economically competitive, you need to kind of build your own energy stack at the foundation, a compute stack, an intelligence stack, and a currency stack, right? And those are going to be increasingly digital. And countries that are able to want to be able to try to control within their own territory as much of that stack as possible. So they want to be sovereign. They want to have control over their country's data, over the country's money, over the country's energy. And I think, America has this ethos of, okay, well, everyone should have that same level of autonomy, right? Everyone should have, ideally, access to cheap, low-cost energy to be maximally productive. Everyone should have access to cheap, low-cost intelligence, right, through distributed AI and decentralized AI. And I think the same logic holds for getting access to frictionless payments and a sovereign, self-custodied store of value that is inflation resistant. I think this is a system where Bitcoin and stablecoins are naturally kind of co-evolving to both reinforce the dollar system around the world. Lots of folks don't want to hold their local currencies; they want to hold dollars, and mobile payments allow them to get access to these stablecoins in a very frictionless way, and they can store their value in Bitcoin to hold for the long term. I think that system allowing to sort of flourish is naturally aligned with U.S. national security interests over the long term. We sort of saw this in the emergence of the dollar system in general. Like there was debates early on in the 50s as kind of the offshore Eurodollar system got started. There was just sort of shadow banks, unregulated financial institutions in England, and then started sprouting up around the world, just intermediating dollar flows, dollar transactions, completely opaque, right? Facilitating all sorts of unknown, a lot of nefarious activity. And there was this tension, I think, at the highest levels in the U.S. government about how much to sort of let that flourish, how much to let that sort of unregulated dollar system emerge, recognizing there's inherent trade-offs. There's an inherent cost to allowing bad actors to use these systems. And I think they made the strategic calculation that in the long run, having the world dollarize, having this offshore dollar system develop, was in the strategic interest of the United States. And so there's always costs and benefits. And I think we're existing in a world where we can't just write the rules for everyone, right? It's a competitive system. China has an option on the table. A lot of countries in the Middle East have capital that they can deploy and systems that they want to construct with their own sovereign stack. And so we have to be operating from a position of sort of values first, but recognizing what's our competitive advantage. And it's sort of open versus closed. It's sort of innovative versus sclerotic, bottom up versus top down. I think that's the ethos of Bitcoin.
Awesome. Well, Matt, thank you so much. And yeah, I think we're going to have a lot more national security focused content today. I know Ken Egan, our government affairs director, longtime CIA veteran, is having a fireside with Patrick Witt from the DoD. So if you're interested in this topic, make sure you stick around for that fireside and some other stuff later in the day as well. Cool.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for that. Fantastic. I have a couple announcements just quickly. First, heads up. Programming in the Q&A room is about to begin. Brent Buchanan, who was on stage earlier, will be breaking down the details of the latest nationwide poll he revealed earlier on stage. The Q&A room, for those who are curious, there's the check-in table. If you keep walking down the hallway toward where we are now, it was just to your right. There's some glass windows, and there's a big sign that says Q&A room. So go on in there if you would like to learn more about the poll. You'll notice a slide behind me. I have to take a moment today to thank our sponsors. I know Mara and Fred Thiel were out here earlier, and we thanked them. I also want to thank Riot, Unchained, Strategy, Exodus, TerraWolf, CleanSpark, BitDeer, Galaxy, Ledger, Signal, and the Human Rights Foundation. Those are our gold sponsors for the summit this year. We absolutely could not do any of this without their support, without their help, and without their talent. So let's have a round of applause for the gold sponsors. Thank you guys so much. All right. Now, last announcement, we are going to take a brief, and I mean very brief, coffee break. It's going to be about 10 minutes. I encourage you to go grab a coffee, do what you need to do. Try not to get in a big conversation. We'll have plenty of time for that at lunch. And get back in here because we are going to kick it right back off. Thank you, guys. We'll see you soon. 2 books. Hardcover Satoshi. Welcome back. Welcome back. Excited to have everyone back in the auditorium. I am going to, we're going to do a little something here while we're waiting, but we're going to keep talking to encourage everyone to mingle their way back in. We're going to do a little giveaway, a little trivia giveaway for those who are back in the auditorium. Trivia question for you, and I'm just going to call out hands. It's going to get wild. What year was the Bitcoin white paper published? Does anyone know that? Does anyone in this room? I saw a hand right here. What year? 2009. Was really close. You're still a winner. Right here. 2010. Right here. 2008, our first winner. Come on up. You are the inaugural winner of the hardcover edition of the Satoshi Papers. Thank you for coming up. Wonderful job. And for having the courage to raise your hand first. You also win. Yes, you win. This is the Satoshi Papers, Reflections on Political Economy After Bitcoin, edited by Natalie Smolinski, BPI fellow and wonderful individual. Congratulations, my friend. All right. We may do more giveaways, we may not, so stay sharp and stay tuned. You never know when the giveaways may make their return. All right, we're going to continue on with the content. We have a lot to get through, and so if you can hear me, please come on in. We're starting to fill in, so I feel really good about it now. For the next keynote lightning talk, super excited about this. It's titled, Why the BRCA is Do or Die for All of Crypto, Matt Corallo, the 10th known Bitcoin core developer. Let's hear it for Mr. Corallo.
Thank you. Yeah, so my name's Matt. For those of you who don't know, I've been working on Bitcoin for almost 15 years. That makes me the 10th known Bitcoin developer. And I've probably written more open source Bitcoin code than almost anyone, maybe one or two others. So blockchains don't scale. For most of you, this shouldn't be a surprise to hear this, but for some of you maybe who aren't around, haven't spent a lot of time in Bitcoin, this might be interesting, but it doesn't really take a technologist to understand this concept. It's really pretty straightforward. Blockchains fundamentally operate by taking every transaction that anyone does in the world and copying it to every computer involved in the network. This should sound kind of funky to you just intuitively, right? You can't take Visa and copy every transaction that happens in Visa onto every computer of every merchant who is processing payments for Visa. That simply doesn't work. And that is how blockchains work, and they don't scale for obvious reasons. So this, of course, results in most of the Bitcoin technical community and blockchain technical community focusing on scalability technologies. After all, the point of Bitcoin is to have money without intermediaries, and if these things don't scale, then people will simply resort to using custodial services, which would defeat the whole point. So instead, we have to add layers. Computer science fundamentally scales in layers. Not everything on your computer is one program. You have your operating system underneath, you have fundamental libraries that every application uses, and then people build applications on top. The same is true in blockchains. But all of these ancillary layers, all of these layer 2s that provide scalability require ancillary services in one form or another. In many cases, decentralized networks, in other cases, not. These ancillary services are not financial intermediaries in the traditional sense. They can't seize or freeze assets, but are simply helping non-custodial wallets do their thing. Just how layer 1s need mining, staking, need miners, layer 2s have other ancillary services attached to them. And without these ancillary services and without these layer 2 technologies, blockchains don't scale, nor does Bitcoin or any other chain. This is not just a Bitcoin issue. This isn't because of some limitation of Bitcoin. No blockchain scales. But very importantly, if these ancillary services can't serve Americans, if they have to geo-block Americans, then Americans won't have access to non-custodial wallets. All of these Americans who want to use cryptocurrency, and you've heard a lot about different studies showing lots of Americans do use cryptocurrency and want to use cryptocurrency, all of a sudden, they're stuck using custodial services because they want to find the best user experience. They want to hold their Bitcoin in a wallet that just works and they don't have to think about. And those wallets are the sketchy custodial services that don't require KYC. They're not regulated entities where they have to KYC to onboard. That's a bad user experience. No one wants to use those. Instead, they use custodial services that are going to end up taking their money. Just wait until North Korea operates custodial services just to take people's money. So instead, we have to make sure that these ancillary services that need to exist for non-custodial layer 2s to be able to serve Americans can exist in America, and that means they have to not be unduly regulated. They're not financial intermediaries. They can't seize assets. They can't freeze assets, and so they shouldn't be regulated like them. Now, under the Biden administration, we saw the DOJ come after privacy services, but using arguments that cover all non-custodial ancillary services in a way that would prevent anyone from operating in layer 2 or joining a public peer-to-peer network as a layer 2 node operator where Americans are using the product. This is unacceptable. This means that Americans will use custodial services and get rugged, right? Even worse, though, not just what these ancillary services can serve Americans, but also developers have to be able to build these things. These things are hard. I've been working on this for 15 years and we're still not there yet. We're getting there, but we're still not there yet. It is hard to build non-custodial layer 2s on Bitcoin or on any cryptocurrency. And so if developers can't build and operate these ancillary services either, then they simply won't exist. It turns out many of the developers are in America. We have great, brilliant people here who want to build all these great technologies to enable normal Americans to have great access to Bitcoin in a non-custodial way where they're not trusting anyone, but they have to be able to do it here. And for that reason, we need regulatory clarity around who is and isn't a money services business, and specifically that entities that aren't able to seize, freeze, or touch anyone's asset, that are just providing a service, are not money services business. And for that reason, we need the Blockchain Regulatory Certainty Act. And if we don't, all of our wallets are just going to be custodial, and we're all going to get rugged. Thank you.
So just go.
What do you want us?
Yeah. You were here, and then you two right there. Easy. All right, we're going to jump right into this next panel. Thank you so much, Matt, for your keynote. We're here with Congressman Torres and Congressman Gottheimer. We're going to talk about the Blockchain Regulatory Certainty Act. So let's jump right into this. The BRCA, as we just discussed, it provides clear guidance that digital asset developers are not money service businesses, that they're not money transmitters, and basically people who create open source software, they shouldn't be regulated as banks. That is more or less what this legislation says. So my first question is directed at you, Congressman Torres. Why did you get involved with the BRCA? Could you walk me through basically recognizing that this is an issue, to actually working on legislation, and then ultimately deciding to co-lead this legislation with Whip Emmer, Republican?
Well, first, it's an honor to be here. I feel like one of our responsibilities in Congress is to create a regulatory environment that enables small businesses, crypto entrepreneurs, Bitcoin entrepreneurs to succeed without fear of weaponization, without fear of arbitrary and capricious enforcement. And I see the Blockchain Regulatory Certainty Act as the triumph of common sense. Like, I might not be the brightest bulb in the chandelier, but one thing I have is common sense. And it codifies a simple principle, which is if you are not transmitting money, then you are not a money transmitter. And I sit on the Financial Services Committee. I do not sit on the Technology Committee. I feel like financial regulators have no business regulating technology. We should be regulating financial transactions. And that has been guidance that's been adopted by FinCEN. And so my legislation with Tom Emmer is simply the codification of guidance that's been in place since 2013 and reaffirmed in 2019. And it's going to prevent the kind of weaponization that we saw in prior administrations. So.
Congressman Gottheimer, this is a bipartisan bill. You recently signed on as a co-sponsor. I know you've worked on Fit 21 in the past, Clarity Act. Can you talk a little bit about the role of bipartisanship in really getting anything done in Congress, but specifically the Bitcoin and digital asset space? What about Bitcoin makes it unique where you actually can work across the aisle?
Thanks, and thanks for having us. And I think you have great common sense. You are a bright bulb, Richie. Come on. But the point, I just want to add one thing on the common sense piece. When you explain to people quickly that, hey, if you give somebody $100, your friend $100, and they give $100 back, that is a transaction between two people. It is not, there's no bank involved in that. And that's really what this is, right? And when you get to the stage where you have to get the money out and turn it into a dollar, there are AML requirements, right? That does trigger it. So you're creating an unnecessary layer of bureaucracy that makes no sense, that we wouldn't do if Richie handed me $20, we wouldn't have to go to call the bank and make sure that he's not a terrorist, right? And that's really what this is forcing, and that's where it comes to the common sense piece of this that I think people need to understand. Now, why this is tough overall as a space is because it's tricky, right? It's got a lot of acronyms and a lot of things a lot of members of Congress, right, don't follow minute to minute, and so therefore it becomes confusing when it shouldn't be. And I think the overall objective has to be of the space is to explain things in simple ways and say, it's just like this, right? And then I've found with a lot of members on both sides of the aisle, then the light bulb does go off and say, okay, well, that makes a lot of sense. And I think that's a very important objective that we've got to do here around this space is try to explain to people in a common sense way. And the way we've been able to get members on both sides of the aisle supporting this legislation, not just this, but broadly speaking, with Fit 21, working on, obviously, Clarity or Genius or other bills that are now floating around,
and being able to bring both sides together is to explain it to them. And then I think we're able to get more people aboard and to say you're doing both consumer protection, innovation, allowing the economy the American economy to prosper, right? When you explain it in those ways, this becomes a bipartisan issue very quickly. This is not an ideological, right, partisan issue.
So what I'm hearing is common sense is bipartisan. This is news to a lot of people in the audience.
And so is nonsense.
And so is nonsense.
Nonsense tends to win more, though.
Nonsense has more of a constituency in Congress.
Unfortunately.
Exactly.
Unfortunately.
And a growing one.
Yes. Let's talk a little bit more about bipartisanship. Congressman Torres, you are on the Congressional Crypto Caucus. You've been heavily involved with this, right? Just why does it exist? You know, what does it serve to do? What is the importance of that caucus?
Look, it's meant to send a message that crypto and Bitcoin is neither Democrat nor Republican. It's profoundly American. It transcends partisanship. There's nothing. There's just like, you know, there's nothing partisan about AI or quantum computing or biotech or any technology. I feel like technology is our greatest strategic asset, and we should see it as something that transcends partisanship. And, you know, Bitcoin is here to stay. It's like it has revolutionized the world. It's revolutionized the flow of money. And so the question is, how do we best regulate these new revolutionary technologies? But debating the utility of technologies that have shown their utility strikes me as a useless exercise. But uselessness is what we do often in Congress. So,
Congressman Gottheimer, back to you. You touched on actually explaining this to other members, and I think one of the challenges with this piece of legislation specifically, you know, Matt, in your talk, you dig into there's the protocol, and there are applications built on top of a protocol, and you start talking about some of these things, and people who aren't very technical, people who don't necessarily understand coding, computers, right, any of these things, like, I mean, honestly, their mind might just wander, right? So could you dig into a little bit more? You say, actually explaining this to people, you know, what does that look like, and what are some of the challenges of explaining a pretty technical piece of legislation, whether it's the BRCA or even broader, you know, market structure, stable coins? How do you take things that are complex and actually distill it down for your fellow members?
It's a great question. And listen, the good news is, everybody in this room, you live in this world, right? So just for a second, pretend you didn't, and you're explaining this to your neighbor or your parent, and, you know, I'm sure you have conversations sometimes and they glaze over, right? It's not the members of Congress can't figure it out. It's just they have 50 other things to deal with every day, and this might not be their issue. For us, it's one of our issues that we are excited about and focused on nearly every day. So we get into the questions, we dig into it more, and this way it comes back to, like, you know, I'd urge you to be patient. I know it's really frustrating, but keep in mind that it probably took decades for most members of Congress to get past the horse and buggy when the car came out, right? And then all the new rules that came with that, and what does that mean when there's a combustible engine? Like, what does that mean, right? And now things moved much more slowly then. Right now, with technology, everything moves so fast. It's both very exciting, but also intimidating, because if you miss a couple revs, it's like you missed out on a huge movement. But that's what I'd urge you to do every time you can. Spend time here, which we're all very grateful for. Sit down with members of Congress, sit down with their staff, and explain it to them of why this is important to America's competitiveness, to our leadership in the world. That's why Richie's like, it's not partisan, right? This was great for our country and our future. And if we continue to miss the boat on this, and by the way, I would argue we've not been ahead. Like we were in the apps economy, we were in the cloud. I think we're behind here where we should be in other countries, and we've got work to do to catch up. And if we don't get this regulatory certainty there, we're going to keep falling behind. And it's up to us, everyone in this room, to explain to people why and why that's very dangerous to our economy, to consumer protection, and to our future.
Can I add? I feel like we as elected officials have to understand our proper role. Like, our role is not to determine the utility of technologies for the public. Like, let the market make that determination. And the people have spoken. Like, millions of people have voted with their feet and are embracing Bitcoin. And that the will of the people should be respected in the halls of Congress.
And it's exciting, right? I mean, we have to explain to people that this is an exciting time and an exciting thing for our country. And I think that often it's just like, wow, we should just push that aside and make it go away, as Richie's pointing out.
And what I love about a Bitcoin is it transcends, Nietzsche once wrote a book, Beyond Good and Evil. There's a sense in which Bitcoin is like beyond capitalism and socialism because it has appeal to both the left and the right. For the left, it's radically independent of corporate America, but for the right, it's radically independent of government. And so it's one of the few technologies that can build coalitions that span the ideological spectrum.
Did you notice how Richie started this conversation by saying, "I'm not that smart," and then he quoted Nietzsche?
But I could have misquoted him. So
Here, Matt, you're one of Bitcoin's earliest.
I literally just used ChatGPT right now.
I was going to say, someone check that quote, please.
You're one of Bitcoin's earliest known core developers. You've been leading advocacy efforts on the Regulatory Certainty Act. You spoke right before this panel. What's been your approach, right, in explaining this, whether it's to lawmakers or just members of the general public? You have a technical background. How do you relate your background to broader advocacy?
Yeah, it's certainly tough. Obviously, the reality of how important the BRCA is gets very, very, very technical, and so I think it has been tough to convince people how important it is, just because it's not just stuff we have today that we're building today and all these L2s, but it's also more L2s coming down the line, things people have been talking about, have designed, have sketched, but haven't even remotely started building, haven't really started talking about. It's not super, at a conference, at a presentation, whatever, and so it's not in the minds of most Bitcoiners, and so it is really tricky to communicate just how important it is, and not just, it's important because we have, this case with the privacy services and we want them to only charge one of the charges and not the other charge. It's like, all right, well, that's not a compelling argument. So instead, somehow you have to communicate like, okay, no, these are actually fundamental, foundational technologies to how Bitcoin is starting to operate and will operate in the future. And to enable people to have the utility of Bitcoin, all these great things that we care about in Bitcoin, but actually bring it to more people, we need this regulatory certainty. And so it is tricky to communicate, but certainly hopefully I did an okay job.
I think what we've hit on here is we've barely even begun to scratch the surface of what Bitcoin and broader digital assets can even be, right, from an application level. And so just as in the early days of the internet, right, you had chat rooms and things of that nature, and then 20 years later, you have, same-day Amazon delivery via robot, right, enabled by the internet. 20 years from now, we don't even know, what is possible with Bitcoin.
But even in its embryonic stages, it has shown itself to be the greatest tool for wealth creation in the world. Like, I think Bitcoin was worth $1 in February of 2011. And at its peak, it was 112,000. That's an 11 million % growth. I'm not aware of any equities or any corporation or any real estate that has grown by 11 million %. And so it's just a level of wealth creation that has no precedent in human history. And I think anyone who continues to question the utility of Bitcoin is simply ignoring what's happening in the world.
It's also greatly democratized, right? I mean, it's so easy for anyone to participate and be part of it and to watch it and engage in it, which is why you see so many young people excited about it, right? Of course, all backgrounds, right? And I think that's also part of what's exciting about it.
It's one of the most democratized financial shifts we've seen. I mean, you look at all these, the huge returns are when you invest in a really early stage startup where you are hunting, you're going to all kinds of meetups in San Francisco to find that early stage startup and you get a great return. Bitcoin, you just had to be online and paying attention and think this is cool. And all of a sudden, it's way more democratized, huge returns than any other asset by far.
And I feel like it's going to take on even greater value in what feels like an age of de-dollarization.
To this point, so we've talked about what Bitcoin can be, right, and in the context of the Blockchain Regulatory Certainty Act, and then we're talking about what Bitcoin is. And Bitcoin right now, in many ways, is analogous to digital gold. It is today the 5th largest asset in the entire world, which is nuts, right? This stuff didn't exist 20 years ago, and now it is gold. There are 3 companies, and there's Bitcoin, right? And that's the ordering of the largest assets in the world. So I want to, ask briefly, starting with you, Congressman Gottheimer, and then to you, Congressman Torres. What are your thoughts about the United States holding some Bitcoin on its balance sheet, right? This is a Bitcoin conference. A lot of people here are interested in strategic Bitcoin reserve. There's the Bitcoin Act on the House, in the House and the Senate. But just as, conceptually, 5th largest asset in the world. What do you think about the government owning Bitcoin, especially if it's done in a way that doesn't cost taxpayers money?
Well, I think right now we have about $20 billion that's seized, right, and that we're holding as a country because of that. I think the reserve part is a really, and I think this is a very important debate that we should have on the Financial Services Committee, and I think it's something we should study, and I'm really curious about. And how it would be done, how would we set it up, what would the cost taxpayers be, what would the impact on the dollar be? But I think one that we, and I'm encouraging a bunch of us to actually have this discussion because I think we should. And that's where the world's going, to Richie's point, right? And so that's what I think.
The U.S. has 5% of the world's gold. You know, one of the theses is essentially, hey, if we have 5% of the world's gold, we should have 5% of the world's digital gold. So what are your thoughts?
I actually feel like the value of Bitcoin is more secure than the value of gold because you can always find more gold, but the supply of Bitcoin in the world is going to remain fixed in perpetuity. Look, I cannot tell you whether a century from now the United States is going to remain the world superpower, whether the dollar is going to remain the world's reserve currency, whether we're going to remain a democracy. What I can tell you is that Bitcoin is going to be a force to be reckoned with 100 years from now. I can state that with certainty. Like, it's clear this is a technology that has staying power, that's as close to eternity as a temporary technology can be.
There will only ever be 21 million. It is written in code. We're at time. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Congressman, for joining us. Wow, man, we are flying. Up next, we have a fresh section coming with a few keynotes here. Bitcoin miners and power dynamics. You'll be hearing from Brian Morgenstern, head of public policy at Riot. His keynote is Bitcoin mining and the AI boom. You'll also be hearing from Theodora de Cruz, director of government affairs at BitDeer. But first, I'm excited about this. The title of the keynote is Hash Handcuffs, Sanctions and Compliant Mining. We'll be hearing from Craig Warmke, senior fellow at the Bitcoin Policy Institute and associate professor of philosophy at Northern Illinois University. Welcome, Craig Warmke.
There's a short joke here, but I may not be tall enough to reach it. So, America's most powerful foreign policy tool may not be our carrier strike groups or bombers, but perhaps the US dollar. Because with it, we operate the world's financial blacklist. Over 3,068 pages, containing over 12,500 sanctioned entities. When someone finds themselves on this specially designated nationals list, trusted parties know not to facilitate their transactions. Trusted parties like banks and clearinghouses. Otherwise, they face stiff penalties. Sanctions leverage trusted parties. So what happens when a new monetary technology emerges without trusted parties? Bitcoin presents exactly this challenge. So can we fit this new technology into our old sanctions playbook? No, and we shouldn't try. But back in 2023, a co-author of Biden's main crypto executive order suggested two strategies for doing exactly that. Here's the first: block compliance, which would compel domestic miners to produce compliant blocks and exclude transactions that involve blacklisted Bitcoin addresses. So if Bob here is a sanctioned individual, US miners should forego his transactions, exclude his transactions, and those fees would go to miners elsewhere who are willing to process them. But with just 0.7% of network hash rate, miners elsewhere can expect to mine a block with Bob's transaction in less than 24 hours. So the transaction still appears in the blockchain. US miners forego the fee, and it goes instead to sanctions violators. So suppose we adopt another strategy, call it chain compliance, where not only do domestic miners produce only compliant blocks, but they attempt to rewrite non-compliant blocks that appear in the blockchain. For technical reasons, this makes producing non-compliant blocks more expensive, which is a good thing. However, it also threatens to embroil us in a hash war, a war of attrition. It's very expensive, potentially, and could lead to a kind of digital Cold War that we may very well lose. In fact, if you look at mining pools by hash rate, according to the countries they're domiciled in, the US has only about 35% of hash rate worldwide, whereas China itself already has 45%. So we just don't live in a world where the chain compliance strategy would be successful, at least not anytime soon. So what can we do if we can't use Bitcoin miners to enforce sanctions compliance over the Bitcoin ledger? I think we should pivot and think more strategically about protecting our own ability to use Bitcoin as a neutral monetary network to process transactions for both American citizens and our allies abroad. So think about defensive mining. Avoid taxes like the Dame tax proposed by the Biden administration, which would put a 30% tax on Bitcoin miners. We don't want to cripple them. Think about supply chain resilience and our ability to access Bitcoin miners. And finally, protect Bitcoin mining facilities. While Bitcoin obviously provides fewer opportunities for financial censorship for sanctions, all is not lost. Bitcoin's ledger is public and transparent and permanent. And if used responsibly, law enforcement can leverage this transparency for good. And finally, Bitcoin empowers those under authoritarian regimes. In doing so, it undermines the very authoritarians that we would want to blacklist anyway. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm going to start by wishing my wife a happy anniversary. It's the Bitcoin spouses who are the real heroes, dealing with our passion and autistic tendencies. Okay, I'm Brian Morgenstern, head of public policy for Riot Platforms, one of the biggest Bitcoin mining companies here in the US. Following the Louisiana Purchase, the Industrial Revolution, the World Wars, and the Cold War, the US cemented its status as the world superpower. But cementing that status, keeping that status, is hard. Every world power in history has collapsed. Rome, the Mongols, the British, the Ottomans, the Spanish, they maintained dominant status for hundreds of years, longer than the US has, but they all fell. So what could topple the US? Could be wars, the resulting debt, currency debasement, could be civil fragmentation. We could lose the economic and military competition with China, driving allies and adversaries to the east. So how do we prevent that and preserve America's status as the freest, most prosperous society? Well, we have to grow our economy faster and capture more value than the rest of the world. Enter Bitcoin, AI, and the largest input into both, energy. Bitcoin is already a top 10 asset, over $2 trillion market cap. Some estimates say AI is going to boost worker productivity and GDP, hopefully, by 40%. But at a more fundamental level, Bitcoin and AI represent the modern digital age of assets and information. a scarce, sound, global digital asset with Bitcoin and the delivery of information with AI. I always say garbage in, garbage out. If people earn money whose value inflates away, they're getting poorer. They need assets to grow. If they're consuming good, accurate information quickly, then they can make informed, sound decisions. If they consume ideologically slanted, bad information, then our very culture will change for the worse. So how do we capture those productivity gains and GDP growth from Bitcoin and AI in the US and ensure that the values underpinning human freedom thrive? Well, we make sure Americans lead. But how? Well, our biggest challenge is energy. Our growth in demand is outpacing our growth in supply. Meanwhile, in 2024 alone, China began constructing 94.5 gigawatts of coal power capacity. They have 55 nuclear reactors and another 23 under construction, and the EIA reports that it took the US 40 years to add the same nuclear capacity as China did in 10. So how do we catch up? Well, permitting reform, more efficient use, more rapid innovation. But I submit one example of how to repurpose and grow our capacity by transitioning existing underused power sources to Bitcoin mining and Bitcoin mining to AI. Outside Corsicana, Texas, there sits hundreds of acres of land, but not many people, and a gigawatt of power capacity. Enter Riot Platforms. We invested $1 billion. We've energized a 400 megawatt substation. We're using 40% of that capacity. We're mining Bitcoin and we're monetizing that power. And from our various tools, we have a corporate treasury of $2 billion and now a $200 million line of credit financed with that Bitcoin to continue growing. We're buying land. We're bringing in AI data center development experts. Now, what does this mean? First, it means Bitcoin mining can be a first mover on sites suitable for data centers to build power infrastructure and monetize capacity immediately. It's the fastest, safest way to do it for grids because the Bitcoin network is decentralized. Facilities can curtail power use when the grid needs them to. It's 100 degrees in August, no problem. We curtail when grid stress rises, or at some sites we can even sell grid stability services so that grid operators can use us like a dimmer switch to balance supply and demand. It means while we wait for electricity supply to catch up to demand, we can efficiently use existing resources and develop new resources in ways that won't strain the system. It means the site's generating revenue, harvesting financing, and creating the conditions needed for these large-scale data centers. It means this site will generate revenue from diverse sources simultaneously, and it means that this site will capture tomorrow's value today in the United States. As demand for Bitcoin rises and the supply remains capped, we will capture the value growth in the US. And as demand for compute rises, and the US works hard to meet the moment, Riot is using Bitcoin as a bootstrapping mechanism to get us there. This example of power capacity monetized quickly and efficiently by Bitcoin mining and then parlayed into HPC AI data centers is a replicable recipe not just for Riot's success, but for America's. Use what we have now efficiently, profitably, while we build what we need. It is a slingshot to the moon. We just need our policymakers to clear the way for success. That means permitting reform to allow the creation of more capacity. That means low taxes and regulations to compete with other countries. And it means finally landing some trade deals for certainty regarding the price of transformers and other critical equipment. Riot's model is one example of how we can use what we have, build what we need, and win the space race for Bitcoin, AI, and superpower status if we have the right policies and conditions in place. Thank you very much.
Hi, good morning. I'm Teodora De Cruz, and I oversee BitDeer's government relations for the North American region. For those of you unfamiliar, BitDeer is a technology company for Bitcoin mining, headquartered in Singapore, listed on the NASDAQ, a growing global footprint. We design, build, and operate data centers for Bitcoin mining in the US. We're present in 4 states, Texas, Ohio, Tennessee, and Washington. We're in Bhutan and Norway, and we are also expanding into Canada and Ethiopia. Our goal for Bitcoin mining is to be sustainable and green. Several of our sites run on 100% carbon-free energy, and we're actively investing in this transition. It's important to change the narrative. Digital mining doesn't have to be a strain on the grid. In fact, it can help monetize stranded and underutilized renewable energy. This brings efficiency, flexibility, it generates new revenue streams for power producers. We have to invest in a cleaner and smarter mining future. This is a collective responsibility given the global energy challenges. It'd be remiss of me if I didn't highlight Bitdeer's founder and CEO, Jihan Wu. He is a pioneer in the industry. In 2011, he translated Satoshi Nakamoto's white paper into Mandarin, and this laid the foundation for Bitcoin's growth in China. He co-founded Bitmain in the early days and built it into the largest Bitcoin mining chip company in the world. But because business can become an acrimonious marriage, he eventually took a clean break from Bitmain. He consolidated all the non-China assets to form what is today the Bitdeer Technologies Group and made a strategic pivot to the US. We have been invested in the US since 2017, and as a vertically integrated company, we try to do many things. We design our high-performance ASIC chips in Silicon Valley, and which in just 2 years, we've seen 4 generations of advancements in energy efficiency. And as a Bitcoin miner, we continue to push to set new benchmarks for the industry. And we'll also soon begin manufacturing Bitcoin mining rigs in the US, and this is strategically important. ASIC Bitcoin hardware today is predominantly dominated and manufactured in China and Southeast Asia. By onshoring manufacturing to the US, it strengthens the resilience of the US industry ecosystem. It reduces the dependence on Asian supply chains. Bitdeer is actively investing and contributing to the US's Bitcoin leadership across the value chain. Our investments are long-term, they're growing, and it will contribute to US economic growth, create good jobs, drive energy resilience, technological innovation, and grow the US hash rate. It's great to be here to contribute in this policy space and await what's ahead for the industry with US policy leadership in this space. Thanks very much to the Bitcoin Policy Institute for bringing us all together. I'll be in the hallways. I'd love to say hi, and thank you for your time.
All right. Let's see, there's our block. Okay. Well, thank you everyone for joining us. I'm Margot Pies. I'm a fellow here at the Bitcoin Policy Institute. It's a pleasure to have you here in DC. And we have 2 panelists today. We're going to talk a little bit about clean and abundant energy in the US. So we've got 2 fantastic panelists with us. We've got Margot Plaisted. She's the VP of Policy and Government Relations at CleanSpark. And we also have Michael Enright, who's the Senior VP at TeraWulf. So I'm going to hand it over to them, let them talk about themselves just briefly, and then we'll get into the discussion.
Thank you. Yeah, Margot with CleanSpark. CleanSpark is the largest pure-play Bitcoin mining company in North America. We're headquartered outside Las Vegas, Nevada. We're across 4 states. But really, CleanSpark is very much focused on being a responsible miner, high-efficiency mining, while also, pursuing economic partnerships in the local communities that we're in.
My name is Michael Enright. I'm a Senior Vice President with TeraWulf. We are a Bitcoin mining and high-performance computing company, publicly traded. Sustainable Energy, our flagship facility, is located in upstate New York off of Lake Ontario, called Lake Mariner. And very happy to be here. And I've always liked the work of this group in trying to put substance and policy behind Bitcoin.
Well, thank you. On behalf of BPI, thank you. So, all right. Look, we're talking about clean energy, we're talking about abundant energy. Sometimes it feels like we don't have abundant energy. We're in the middle of this major energy transition. We're adding on all new kinds of energy, wind and solar, geothermal, more nuclear on the way, it sounds like. But there's capacity challenges to these goals. And I'm wondering what keeps you both up at night when you're thinking about this and what role Bitcoin mining plays. So we could start with you, Michael, if you'd like.
Sure. What keeps me up at night? I guess if you told me that 3 months ago, I would have said tariffs. Last night, it would have been heat. And going forward, I think it is a stable grid with all of these projections of enormous demand that we're hearing every day, and understanding that going forward, flexible loads like Bitcoin are going to be critically important, regardless of how you feel about the fundamental asset and what it is. Flexible loads like Bitcoin are going to be part of balancing the grid going forward, and it's going to become more and more critical as every day goes forward. So I guess long term, I worry about demand projections that we're hearing, and I'm sure you've heard of Margot as well, and how we're going to maintain a stable grid, and the role that Bitcoin is going to play in balancing all of that.
Excellent. Margot, please.
Well, I guess we're up at night with the same concerns because, the grid is absolutely at the front of mind. Seeing all these new technologies coming online at once between AI and data centers and, digital infrastructure, it's certainly a concern. Can we compete? How do we get supply and demand to really align on this? And I do think that Bitcoin mining plays an incredible role in that, being a flexible load, but also we're such a unique partner for utilities because they know that we're going to be there. We're a pretty static load, and we can ramp up or down depending on what the grid needs. So I think that, it gives them the certainty to move forward with new development into developing the grid into higher levels. We're sort of an anchor for new energy projects. So I think Bitcoin mining plays a pretty critical role in that.
Yeah, definitely. So I want to get into this a little bit more. Michael, your facility up in upstate New York in particular has an interesting story. I think, the site was originally a coal site. It's been now turned into this digital hub. How does this size and the location, how does this play into the local economic development and the grid reliability?
Yeah, it is a great story, although I'd love to tell you we kind of saw all of this unfolding 5 or 6 years ago. That wouldn't be true, and trying to predict kind of energy transitions, I think, is a loser's game. But it was the last operating coal plant in New York. And so it closed in 2018. And we kind of knew when we bought it that it was going to close, that it only had a limited life, but we felt with 345 kV lines, unbelievable infrastructure right on the lake, industrial zone.
So for our non-technical people, what's a 240
345. It's the largest power line getting power in and out. We're also lucky that of the location we're in. We're about 22 miles from Niagara Falls. So we have an abundant source of hydropower nearby, plentiful and cheap. We just happen to be the first large load kind of coming off of those lines. So all of those things kind of made us feel that whatever this transition is going to occur in New York and elsewhere, places like this are where it's going to happen. And a couple of years later, I was looking, someone sent me a clip of a press announcement we had announcing the Empire State Digital Hub. This was before any of us even knew what Bitcoin was. But we did realize that the digital space was going to be important. We wanted to kind of give the local community some hope, because when the plant closed, it was, 150 union jobs, IBEW jobs, unbelievably important, very small rural community who saw everything going away. And we don't have as many jobs as we did when the operating coal plant, but we have about 40 or 50 right now, 10 of them being former employees from the coal plant that are working there as well. So the location was very important. The source of energy being nearby and being hydro was very important as well. And as we're going to keep talking about, whenever you talk to miners, the ability to flex our load to help out on the grid. We're part of demand management programs in New York that are, not talked a lot about, but are very, very important as they're trying to figure out on hot days, what do we got? we can turn off 250 megawatts in 5 seconds, 15 seconds. And the ability for a manager of a grid to have that resource, unbelievably important.
Excellent. Margot, so I just wanted to build on this discussion a little bit because we're bringing on all of this new potential nuclear baseload as well, this reliability concern. Do you know how these type of dynamic, flexible loads, how they might accelerate new generation investments in the region?
Well, I certainly think that there's always going to be, new technologies that we're looking towards. Bitcoin mining does such a great job of really harnessing this energy, and because, as Michael said, because we can power down at a moment's notice, I just think that it's something that not everyone can have. I mean, how many different industries could actually power off that quickly and still be successful at what they're doing? So it's really been, I think it's a great partnership that we have, and that's also something that's so important to Clean Spark, is when we're in these local economies, that it's really a partnership. It's very much a symbiotic relationship with them. They're grateful that we're there, and we're grateful that they allow us to be there, and they're part of our workforce, and they're the reason that we're there.
Awesome. Yeah, and along those lines, right, policymakers, they often shy away from Bitcoin, the idea of Bitcoin in public discussions, but obviously there's value. So how do you translate that value of these flexible loads into a language that can resonate with this particular audience? I know that there's a lot that miners are doing, whether it's powering off for hurricane relief or emission targets. How do you communicate this?
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, I've only been in the industry, less than a year now, but I can't imagine what it was like before, because I kind of feel like I showed up to the party at the right time for policymakers. So I'm sure it was much more of an uphill battle previously. But I think it's actually really exciting when I get to talk to someone who's maybe not familiar with Bitcoin, because there's such incredible things that the industry is doing, especially when it comes to energy. But I think one of the most tangible ways to explain it to someone who might not be, well-versed in Bitcoin is to give the examples of an emergency response. So like during a hurricane, when we're able to power down and give those resources back to the grid so they go to the hospitals and the emergency services can do the critical work they need to do, it doesn't matter what party you are, what district you represent. I mean, that resonates. I like to think of Bitcoin mining as where there's excess power, we use it, and when the grid spikes, we get out of the way. So that's really a nice way to put it, in the sense that people can understand that they don't have to be an expert in Bitcoin to really see the value that it's it's economic, it's stable, it's resilient, and it's something I think that it makes it easier to support.
Yeah, please contribute. I was going to bring you in.
Well, I was going to say that we keep talking about the flexible loads, and I find that with policymakers that is becoming more of a topic and something that they want to hear more about, or when you have a few minutes with them. That with all of these incredible numbers they're hearing with energy demand for AI and HPC and the capacity of the grid to handle all of that, I find being able to, one of the ways to kind of talk to them about the issue of Bitcoin mining and its assistance in this problem is that there's like 8,700 hours in a year, right? But when you're really looking at the problems on the grid, they're really 300, 400 hours a year out of all of that. So we have a relatively small number that we're trying to figure out. So when I'm talking to policymakers these days, I'm trying to say, look, this is something we can figure out. The fact that we have 250 megawatts that we can turn off like that makes that number a lot more manageable. And you should be thinking about that when you're talking to AI folks as well, is how are you going to deal with this decarbonized grid and this need for more flexibility, and how can your load be responsive to that as well? It's a manageable number, but we need to have a conversation about it. It's not the big, huge number that should scare you. It should be that 300 or 400, 500 hours that we're trying to figure out when it gets really, really hot. One other thing somebody mentioned to me a couple years ago, California was very close to brownouts, 2022, somewhere around there, and they sent out a text alert to, I guess it was some Southern Cal ISO or whatever, and within 20 minutes or so, 2,000 megawatts came down just by texting people saying conserve or.
I was there. It was amazing.
Yeah. Now, I'm not saying that's our solution, like, oh, let's just call people up and say turn off the dishwasher, but it does show you how quickly and how much capacity is on the grid that can be flexed down when you need it. And so this is something we can figure out.
Absolutely. Do you want to add something?
I was just going to say that, some policymakers really do a great job of actually telling our story. We're fortunate to operate in Tennessee, and I think Senator Haggerty does a really great job of understanding it. I've been at events where people are like, "Oh, CleanSpark, tell me more about Bitcoin mining." And he's like, "Let me tell you how great these guys are for the grid and how wonderful it is." So there are champions up on the Hill who do understand it, and they kind of circle them all up and try and tell them, spread the word, and it's really a great asset that we have.
Yeah. So I want to add a little bit more to this, and I know audience reveal, I didn't prep them on this question, but I think you both can handle it. So we're talking about communicating with the policymakers, but what about the communities themselves? Because there's a lot in the news these days about community resistance to building out these new facilities. And I'm wondering if you take a different angle when you're dealing with the community.
I sometimes started, if it's my son and his ilk that ask me about these energy things, I ask them to put down their phones while they're talking to me and turn them off and not look at them for the next 20 minutes or so. And I explain that this is part of what's going on here, is that we are decarbonizing. We are having a transition that is underway. I cannot predict for you in a year exactly where we're going to be, but I do know that we are going to need to be flexible about these things, and that AI, HPC, mining are here to stay, and that these are all surmountable problems, but they are problems we need to address, and we can't just look at each other and say, you use too much, when it should be more, how can you use your portion better?
In terms of community engagement, I would say, we have a policy that we come in through the front door, not the back door. So a lot of it is education. It is meeting with people. It is really having personal local conversations. Do you want us in your community? Do you see the benefit? And a lot of it is explaining, this is the way we're going to keep your rates down, right? Like, I think that some people take one headline from the news and they run with it, and this happens, it's not unique to Bitcoin. It runs the gamut of everything, but really having those conversations with people. And we have, now our phones are ringing, people are begging us to come to their towns because they've seen the economic impact it's made in similar communities. And these are rural areas. They're not necessarily the hubs of technology investment. So, when you're hiring local workers and you're bringing them in and you're training the workforce, I think they see it as very much a symbiotic relationship.
One other thing I'll say is we actually have a large solar farm that's co-located at this facility as well, with 1,800 acres. What's interesting is locally, when I'm visiting with county folks or residents or whatever, they want to talk more about the solar taking up ag land than they do about data center and their energy uses. It's a very interesting conversation, and something I didn't even really think about when we were, transitioning this site. It's more of an issue for them, kind of in terms of what they're used to in their county, what they want to see in their county, and they don't, at least in Niagara County, they see a data center as a very, very good second use for something that used to be a much larger employment for them.
Well, we're running out of time, and I want to ask you guys like 10 more questions, but I think what I'm going to do is just give you the last remaining seconds to touch on anything else that we didn't get out that maybe you want to convey to the audience here today.
I would just say that, I'm excited to see where the future holds. I think, hopefully in 10 years, we're going to see next generation nuclear online. That's definitely the future of stability. But I just think Bitcoin mining is going to play a unique role. We're really a great balance to the entire ecosystem, so it's crucial.
I would just say be patient with policymakers and people as they're trying to understand this very complicated thing called Bitcoin, which takes a while to get to, and also now has attendant energy issues with it as well. So patience and sticking to it.
Great. Well, thank you everyone for joining us for this lightning panel. And if you have any further questions, our panelists are available. They'll be outside if you need them. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Eleanor Terrett. I am a host of the Crypto in America podcast. And today we were talking about Bitcoin mining and does the concentration here in the US and the notion of America leading in the Bitcoin mining race, does that risk decentralization? And I have two amazing experts here with me to discuss today and to kind of get into the details. We only have 15 minutes, so I do want to get into it, but I obviously want to introduce you guys. Troy Cross, you're a senior fellow at the Bitcoin Policy Institute. And Jason Browder, you are, and I know this, you're senior vice president of government affairs and social responsibility at Mara. I believe the social responsibility bit is new. I didn't know that. But so Troy and Jason are joining me today. Give it up for them, please. So Jason, I want to start with you. You've said that Bitcoin, that the U.S. should lead in Bitcoin, in several areas. Hash rate dominance, economic innovation, energy innovation. What do those look like in practice rather than principle?
I mean, it's a great question, and we're already seeing this play out, not just at the federal level with the executive orders on the SBR, but also at the state levels. Texas, most recently, passing SBR legislation with the first appropriations, $10 million to purchase Bitcoin. But also, you see this playing out, as my counterpart at CleanSpark mentioned, with revitalizing economies, rural communities throughout the U.S. And as we mentioned earlier, you can't have one without the other. I think Bitcoin mining and SBR, they work in tandem together. And that's why the U.S. should continue to lead on both of those fronts.
Troy, you said leadership isn't just about hash rate dominance, it's also about keeping the network decentralized. Can you elaborate on that a little bit? Why is it so important to keep that sweet spot, I believe you called it, of a hash rate?
Yeah, well, Bitcoin's value, a lot of it comes from its neutrality. Bitcoin is a network that anyone can access in the world, anyone can store value on, and then they can access that value or send it to whoever they want. It's a core part of what makes Bitcoin special. If any one jurisdiction, legal jurisdiction, gains a majority of the hash rate, it threatens the neutrality of Bitcoin. And you already heard earlier today from Craig Warmke about exactly how that attack on Bitcoin would go. It would involve something like an order from the, say, Treasury to all Bitcoin miners in the US, if it was the US that had the majority of hash rate, not to include transactions from certain addresses or to certain addresses in a block, and also not to build a chain that already contains some of those forbidden blocks. So to orphan any transactions from any other miners that that violate the rule. That would effectively censor Bitcoin. So there's always a risk at 51% that a jurisdiction could censor Bitcoin with that mechanism. Right now, the US doesn't have hash dominance. It's at something like 38%. It's hard to say actually where it is. It's hard to know where all the hash rate is. And this administration and Congress doesn't show any interest in doing this sort of thing, but Bitcoiners are paranoid. Bitcoin is built on paranoia, and this conference, unlike some Bitcoin conferences, isn't about pumping your bags or cheerleading an asset. It's about critical thinking through the benefits of Bitcoin, but also the challenges Bitcoin faces. So this is one of those challenges out there on the horizon. China used to have hash rate dominance before they made Bitcoin mining illegal. The U.S. has it in its sights, although it's quite a ways off. Yeah, I'm raising the risk of it happening and raising awareness of that risk.
Jason, how does Mara balance strategic hash rate with network neutrality?
Well, I mean, Mara's, I think, the only publicly traded Bitcoin miner that has its own pool. So that in itself, I think, is good for the decentralization of the hash rate. But also, I think, as we talked about earlier, I think competition is good. I think competition is good between miners. I think competition is good between different jurisdictions. We would say it's good for there to be mining in Europe. There's good for there to be mining in Africa. Our CEO it's mentioned that he thinks eventually, Bitcoin mining will be in everything. It'll be in your house, in boiler rooms. It'll be in small compliances everywhere. And so, we see a future where we actually think it's going to be more and more decentralized, but overall, competition, I think it's good for the network. And obviously, we support that.
Would you say policymakers, you do a lot of work on the Hill, Jason, would you say policymakers are understanding the nuances of Bitcoin mining and sort of the risks of possible concentration here in the U.S.? What are your thoughts when you speak to lawmakers on the Hill? Is it positive? Is there more work to do? How are we doing there?
I think we're doing a great job. You can see how many public officials are educated on this issue. A lot has to do with the great folks like Troy Cross and BPI is doing every day. I do think that public officials are thinking about the geopolitical aspects of the SBR and having a significant amount of Bitcoin comparatively to competitors. I do think, and I know this for a fact because we have conversations with them about hash rate and about hash rate moving to, say, peer competitors or adversaries. It's a real issue, and it's something that people not only within the White House or the DoD, but also committees like the House Committee for the CCP are actively thinking about and engaging with think tanks at BPI or companies to better understand the strategic importance of not just having, as I mentioned, the Bitcoin, but having enough block space that they would be able to transact and not be blocked by competitors or adversaries.
Let's get a little technical, Troy, because I know you're good on this stuff. Policy changes, in your point of view, what would be the best, do you think, to help scale carbon negative Bitcoin mining without distorting the energy markets?
Oh, wow. I would say just accurate pricing of energy. There isn't any special legislation needed, except Bitcoin miners are just the most amazing user of energy. They are incredibly price sensitive and flexible and location agnostic and time agnostic. And this means that if you give them a price signal that energy is scarce, they will turn off their miners. And if you give them a price signal of energy is abundant, they will turn them on. And the only places where you don't see miners behaving that way is where you have markets that don't accurately price energy. Can I go back to something Jason said?
Of course, please.
I think we need the ability to transact as Americans and not be censored by any other miners. And that's a national strategic priority. I think what's interesting about Bitcoin is that you don't need to dominate the hash rate in order to do that. You need to prevent anyone else from dominating it. And this is sort of different from, this is what I want to say to lawmakers and to regulators. It's different from other games we play as humans. We're locked on the idea of warfare, where winner takes all, and you want to be dominant. It goes back to the Thucydides trap outlined more than 2 millennia ago. With Sparta as a rising power, Athens preemptively attacks because dominance is everything and you don't want to lose it. I think it's totally the wrong way to think about Bitcoin. In Bitcoin, if you get 51%, then your enemies no longer want to use the chain and the value of the asset drops. So to win is to lose. To dominate is to lose. But at the same time, you don't want to lose in the sense that have someone else dominate you. So it's a new game that doesn't fit into the model of warfare and technological, like AI. You want to race to be the first to AI, because the winner to the AI race is going to dominate. And it's easy to fit Bitcoin in that slot. And I'm just kind of throwing up a flag saying, no, Bitcoin's different. You don't want to dominate. You want to win, and that's compatible with other people winning. You don't want to lose. That's what makes it special.
I'm going to follow on from that.
No, I completely agree with that. And to like the earlier question about leading, there's other ways that, you know, I think that the U.S. can lead on the Bitcoin mining front. In particular, we think the future is public-private partnerships. You know, we were one of the first to do a public-private partnership in the UAE, the Sovereign Wealth Fund. Late last year, we signed an MOU with the Kenyan government. And we've been engaged in a lot of conversations with the U.S. government about ways that you can have public-private partnerships. One, to increase the Bitcoin in the SBR in a budget-neutral ways, but to the earlier points on, you know, environmental aspects. You know, what if, you know, we're doing on-site power, so methane mitigation, right? What if you could do that on public lands? You could partner with the government on those types of projects across the U.S., and it's a way that the U.S. can lead, again, on sort of the technology front, and then has an economic development piece to this as well.
Let's talk about the local impact for these partnerships, for obviously the Bitcoin mining facilities in the U.S. What should the host communities, especially in like rural America, expect for job creation, tax revenue, energy investment, that kind of thing?
I think that's one for Jason.
Yeah, it was.
I thought you were about to answer it with your big brain. Community investment, I think, is at the heart of, and it has to be, with Bitcoin mining, because there's a lot of, as we call it in the space, FUD, about what the machines do, or the noise, or the, you know, water usage and all this stuff. You know, we're actively engaged in the communities that we operate in, whether that's sponsoring the 4th of July parade in Granbury, or you know, delivering meals to the local food banks, but also everything from, you know, sponsoring the robotics clubs at high schools and having interns come in and you know, upscaling. And so you see the importance of that at the local level, but then when you see things like New Hampshire passing at SBR, Texas passing at SBR, Arizona, we call it an SBR light version that they passed. You can see that bubbling up. And we think that's through the community levels that state and local legislatures support these types of policies and initiatives, because they see the benefits that have been accumulating in these communities that in some aspects have been left behind.
How are you viewing the state SBR initiatives, Joy?
I mean, it's interesting as a Bitcoiner, a longtime Bitcoiner. The idea that the state would buy Bitcoin, well, it blows my mind, and it seems weirdly opposite how I originally envisioned Bitcoin. Same for Wall Street. I thought we would put all those guys out of business, and we were running something that's non-state money. But this is what adoption looks like, and there is no path to global Bitcoin adoption, and it's achieving its role as money, non-state money, that doesn't run through current power centers, whether that's finance or government, making the most of this tool that's for everyone, including enemies, as it always has been. And you know, the number goes up, and states are smart to get a hold of it. And unlike mining, owning dominance is good. There's only 21 million, less than that. And you're better off having more of it than less of it, and it's just that simple. So, I mean, kudos to the states that are recognizing it's a strategic asset for them and for the U.S. as well.
I hope we have a few more seconds, actually, but I do want to just ask one last thing, and that is, going forward, what does responsible Bitcoin leadership U.S. leadership in Bitcoin mining look like to you? Jason, you can start.
That's a great question. Again, I think it comes down to the people aspect of this, and bringing as many people into the fold as possible, whether that's through the traditional financial markets that a lot of boomers come into the space on, whether that's on the technical side, the mining or the environmental aspects to this, so the positive benefits of mining on the environment. I think we have, as Bitcoiners, we need to reach people where they are. A lot of people in the community that we do community stuff with have never seen a Bitcoin mine before, or don't know anything about Bitcoin. And having those engagements at the local food bank about what Bitcoin is, what self-sovereignty is, and meeting them where they are is super important for the future of not only our industry, but I think just the growth of the space.
I think it's a great question. I think that Bitcoin mining in America's openness to it, following the China ban, is why we have power available for AI right now, and why we're achieving AI leadership. It was a terrific move back then. I think it's an industry that needs to be embraced for what makes it unique and special. What it can do is turn down in moments. It is incredibly price sensitive and flexible, as I said earlier, and it's an incredible asset, people still don't realize this, to our electrical grid because of that flexibility. As we're moving to more and more intermittent renewables on the grid, we have a counter force that balances that intermittency and the intermittency of demand. And I think we need to lean into that. And it builds up our power infrastructure as a whole by monetizing otherwise wasted energy. And energy is key to our future overall because it underlies all economic activity. So I think Bitcoin mining needs to be fairly regulated, given honest price signals in an open market and allowed to do its thing. And we started in on that path and we're very successful because we just need to lean in and do more of it. No special treatment for this industry. Just let us do what we do really well.
Great. Thank you so much, guys. Troy, Jason, give it up for an awesome panelists.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm excited to introduce the moderator for our next panel. Has yet to join us on stage today, Grant McCarty, co-founder and co-president of the Bitcoin Policy Institute, and he will introduce our very special guests.
All right. We're going to be talking about the legislative prospects for the Strategic Bitcoin Reserve. And I'm here with Representative Emmer and Representative Begich.
Awesome.
Okay, so we're talking Strategic Bitcoin Reserve, SBR. I want to start off with a little bit of background. We have two of Congress's foremost leaders on digital asset policy. Congressman Begich, you're an early holder of Bitcoin, and Whip Emmer, you've been leading on these issues for years now, before it was popular or cool to do so. So I'd like to hear from both of you, starting with Whip Emmer. What was your aha moment with Bitcoin? What made you really take the leap from, hey, this is cool and interesting, to we're going to legislate on this?
Well, there's a couple of things. First, thank you for your leadership, and thanks for everybody that's participating in this conference. Isn't it amazing how far you have all come, how far we've all come in such a short period of time? It feels like yesterday that it started picking up, but I've been involved in this now for 9+ years. And I won't go back through all the history. Landon Zinda, who's now with Treasury, who was working with me, gave me a book, Age of Cryptocurrency, all that. No, what really happened to me was reading the story and understanding that what started in 2008 with a white paper from someone who might be here by the name of Satoshi, that we will never know, was the beginning of the 21st century financial system. And for me, Why was it important? Because it related to the politics that I grew up with. We've got this two-party system that it used to be that one party believed, and by the way, this switches, so I'm not going to use the identities of the party. You can figure out for yourself, because they do switch over time. They tend to believe the opposite of what they believed before 50 years later. So there's one party that typically believes that individuals have the best solution. There's another party that think, well, we can't trust ourselves, so we've got to have more government involvement to make sure that we regulate and protect ourselves. For me, I believe in individuals' right to self-determine, and that's what excited me about this. We've been fighting so hard the last 6 or 7 years. I mean, you brought up off stage the prohibition on central bank digital currencies, which I remember well, I'll take you back because we'll do the politics quick and give it to the guy who's the expert, Begich. But you should know this, that when I finally got Jeb Hensarling to have a crypto hearing in the U.S. House of Representatives Financial Services Committee, it was amazing to me to come in and sit down and listen to Republicans and Democrats sound exactly the same. Oh, this is Silk Road. This is where all the drug dealers and all the bad guys hang out. It's like, you guys don't have any concept of what this really is. Fast forward, then we think we're making progress. And the community probably did it more than we did. There was, I think it was 2019, there was a infrastructure bill over on the Senate side that added a misguided tax on software developers. I mean, it was ridiculous. But that was the beginning, because that's what really started the political growth of this movement. Because you guys, whether some of you are in the room or some are watching, rained down on Washington, and in particular on the Senate, up to 30,000 touches a day that week after this thing was proposed. And what you did is you got a lot of older, you know, there's some, what do we say, walkers and oxygen tanks on the other side of the building. You got a lot of those guys waking up going, oh my goodness, this is a large group of people out there. Fast forward, we had the first Trump administration, which was friendly. We had friendly people there, right? But we didn't have all the friendly that we needed to move things. They just hadn't bought in fully. Bring in the Biden administration. We thought maybe we were going to get some movement. Guess what? They were worse. Gary Gensler, God bless the election system. Bye-bye, Gary. Bye-bye. Gary Gensler, the senator from Massachusetts who shall not be named. These people were the ones that were controlling it for the last 4 years. Last November, I believe the whole community came of age, because this is not a Republican or Democrat thing. This is an American thing, and we are viciously protective of that. I know you heard from our friends Richie Torres and Josh Gottheimer earlier. I mean, we believe this is more than about your political persuasion or the jersey that you put on in Congress, and it can't be about that. So what happened was this community woke up and said, wait a second, we got to get their attention. And you guys are not supporting what you did last fall. Is you didn't support people based on what party they represented. You supported them based on, do they agree with where I think we should go, or don't they? If you don't agree, we're going to find people who do. And you sent the strongest message possible. And then I'll finish with this. You also elected a president that is, Donald Trump is in for innovation and crypto. And our friend J.D. Vance, the vice president, when they picked him, I was at the convention and I looked at him, I said, well, I actually like you for a different reason, J.D. You're going to be the first presidential or vice presidential candidate in the history of this country to have actually owned Bitcoin. So we've come of age. Everybody has. God bless you for being here and engaging, because we got to get this stuff into law now, which is where my colleague Nick Begich really comes in.
So this is a perfect segue, right? The administration laid out 3 primary objectives with regard to digital asset policy. There's stablecoin legislation, market structure legislation, and then the strategic Bitcoin reserve. So again, longtime holder of Bitcoin, I believe it was 2011? 2013. 2013, excuse me. And a lot of people would lie about that, by the way, so good on you. What was your aha moment? And then ultimately, over a decade later, what made you want to codify the executive order in March that established a strategic Bitcoin reserve? What made you lead on the Bitcoin Act in the House?
It's a good question. So I got involved in January of 2013. I remember my seminal moment with respect to Bitcoin came in November of 2012. I was reading a blog post on slash.org. So I don't know how many tech nerds we've got in the audience today, but slash.org, being a pretty significant tech blog at that time, was talking about the upcoming halvening. And I was very interested in learning more about Bitcoin, because what fascinated me about this asset class was it was a divorcing of money from the state. It was privately issued money. We've seen that before in our nation's history. We've seen that with gold reserves and the way that they were treated over time until relatively recently. And so it was very interesting to see this creation of what we now consider digital gold. And so I got involved. I bought some Bitcoin on the Mt. Gox exchange. Unfortunately, I still have some of that. Unfortunately, I lost about 440 Bitcoin when they went under. It's pretty significant today. But nevertheless, I was fascinated by it, continue to be fascinated by it, and I thought, you know, and this predates my involvement in politics, but my concern at that time and my concern today was that the discipline required by not only the members of Congress, but also the public to actually achieve a balanced budget scenario where we don't see continued accumulated debt through deficit spending. I just didn't see the discipline there. And so I thought, you know, this is an insurance policy for potentially for the federal government, in the same way that gold is an insurance policy for the federal government. And we see China and others continuing to accumulate gold, and now we're seeing reserves that include Bitcoin from not just El Salvador, but Czech Republic and a number of other nations that are seriously looking at this as a way to diversify the reserve portion of their national balance sheet. And I think it's important for the United States to do that. This is something that I came to Congress wanting to do, and it's been great to partner with Senator Lummis on the Bitcoin Act, introducing this as the lead in the House. We've got some other priorities right now with respect to market structure and stablecoin bills that need to come through, but I'm very hopeful that after those are completed, we can turn the focus toward the Bitcoin Act and start having a serious discussion about why it's important for the United States to have a diversified reserves balance sheet that includes Bitcoin.
So, Whip Emmer, Representative Begich just made the case for Bitcoin as digital gold. Conceptually, where are you at in terms of the U.S. government owns gold, right? Do you think the U.S. government should own Bitcoin? And are you willing to have that conversation, at least, in the House that Representative Begich just called for?
I totally agree, and I think our president more than agrees, which is why he signed that executive order on March 6th. It's interesting. There's a certain person that's still involved in government that I was sitting down with a couple summers ago for breakfast. And this person brought up crypto to me and said, that's kind of like wampum. Now, I bit my lip because what I wanted to say to him is, I think we bought the state of New York with wampum, right? It's not about what it is, it's what it does. And yes, I think the U.S. should be holding it. I don't know that we should be spending tax dollars to get it. I think Nick and Cynthia have been working on this issue, but it's very important to the future of this country. Plus, Nick pointed out, we've got the Genius Act, which God bless Bill Hagerty in the Senate for getting that done and getting it out. That'll be addressed. I believe our Speaker's plan is to have it addressed on the House floor the week of July 7th. The issue that we're having in the House, you may have heard of it. These are priorities. These are the President's priorities, which we're going to get his priorities done. But there's this big, bad, beautiful bill that we've got to get done first. So that's kind of taking all the focus. But a lot of this crypto, I think the Speaker may make, the Speaker and the leader might make July 7th Crypto Week in the House.
Congressman Begich, could you talk a little bit about the mechanics? So Whip Emmer mentioned not sure if we should be spending taxpayer dollars, right, to buy Bitcoin. Can you talk about how the Bitcoin Act actually works? Where does the money come from? Are we just, speculating on Bitcoin and throwing taxpayer dollars?
It's a great question. So we do not spend taxpayer dollars on Bitcoin through the Bitcoin Act. So there are several mechanisms available for the acquisition of Bitcoin. The goal is to build a strategic reserve of 1 million Bitcoin over the 5 years that follow the Bitcoin Act's passage. Currently, we've got around 200,000 Bitcoin, it's believed, from civil asset forfeitures, lawful seizures of Bitcoin. And so the Act would set out some mechanisms in addition to continuing normal seizures of Bitcoin that would occur over time to acquire Bitcoin. One of those is taking a look at the Exchange Stabilization Fund, which is a fund that is actually overfunded to the tune of about $40 billion. That fund is utilized to maintain the value of the dollar relative to other currencies. It includes actual discretion for purchasing gold as well. And so this would add Bitcoin as one of the assets that would be available for purchase under the Exchange Stabilization Fund. So that's one. Two, the Federal Reserve remittances that come from the Federal Reserve that exceed $6 billion would be available at the discretion of the Secretary of the Treasury for the acquisition of Bitcoin. And then finally, we have gold certificates that have been issued against dollars. $42 is the marked price, and it's never been updated. It's never been updated to the current market price. Of course, gold is trading north of $3,000. And so this would allow for additional issuance that would more appropriately and more currently mark to market our gold reserves and allow those for the purchase of Bitcoin. So no tax dollars used for the acquisition of Bitcoin, and I think that is an important point. You really don't want to tax people and then use those tax dollars to acquire an asset like this.
Nick, did you like that setup? I mean, what these people don't know, Grant, is that was the first thing that I went to Nick and said, hey, I love this, but I don't believe in this. And he gave me exactly what he just gave all of you.
That was awesome. And I believe the 1 million Bitcoin is roughly 5% of all Bitcoin that will ever exist, which is more or less parallel to the U.S. government owning roughly 5% of the world's gold supply, right? So again, another parallel to digital gold. But look, we're here to talk about legislative prospects. We talked about the ordering. Bipartisanship has been a consistent theme of this conference for all the years it's been running. It's a key component of our organization, the work that we're doing. And Whip Emmer, it's a key component of all the work that you've been doing over the last many years on these issues. So can you talk about perhaps the Congressional Crypto Caucus, or just more broadly, like how do you get more people on board to these ideas, and how do you ensure that it remains nonpartisan?
Well, first off, nonpartisan is the key. Those of you that know me know that ever since I started this, I don't like it when people use the term bipartisan, because bipartisan immediately tells you there are these people and there are those people. This is not that kind of an issue, and we've got to be very protective of the fact that this is neither them or those, it's all of us, right? And I think the more we do that, the more you can cut through the nonsense that Nick and I get to deal with, that Richie and Josh get to deal with, where people start putting on their jerseys and getting all territorial and trying to leverage this against that. That's why the community is so important. There's two things before I get to the caucus that are big, and I think Nick would agree with me. One is you've got to have a industry. If I can throw the whole digital asset community into an industry definition, the industry has to be involved, has to have their voices being heard. They have to be out there and flexing their muscles so people know who you are and why you're so important. Then the other key, which we found out the last 4 years, is you've got to have a digital asset-friendly administration. You've got to have a president, a vice president, a cabinet that is totally open to innovation and new ideas to allow us to bring the United States of America into the 21st century. Then I think it's really important at the legislative level. I mean, I joined the Blockchain Caucus probably a decade or more ago, and I always laugh because I walked in, the co-chairs of the Blockchain Caucus, which was the original caucus, was the biggest political odd couple I'd ever seen in my life. It was Jared Polis, who's now the governor of Colorado, and Mick Mulvaney. These two guys could not have been more different, and yet this was something that they were both completely unified on and pushing. So what Richie Torres, who I think the world of, and I did recently, is we created the Crypto Caucus. Nick's a member. Right now we've got 18 members. The goal of this is to maintain that nonpartisan approach, put together a group of members that are going to vote in block, right? The idea is if it's good for the community, we're all voting together. Doesn't matter what your, who elected you as a Republican or a Democrat. We don't care. If it's bad for the community, the goal is we have the conversation and we make sure we all vote against it and protect the community. So I'm kind of excited about it. It's just begun. And when you hear people like Begich, who's not even on the Financial Services Committee, he really should be, but I get it. He's got some priorities that come from a big state of Alaska. We are so lucky to benefit from that type of knowledge within this group. I mean, Richie Torres, he's just like a breath of fresh air. I laugh, though, because our politics, it's funny. Ro Khanna, Tom Emmer working together. Wow, that's interesting, isn't it? But that shows you it is not a partisan issue, and that's the goal of this caucus.
Congressman Begich, I got to let these people out for lunch, but I want you to close this out. Bipartisanship or nonpartisanship of the Bitcoin Act, what is the path there? Are you trying to get Democratic co-sponsors? Like, what is the path forward here?
Absolutely. We're looking for anyone who wants to come in, and this is where we need your help. And that we need the community to be reaching out to all members of Congress. And we've been fortunate to pick up some really good co-sponsorships, but the more co-sponsorships we can bring onto this bill, particularly because we've got a lot of Republicans right now, we want to get some Democrats on board. It sends a signal to committee leadership that this is something that has the potential to pass into law. That's really important. Those are huge signals. So reach out to your members. Wherever you're from in the country, reach out to them, reach out to their offices, tell them how important it is for us to pass the Bitcoin Act. This sends the right signal, and we're doing that, of course, and the Bitcoin Policy Institute's been doing a fantastic job of being evangelists on the Hill with respect to this bill, its component parts, why it's so important. You know, we like to talk about Bitcoin as though it's somehow separate from the rest of the economy. Bitcoin really is becoming an asset class that represents the economy. I can't tell you how thrilled I was the first time I was on a plane, actually, coming back from an international trip, and I'm watching Bloomberg. It was the first time I saw Bitcoin show up in the ticker, and I knew at that moment we had crossed over into the financial community, and it had been real. And now every day when I turn Bloomberg on in the morning, there's Bitcoin, right? That's a big deal, but it's still confined to a subset of the rest of the economy. We need to make sure that it crosses over. This act helps us do that. I think it's very important. Reach out to your members of Congress. Make sure that they understand how important it is to you so that we can get this through to the finish line.
Whip Emmer, Congressman Begich, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for being here.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for your service and your leadership on these issues. I'd like to be the first to dismiss the over 40,000 individuals who are watching the live stream of the summit today. Go microwave a burrito, PBJ, whatever you would like. For everyone else who's here, we are going to dismiss to lunch. I got a couple things you want to know. Lunch is going to be that way. You're going to go out, take a hard right. Do not go upstairs. Go down the hallway. You'll be looking at some escalators, and as you get close to the escalators, you'll take another right. It's at the Atrium Ballroom, keyword being ballroom. Go on down. It's a short walk. We will be back here in less than an hour. We got about 50 minutes until we're going to go again. Plenty of time to grab some food, catch up with everyone. Thank you, and we will resume shortly. Welcome back. To those of you who have made your way in, to those of you who have not, we're about to start momentarily. Please make your way back to the auditorium. Follow the sound of my voice and find your seats. Thank you for your patience here. We will be getting started in just a couple of minutes, and I will be right back with you. There's a quick couple of minutes, I know. Excited to introduce the first panel of the afternoon, the post-lunch content. Join me in welcoming Bitcoin Policy Institute Executive Director Matthew Pines, Jake Langenkamp, CEO of Bridger, and Ben Kincaid, CEO of Re-Element Africa.
Excellent. Well, thanks everyone for filtering in after lunch, and hopefully everyone's enjoying the summit today. I was going to do a fireside chat with the esteemed friend of mine, Pippa Malmgren, who unfortunately had an emergency today, so she had to swap out. But these two gentlemen are peers that I greatly respect in sort of the national security domain that have had a series of different careers that they'll talk about that will help us kind of organize our thoughts around this concept of Bitcoin in a changing world, and maybe bring it down from maybe the 10,000-foot level view that we were talking about this morning with David Zell, with some tangible experiences, right? How does this connect to great power competition? And what does Bitcoin actually mean in the minds of national leaders and decision makers that these folks are interacting with around the world? But before we kind of dig into that, I'd love to have them introduce themselves. They have kind of unique backgrounds. I think folks in Bitcoin maybe not appreciative, of the different types of skill sets and experiences that have emerged in the ecosystem. And yeah, this is a treat to have a conversation with these gentlemen that I've had lots of these conversations about over beers, but we get to have them in front of all of you. So Jake.
I'm Jake Langenkamp. I was in the military immediately after 9/11 and then switched over to being a GS civilian for the DoD, all told about a little shy of 20 years. The latter part of that was in Africa. Ben and I actually met back in 2013 in Afghanistan and then worked together in Africa. And that's what we went down the Bitcoin rabbit hole together and saw the promise of doing Bitcoin activities in Africa, specifically mining, which was the original genesis thought to Bridger, which I talked about earlier on my panel. We look at partnering with ministries of energy, state-owned utilities in Africa to do Bitcoin mining.
Matt, I thought this was the UAP panel.
That's the cocktail.
You want me to talk
reception.
about Bitcoin? Okay.
You gotta go to the other room.
All right. As long as we get to talk about it. All right. Hi, everybody. Ben Kincaid. As Jake said, been very much involved on the Bitcoin mining thesis in Africa, work over the last few years. My background is as a foreign service officer, 16 years. Wife is still in, actually just moved part of the family back from Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic yesterday. Served most of my time in Africa. Mauritania was my last post, Kinshasa, Congo before that. In addition to going down the Bitcoin rabbit hole initially with Jake, thank you, Jake, and working on Bitcoin mining opportunities in Africa. I'm currently, for my day-to-day, CEO of a company called Re-Element Technologies. Africa, we are doing critical minerals processing with technology that was developed by Purdue University, and we're moving that overseas, deploying it to places in Africa, other places internationally, to bring that kind of value addition step to the critical minerals supply chain. And there's some interesting analogs with Bitcoin and Bitcoin mining, but happy to be here.
Before we kind of get into the meat there, I'm curious to have you tell the story that you told me about, how you kind of learned about me and my work, and here I am, I think in 2020, writing this white paper on Bitcoin and U.S. national security, posts to the BPI's website, assuming nobody's ever going to read it. It turns out somebody was reading it. Could you describe that and like what happened?
Yeah, so well before I met Matt, I was in the middle of my last tour, which was in Nouakchott, Mauritania, and I had started to go down the Bitcoin rabbit hole, and I was quickly realizing that this was going to be a part of my life on the other side of government work, and was trying to figure out how to do that, how Bitcoin and geopolitics and a lot of the issues that I worked on as a diplomat, whether it was great power competition or how to partner with African nations to further U.S. interests, but also to push back against things like the terrorism problem in a number of places. Where is Bitcoin relevant? And there were, at that time, very, very few folks, if any, that were putting pen to paper on the intersection of geopolitics and Bitcoin. So my second to last R&R out of Mauritania, we're chilling out in southern France, and my wife, I think just on a given day, finished mocking me for all of my rants about Bitcoin and how relevant that was, and would leave me to kind of do my studies, and I would go hike the hills. But I found Matt's white paper, and I think only 25 pages, something like that. But it just started to really open my eyes to the intersection between or how national security professionals really need to start thinking about how Bitcoin is an emerging technology and really a phenomenon that can further U.S. interest, vis-a-vis our adversaries, vis-a-vis how we continue to export what makes America great, to kind of reassert the best of America with our partners overseas. And I remember reading it and then rereading it and taking notes on it, and then excitedly sending my notes over to Jake, as Jake and I were starting to form our thesis around starting a Bitcoin mining company in Africa. And I think maybe it was probably a year later before I actually met Matt. So thank you, Matt, for planting the seed.
Thank you. You're actually doing the actual work. I just write the white papers. And so I'm curious, to pick up the thread, right? So you started this company premised on this idea. Bitcoin is kind of this dung beetle for energy, but now there's this geopolitical overlay that Belt and Road has built a lot of excess hydro, a lot of potentially corrupt debt diplomacy in Africa that's not accretive to the welfare of the populations, and also is squeezing us out in terms of our soft power influence in the region. And you figured, oh, hey, here's Bitcoin. It's this sort of natural buyer of last resort, and it actually has a business case to go in and try to absorb some of this excess energy production. Is there a business case? It's obviously a frontier market, so you have to have the operational expertise and the risk-taking to actually go out and do the thing. And Jake, you've been doing the thing for the past few years. I'd be curious to hear maybe some case studies, some insights on the ground as you've been building this business and now having conversations with heads of government, heads of central banks about Bitcoin and Bitcoin mining.
Yeah, so there is very much a business use case, because Africa by far has the most to go in terms of getting electrified. They need to grow their generation by an order of magnitude. That's going to create a ton of inefficient energy, because generation is going to outstrip transmission and things like that. So Bitcoin mining is a perfect partner. But in terms of the soft power question, it's really, I think, interesting, because what I've found in my time in the government, but then also, especially the last year, traveling back and forth to the continent, we really are, we being America, are the preferred partner. We pay and treat our employees the best out of external capital providers. We are good business partners. We don't really back out of agreements, things like that. A lot of times, it's not that the Chinese or other entities are out competing us. We're just not there. But there's a real big cultural influence on Africa. Like, I'm always amazed. Our third business partner is from Montana. And when I mention that, everybody's like, oh, I watch Yellowstone all the time in Africa. Like, our culture is pervasive throughout Africa. And the ideals of Bitcoin, I think, are in line with that culture. They really like the idea of freedom, self-sovereignty. Despite whatever we think, they're more than happy to take money and do business with all of the above. But no matter how much that Belt and Road Initiative stuff goes, like, we still have the most cultural influence in Africa. And I think Bitcoin just fits into that perfectly, because if you look at the things that, for instance, like the Chinese are exporting smart cities and industrialized surveillance and things like that, Bitcoin and introducing those ideals fits in perfectly with kind of what we're trying to project soft power was.
Ben, back to your earlier point, like, how do you see the analogy between, in my view, like, rare earths is supply chain resilience for, the critical ingredients of a technological economy. How do you see the analogy between that and Bitcoin as sort of monetary resilience as a critical, financial asset for a digital economy?
Yeah, so on the critical minerals side, China has a very dominant position in the supply chain. And the reason is not because all of the ores that are those critical minerals, those rare earths, are coming out of China, or that there is a concentration of those natural resources. The United States, Latin America, Canada, Africa certainly has a tremendous and abundant supply of those natural resources. What China did smartly about 20 years ago was to understand and then put national industrial capacity at work to control the processing segment of that critical mineral supply chain. So on the rare earth side, I'll just give the most stark example. It's not that China has all the rare earths in the world, it's that all of the rare earth projects in the world, to include the ones in the United States, have to send that raw commodity to China because China has 90% plus of the processing capacity. So that creates centralization, that creates a bottleneck, and it creates dependencies. And right now, I think this is a train wreck that we've seen coming for the last number of years, but it wasn't until just a couple of months ago that China, as part of the trade war, banned a number of the most important purified critical minerals, rare earth elements, from entering into the Western supply chain. And so that puts this administration on a back foot in negotiations with the Chinese, because this is literally the stuff that powers our modern world, purified, refined, rare earth elements. So conceptually, what you have is a raw commodity, which needs refinement, so it needs value addition to make it usable for the modern economy. And so it's taking that raw commodity and turning it into manufacturing grade metal. And in a sense, what Bitcoin is doing is, through a decentralized approach, at least certainly over the last number of years, is taking a very raw commodity, and that is energy, and turning it into something that is monetary grade energy and an incredible utility for the entire world as a neutral reserve asset. So that was an analog that kind of came to mind because I started with Bitcoin and then moved to the critical minerals supply chain industry. And then it also kind of just brings up the issue of we need to everywhere be in search of the most innovative technology that in a marketplace drives decentralization as opposed to centralization. And so that's a big part of what our technology does on the critical minerals side, and it's certainly what Bitcoin does on the monetary side.
Excellent. Well, that's our time. As you can tell, we could do a whole seminar on Bitcoin and geopolitics in Africa. But thanks to Ben and Jake for hot swapping in at the last minute. These guys are absolute pros, and I appreciate your perspective. Thanks again.
right. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Hopefully you enjoyed lunch. My name is Miranda Nazaro. I cover technology and policy for The Hill, and I'm joined today with Representative Zach Nunn of Iowa and Representative Max Miller of Ohio. And today we are going to be talking about the House of Representatives' priorities for crypto, Bitcoin, as well as sort of the things that are on both of your radars when it comes to legislation for Bitcoin. So obviously we've heard today there is a lot of momentum in Washington right now behind getting legislation passed for crypto and Bitcoin, and a lot of eyes are on the House right now following the Senate's passage of the stablecoin bill, and now the House is looking at market structure as well as stablecoin, maybe together, who knows. So yeah, I figured we'd start with market structure, just given both of your involvement on that. Representative Nunn, I know that you are on both financial services and agriculture, which held both of those markups, and it passed out of committee last week. I was wondering if you could talk to us a little bit about sort of how you see a bill like market structure furthering Bitcoin and how it sort of differentiates it from the other digital assets out there.
Well, yeah, first of all, thank you very much for joining us today. You know, we came at this 3 years into it as a sophomore, sitting on Ag Committee and Financial Services. We all know that Financial Services has control over the SEC side of this, and that the Ag has CFTC. And as a guy who grew up on a sixth-generation farm, we're really good when it comes to commodities and how we do bushels. And I think it's very clear to everybody that Bitcoin is in the commodity space here. It shouldn't be put in with that overly burdensome regulation that comes out of the SEC. But for the last 4 years under the Biden administration, there was no clarity, as it were, on how this was going on. And so it allowed others, whether they were offshore in Bermuda, whether they were in Europe, where they were over-regulating this space. There were a couple of good models, I will say, in London, Singapore, some other locations. But we should be able to do this here in the United States. And so with the market structure here, what we heard increasingly from folks is that they wanted to have clear rules of the road, that we would be able to have an onshore of American innovation, and specifically for places like Bitcoin, that we could have a lot of the commitments to have trust and assurances going forward, that they weren't going to have regulatory flip-flop on this that would ultimately crush a market, drive it off seas or overseas. And then we've also led the Financial Technology Protection Act to add a level of confidence to hometown guys, whether they're in the Midwest or around the world, that there's security behind this by bringing in the best practices from private sector, law enforcement, and our intelligence community to really ensure that this is not a filter or a way that others can defraud or invest illegally. And I think that Bitcoin really provides an example of how this structure can take place successfully.
Yeah, that all makes sense. And I know both of the bill has passed out of both committees. Are there any sort of language changes, or do you think it hits the nail on the head when it comes to the goals of market structure, or are there changes you would like to see, either of you, before it hits the floor, maybe as soon as next month?
I'm biased here because I am in the House, and I think we've put a lot of time over the last 3 years on this. The Senate is now ramping up in this space. The president has made clear, though, he wants a bill by August, and I think we should all be on board with driving forward in this space. It's an economic growth factor, but also I will say that there is real belief at this point that there can be success. What came out of the House Ag Committee, I will say we passed our version within 4 hours. The Financial Services Committee took a little bit longer. We were there all day, all night, into the next morning. But we came to roughly the same bipartisan solution here, is that by providing real right and left lanes on this, we have the ability to do something here structurally that can allow the innovation that comes not just with digital assets, but something like Bitcoin specifically, to have a real clear lane forward. And I would offer, the Senate's working on the Genius Act. They should actually take a couple of pages out of the House version that talks both about market structure as well as what the CFTC, the SEC, and the role of the innovator can do to be able to bring this forward.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. My colleague Zach has covered a lot. So Max Miller on the Ways and Means Committee, and proud to say that I'm the first individual right now to lead when it comes to crypto on the Ways and Means Committee. I was brought into this sphere of crypto when I was on the Ag Committee last term with Zach Nunn, as I sat on digital subcommittees. So I was there working with Chairman McHenry and Chairman Thompson with the regulation of the CFTC and the SEC. And look, I believe that this is a step in the right direction when it comes to mark-to-market and things like that. But we have to make sure that we are evolving with crypto, right? And the regulations that have been put on and that are going to continue to move forward, and hopefully, which we can get into a little bit later, maybe a tax with cryptocurrency could really help it, bring it to life. So look, I think it's a step in the right direction, but like with everything else, including AI as an analogy, we have to be very careful on how we put guardrails around these things as we continue to move forward. So I believe this is way past due. This has been talked about a lot. And what Zach said is absolutely right. Members in the House have been working on this for years. Members in the Senate, a little late to the game. A little late to the game on a lot of things, to be quite honest. But that being said, they're catching up, and our framework and what we have worked on in the House and what Zach has done on financial services, and now having a partner on Ways with a tax code moving forward, I believe that really they should take a stronger look at our bill and work with us in a much more pragmatic fashion for all of us and the American people to continue to innovate moving forward.
Sure, yeah, that all makes sense. And I guess kind of a good segue, Representative Miller, with your role on the Ways and Means. This all comes against the backdrop of Congress working to pass President Trump's big, beautiful bill by July 4th. Who knows? Anyway.
Does anyone have a magic 8-ball?
I would love that.
You could shake it, you may get the answer.
Yeah, I would love that for my own sanity as well. The tax and spending bill, it hits on a number of financial components. One of them you mentioned sort of being the tax provisions when it comes to crypto. I'm curious to see, are you hopeful some of these provisions will remain in the bill? Are there others you're hoping to see that aren't in there yet? And yeah, what does Congress need to do to get this in there?
Yeah, and just to go back, I know you brought up stablecoin, and that is dominating the majority of the conversation right now because of the traditional connection to payments and the fiat currency and how people are easily understanding it. But when it comes to cryptocurrency and a tax, as we all know, we're the world's reserve currency. If we go ahead and we put a tax on cryptocurrency in a very responsible and a pragmatic way, as we have been working with industry and even in this room in doing so, I believe that cryptocurrency will continue to expand and grow wildly, backed by the United States government putting that framework in. And balls and strikes, it is a financial institution. There are billions of dollars that are traded in it, and it isn't taxed. We know what a gain and loss sale is, and I agree with Zach that it's more of a commodity than a security. But looking forward and going with that, we have to evaluate it. So what are we doing? So working with Senator Lummis right now on a wash sale rule. And if we go ahead and do that, and if that gets in with the tax code, then that unlocks many things. But it unlocks bonus depreciation, it unlocks de minimis, it unlocks so many things in good pro-growth policy to cryptocurrency that would benefit all of you in industry that would invest in it and use it wildly. So that is right now what we are working on with Senator Lummis over in the Senate. And right now there are promising conversations working even with my colleague Zach and his chairman, Chairman Hill, that we've been able to have conversations in private back rooms, and hopefully we can see this come to fruition during reconciliation when they send it back over.
Do you think your colleagues on the other side of the aisle are open to these sorts of provisions? I mean, we know that crypto is increasingly becoming bipartisan, but a lot of the nitty-gritty details sometimes get bogged down in partisan politics.
I say this respectfully, and obviously my opinion, but being a member of Congress on my second term and during the Biden presidency, I do not believe that the Biden administration was kind to cryptocurrency. And from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who I have had conversations with, they are now just starting to come over onto the middle ground to at least receive the education and to get familiarized with cryptocurrency. But once again, I believe from my perch that the last administration was incredibly hostile to cryptocurrency. And so that is why, you see a big push with us. And it's not just that we accept it, we believe it's a part of the future of this country and a dynamic that is going to continue to grow. And we need to make sure that we're being responsible stewards of that moving forward. It's my hope that more of them will come on board with us. We are seeing a little bit of progress, but not enough to make it as bipartisan as I would like to see. So.
And Miranda, I would just like to echo down on what Max highlighted here. This is becoming a bipartisan issue. We saw it in the Ag Committee that there are a number of people, again, who trade commodities, who recognize this is something that should have a framework around it and not be the wild, wild west. We saw a more frustrating aspect of this on the SEC, or on the Financial Services Committee, where my colleagues on the other side wanted to defend Gary Gensler's really bad behavior of what happened. And I'll share a quick story. You know, Max and I came in together. When I was first elected, before I'd even been sworn in, FTX collapses offshore. It bleeds into Silicon Valley Bank, having just a catastrophic cascade on even local banks in Ohio and Iowa, potentially being on the hook here for having to pay the FDIC payout that we ended up doing for Silicon Valley Bank. But in order to get our arms around this, the Biden administration put all of us on a giant Zoom call to try and understand the FTX problem. And I remember vividly Senator Chuck Schumer trying to find the unmute button on the Zoom call to then explain to us how we were going to fix cryptocurrency in America. And this is no hit on Schumer himself, but it is a direct indication that Congress had no business being able to understand, let alone tell FTX and Silicon Valley Bank and the crypto leaders in the room how to solve this problem, because they hadn't done their homework on the front end to actually be able to build a framework out that would hold these guys accountable who are doing it right and letting the ones who are doing it wrong define the entire enterprise. So this type of legislation, our stablecoin bill, our Clarity Act, our motions forward and being able to have fairness for those who are doing it onshore in the United States to be treated equally, whether it's in tax code or whether it's in innovation, I think is driven by the fact that Congress is now finally stepping forward and doing what it should have been doing in this space to make it better, not just for, you know, those who possess Bitcoin, but those who want to innovate in the crypto space.
Sure. Yeah, that it's interesting because I think there definitely has been, you know, a vibe shift when it comes to how Washington approaches crypto. Do you think that, you know, you talk about the Zoom call a few years ago, do you think at this point Congress has enough of an understanding to move forward with making these sorts of decisions? You know, I know Representative Miller, you mentioned sort of, you know, you don't want to do overbearing. Do you think that there is a way to sort of balance letting them innovate while also doing something in Congress?
I do, and,
Yeah.
and I say this before every meeting, it's funny, but I'm not a subject matter expert in your industry, and I'm not going to pretend to be. I have never worked once in cryptocurrency or anything of what you guys do. I've just come to grow in this education because I believe that it's great for this country and it can unlock an absolute animal that will continue to see us grow into the next level. And the reason why I say that is because people like me and people like Zach, I don't mean to speak for him, but we don't know everything and we need to be educated. And when you see policy that is somehow screwed up within the House of Representatives, it's not because it's done intentionally, it's done because the individuals in the room don't have the proper education and it is an oversight. It isn't done to hurt any one person or to hurt any specific policy, and that is what we are dealing with right now. I mean, I could even give you an example, a very real example. No interest rates on car loans right now, working on the committee on Ways and Means. Right now, there isn't a provision for leasing. It's a big problem right now. And there's a few car dealers on the committee, right? And so that being said, that is an oversight that has happened because of the lack of education when it comes to the automobile industry. And the same thing happens with cryptocurrency and everything else across the board. So to get to my point, it's working with all of you, educating us to put into legislation to follow the correct framework. Really, I mean, that is how I believe I got on Ways and Means at 36 years of age. It wasn't because I'm the smartest person in the room, and it's not because maybe I'm the hardest working, but I receive education and I try to implement it from individuals who are in the spaces and our constituents as well, and that is how we don't screw this up. And if you do it over a several-year framework, over a pragmatic period of time, and you don't take a battle axe to these things and try to ram them through, you're going to end up with a good product. And that's how most successful businesses in the private sector end up being successful over a long period of time, dedication, hard work, and seeing it through and being pragmatic, not hitting the gas and going a million miles an hour until you're going off the cliff. So,
I want to double down because I think Max has said this absolutely correctly. What is going to be the best way to drive a good framework for this is going to be for folks in this room to be able to help us establish real clear rules of the road. We heard this from industry. The witnesses that came up want there to be an actual structure in this place, so one, they can compete fairly, but also so that we don't have nefarious actors using this for illicit financing. We don't have competitors in this space, whether it's out of China or Tehran or Moscow, who end up driving this space because the U.S. side has been negligent in our own national defense. We're both military guys. We see the threat, and it being not only backed in America, structured in America, effective in America, makes it better for everybody else in the world who wants to use this, because Max is absolutely right. The crypto guys are the ones who are going to be buying U.S. treasuries, who are going to not only help pay down our debt, but are going to grow an entire new economic, innovative sector that grows our economy.
Right, and I'm glad you kind of touched upon the national security component a little bit, because unfortunately we don't have any more time, though I wanted to get to that. Well, thank you both so much. I guess just quick 30 seconds, is there anything else re Bitcoin and sort of Congress's role in it you would like to get across in this last minute?
I'll just jump in really quickly and let Zach finish. He is the expert on this. He is. I'm brand new, but just want to say.
Doing very good, Max. I like it.
I'd try. But in all seriousness, thank you. And what I want to say is that don't ever expect that we know anything. And I mean that. You know, you laugh, and you should laugh, but you know who we work with, right? And they are the American people. And the American people send the American people to Congress. They are no different than you or I or anybody else within this country. And I mean that. And you're hearing a legislator say it to you because this is a lived experience that I go through in Congress. Don't ever expect that we know anything or everything. If you have an issue, if you have a concern, go to your member of Congress. Make sure that they understand and they are educated on the issue, because they may tell you to your face that they are. Make sure you paper it. Make sure you send them all of the information so their staff can see it and raise it up to their level, and be aggressive about it. That is how bad policy comes to play, and that's what I said earlier. So really, when it comes to this, what I'm asking is for your help, right? Please come to my office. Please work with me. I'm right now the only person on Ways leading tax for crypto, and I'm hungry to get this done with my colleagues on the other committees. And I just want to say thank you. Thank you for having an open ear and an open mind, and anything we can do to assist, we'd be happy to. So thank you.
Well said, Max. I'll be very quick on this. Look, we're at an exciting inflection point here. You guys got to help build the architect for this. And most importantly, it's not just about educating us in Congress, it's about helping educate the American public. Because my hometown bankers, my credit union, my lenders, my international financiers, they all see the value out of this, but they're still not sure how they play a role in this. And if there's lack of clarity, they're going to be concerned that this is competition with them. And I would say this is probably one of the most complementary opportunities for us to grow out the financial sectors around the world if we do this right. Now, at the same point, this also means a lot of responsibility for all of us in this room. We've not only got to be smart and clear and accurate when we start talking about things like digital currencies and cryptocurrencies, we have to be specific on how we are going to take that and move it into everyday life. Because while I can mine Bitcoin from my days at NSA, it is another thing to start using it in a marketplace where this has real value and something tangible that the United States gets to be a driver on for, you know, the next generation of currency coming forward. So with that, thank you very much for having us. Miranda, thanks for hosting.
Thank you all so much, and thank you to Representatives Miller and Nunn for being here.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, Ms. Nazzaro. Thank you, gentlemen. For our next fireside chat, the national security implications of Bitcoin, we will welcome to the stage Patrick Witt. He is the Deputy Director of White House Council on Digital Assets and Acting Director, Office of Strategic Capital. We'll also welcome Ken Egan, Director of Government Affairs at the Bitcoin Policy Institute.
Sir. Thank you, Stephen. It is great to see everybody. Thank you for joining us today. Patrick, thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
That was you're a busy man. That was a mouthful, 2 titles, 2 jobs.
That is a lot. I was joking with somebody the other day, if I take on another title, I'll be giving Secretary Rubio a run for his money. So, you know, doing a lot these days, but as we'll talk about, it's a very interesting intersection of 2 seemingly very different disciplines, but actually have quite a bit of overlap.
Yeah, and let's start there. I think having one foot in the White House, 1 foot in the Pentagon gives you a really interesting policy perspective, sort of 1 foot on the other side of the Potomac. I think probably most people here are familiar with your job at the Council of Advisors, where you work with David Sachs and with Bo Hines crafting digital asset policy. But I think people might be less familiar, certainly maybe in our particular crowd, with the Office of Strategic Capital. Could you walk us through briefly what that does and how do your 2 jobs complement each other?
Sure. So over on the DoD side, I was one of the beachhead team members. Prior to that, was down in West Palm Beach as a member of the official transition team, and so that might explain, the proliferation of different hats. But over on the DoD side, initially served as performing the duties of the Deputy Undersecretary of Defense for Research and Engineering, which has a number of different offices underneath it, and so that's kind of the next gen, weapons development, capabilities development. Most folks know DARPA. That's one of the offices underneath that. One office under that started a couple years ago is the Office of Strategic Capital. And the idea being, defense industrial base, we need to get at this problem that we have of the hollowing out of our defense industrial base in a different way. And then also, as a second part of that, how can we be more proactive in this geostrategic competition? When I first joined on January 20th, the Office of Strategic Capital, or OSC, had $984 million of capital to lend, which only at the DoD would that be, a small amount of money. And with the continuing resolution, the NDAA for FY25, we expanded to $5 billion where we currently sit. And if reconciliation passes, then we could potentially grow to $200 billion of capital to lend. It is non-dilutive capital, so it's debt capital. There is the potential, depending on if Congress gives us the authority, to expand into equity authority, but a broad mandate to invest in 33 covered technology areas. So it could, span everything from software to hardware. You could be autonomous mobile robots and spacecraft, to cybersecurity and quantum, computing and cyber. So broad mandate, but very exciting.
So $200 billion is a lot of money, even in DoD terms. Yes. So how do you plan to deploy that capital? And maybe, as this is the Bitcoin Policy Summit, might some of that money find its way into either Bitcoin or digital asset related investments?
Yeah, so I don't want to get ahead of our strategy team and commit us to anything, but as I mentioned, it's a broad mandate. There was an initial notice of funding availability that went out in the fall of last year for the then $984 million of capital that we could deploy. We got $9 billion worth of requests. So we were about 8x, 9x oversubscribed for that. So obviously a lot of demand, for folks looking to, scale up and take on, build some of these projects. We will soon be, kind of opening another, RFI for folks to come forward and, solicit, funding for different projects and more of a project finance model. We've been called out in a number of the EOs, specifically on critical minerals, on shipbuilding, strategic maritime infrastructure, and then also some of the drone memos as well. So those are going to be top priorities. But to answer your question specifically, what could be relevant for this space? I think we would be more, if we're deploying capital on the kind of like enabling infrastructure piece of it, so potentially more on the energy side, compute power. We want, compute and energy to be, domestic, secure, and abundant. And so, where we can play to try and, get folks lower cost of energy, secure cyber and compute power, we might be there. So there could be some potential ramifications for this ecosystem.
Well, you have some of the top leaders in the Bitcoin industry listening today. So if people have their pitch decks ready.
We're open for business. We'd love to talk with everyone. Yeah.
Thank you for that. And then sort of back to our theme, national security. I think the intersection of your positions kind of puts you in an interesting position and in the middle of some of the most important policy discussions today. Global realignment, strategic competition, particularly with China. And sort of thinking about strategic competition, the Department of Defense looks at competitive advantage, resilience, how to gain battlefield advantage across the board through technology, industrial capacity, supply chains, the whole spectrum. So in your mind, if you take for granted that these global changes are coming and that we will see continued competition, particularly with China, what kind of potential opportunities or advantages does Bitcoin as a unit or as industry potentially provide the United States?
So I think it's three things. Number one, Bitcoin and the digital assets ecosystem is an engine for economic growth, and a strong economy enables everything else. Without that, we don't play on the world stage in the same way. So, we want to be the crypto capital of the world. The president has said that numerous times. He means it. And that includes, both the innovation on the blockchain, but also mining. We want to make sure that we're being a prominent player in domestic mining. Second, I would say, it's really a tool of modern statecraft. We have benefited from the post-World War environment where we've had dollar dominance around the world, and really a economic model that has been shaped by and is really underpinned by the U.S. dollar. So as we move into the future of digital assets, if we're not actively shaping and influencing what that new construct looks like, we're going to be at a disadvantage. You saw that a little bit with the 5G rollout, with China taking the lead and Huawei. We're in this area of geostrategic competition. And so given that this is the future, and given the importance of the next generation of the financial system, we have to be involved in that. And then third, I would say, it's a way to, I think, promote, economic development and stability the world over. The billions of people who are unbanked, or, live in oppressive regimes, or even maybe not even oppressive, just wildly irresponsible regimes, that have runaway inflation. Yeah, exactly. Right. Mm-hmm. So we see that as, kind of a two-way street where it's going to open new markets, reduce counterparty risk, obviously, and also, with stablecoin legislation, it's going to allow a lot of capital, around the world to potentially flow into our private capital markets. And one of the key underpinnings of, why did we stand up the Office of Strategic Capital is one of our greatest assets and advantages in this era of geostrategic competition is our capital markets. They're the envy of the world, trillions of dollars of capital there. How do we harness that? Not in the, CCP model of it, but how do we attract and scale private capital to achieve, what we believe are, important national security objectives. So I think, those three are all playing into the decision-making that's happening not only at the White House with respect to digital assets, but also to an extent at the Pentagon.
And if we judge, I think we all agree that Bitcoin speaks to core American values: self-sovereignty, freedom to transact. I think that the point you make about it providing sort of a supercharged advantage, certainly in global financial competition, I think rings true.
Yeah. There's endless opportunity. There's obviously the pieces of legislation that we're trying to push forward with, the Genius Act, Clarity, those are top of mind for everybody, working on digital assets in the White House. There will be the forthcoming report on the interagency activities. We've already taken some steps with the SPR. How do we follow that up with the, accumulation plan? So there's no shortage of opportunities and things to do. So after we leave here, I'll get right back to it.
And so you have your DoD hat, but again, you also have a policy hat. So what kind of challenges do you foresee? And I'm not talking about political challenges. I'm talking about sort of fundamental governing challenges of integrating Bitcoin into not even just our national security strategy, but also into our general economy.
Yeah, so I mentioned some of the top priorities. Those are difficult. Getting a piece of legislation passed that could be the most, seemingly innocuous bill out there. It's going to require, horse trading and compromise. So we're experiencing that right now, and crafting the strategy to try and get those pieces of legislation home. Obviously, the report is just us, so that simplifies the picture a little bit. And then beyond that, I would say when it comes to whether it's legislation or regulation, there are so many different actors in this space and brilliant people who have strong opinions and different views. Trying to synthesize those in a coherent fashion, and also understanding that not everyone's going to get everything that they want is a challenge. So we're actively working to try and craft the best products that we possibly can, the best policy actions, legislative actions within the realm of the possible. So that's part of our challenge. I would just say, to folks in the industry, I think some of the congressmen had just mentioned it before. When you work in government, in particular the White House, you might expect it to be the opposite. It's thin. There, you don't have, a huge bench of, folks standing at the ready. So we do rely on, industry actors to partner with them to come forward, be a resource for us. I would just say, as best you can. Everyone's, selling their own book, but, if you can be a trusted partner and an objective resource, for us, we listen as much as we possibly can. We rely on the policy research, the documents that you produce, to again, hopefully arrive at the best possible outcome that we can for this industry. Because the president on down, we're all committed to it. We want to see it thrive. We want this to be the crypto capital of the world, and it's a Herculean effort to get some of these things through. But trust me, we are working around the clock to get it done.
And you've been a consumer of our analytic products from BPI, so we appreciate that.
That's right. We appreciate that. Yeah, top of the list, BPI right here.
And I do think also, if we saw the 68 senators voted for a Genius Act, I do think there is hope for. I think there's a growing bipartisan consensus that this industry in general, and we're focused on Bitcoin here, but in digital assets in general, I think there's an emerging consensus that this is the direction that on a policy and legal level we want to follow.
Yeah, and I would say, as we did with the strategic Bitcoin reserve and the digital asset stockpile, we recognize, the difference in the space, and we recognize, Bitcoin's, pioneering position. So I think digital assets, the ecosystem overall, when it succeeds, Bitcoin will succeed, and vice versa. So we're mindful of, whether it's mining, or it's the actual innovation on the blockchain. Bitcoin definitely has primacy for us, and we're focused on that. But it's an overall effort to do everything that we can to allow this industry to thrive.
And kind of moving back to your Department of Defense hat and your $200 billion. So what are you looking for from industry? How are you looking for industry to approach your office with ideas to bring innovation to the department? And also in that regard, what might the Bitcoin industry, some of the industry leaders sitting here today, what might they think about to bring to you for consideration for investment?
Yeah, so Office of Strategic Capital, it's in DoD for a reason. It's not a mistake. We have the national security mandate. I think in a conversation with Deputy Secretary Steve Feinberg, he called it, it's a sovereign wealth fund with a NatSec mandate, which is probably a good way to think about it. For the time being, as I mentioned, we're non-dilutive, debt capital. Not everyone's looking for debt capital. So that's kind of, a first, filtering that happens. But, in short order, we might have that equity authority, which would expand, the number of people we could potentially work with. But I would say, we're open for business. We want to talk with companies that are, operating in, building in the national security interest. And that takes on a number of different, forms and industries that might on their face, not seem like a DoD priority. But President Trump, has said repeatedly, and he's really a, pioneer in getting us to think this way. Economic security is national security. And so, to the extent that you come forward, you've got, a project, you've got a company, you're looking to scale up, and there is a national security component to it, through the economic security lens or not, or both, we want to talk to you. So please, we're not hard to find. I think it's osc.mil is our website, reach out, and we'd love to have a conversation.
And as you said, you have a broad mandate. And I think certainly since the change of the administration, I think we even on the Bitcoin industry side, we've seen an increasing interest in figuring out how this technology can be applied, not just to support the network, but also support our economic and our national security goals.
There's no shortage of things that we could be doing. Part of the challenge, in government is you come in and you've got domestic objectives, there's, foreign policy objectives, there's so much that you can do. And, the failure a lot of times is to try and do 100 things and do none of them well. So, we're trying to prioritize and triage and, to your question about what do you do at the Capitol? Well, there's a ranking and there's things that we're going to move on right away. And there's other things that, hopefully we'll get to in time. But the point is, as in the context of what we're discussing with the digital asset ecosystem, Bitcoin, you got to start somewhere, and you got to build that framework and the foundation, and then allow it to mature and grow. Which we're at the nascent stage right now of trying to really set the framework to allow this industry to then explode with growth, which we believe that it will.
Okay, industry, you heard it here. Patrick, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken. Appreciate it.
You got a couple of academic philosophers talking to you now. My name is Andrew Bailey, and I am a professor of humanities at Yale NUS College in Singapore.
My name is Bradley Rettler. I'm a professor of philosophy at the University of Wyoming, and I also direct the Bitcoin Research Institute.
We're going to talk about privacy in transactions and how that relates to Bitcoin. I want to begin with something that you know well: cash. A $100 banknote. Consider this. It's totally normal. We know how cash works. You can hold it yourself, and you can engage in transactions with cash without the knowledge or permission of anyone else. Cash is normal. Cash is also private, because there's privacy in sending and receiving cash. When you transact in cash, the receiver doesn't need to know where that banknote came from, and you don't need to know where it's going to go next. Privacy of this kind is good. It protects our rights. Consider other rights that we consider important or even sacred: expression, religion. Can you really express your values without the ability to express your values by buying stuff? Can you engage in your religion without buying tracts, without getting together in places that you've purchased? No, of course not. The ability to transact is a kind of enabler for other rights, and privacy is a really important element for that enabler. Without surveillance, you're able to do this in a kind of dignified and free way. So we want to suggest to you a framing for thinking about new monetary systems. Sometimes people look at them with suspicion and ask, well, why should someone have privacy when it comes to digital transactions? We think this is mistaken. We should flip it and instead say, wait a minute, cash is normal. This is our default assumption. So how can we build new monetary systems that are also like cash in that respect, that also respect privacy and thereby enable precious freedoms?
Bitcoin, when it first came on the scene, was thought to have quite a bit of privacy, maybe even cash-like privacy. This is one of the things that led to Bitcoin being used on the dark web for illicit markets and things like that. People thought that my identity isn't tied in any way to this Bitcoin transaction. My name doesn't show up, my address doesn't show up. There's just a bunch of numbers and letters. There's a sending address, a receiving address, an amount, a digital signature. That's all that goes into a Bitcoin transaction, and so people thought that they could transact privately using Bitcoin. It took many years to discover that that wasn't the case. That in fact, quite a lot can be known about people who are using Bitcoin and how they're using Bitcoin just from what is published on the blockchain. So every transaction, as I said, has these components. But one of the interesting things about Bitcoin is that in order to solve this double spending problem, Bitcoin builds block by block, and there's no way to go back and remove a block, say a block that you're embarrassed to be on because of what the transaction was a transaction for. And so those earliest transactions are still part of the blockchain, and we can still look at them today. We can know the addresses that were involved in them, how much each transaction was for, some of the receiving addresses. And so you might send a Bitcoin transaction today that 5 years from now, the address to which you send it becomes known and associated with someone else. And 5 years from now, someone will discover who you sent a Bitcoin transaction to. There's no way around this problem. You can do everything perfectly now to be private, to transact privately, and then many years down the road, you or someone else can end up ruining that privacy for you. So it turns out that Bitcoin isn't that private. There are also now companies that are dedicated to trying to figure out these transaction details about Bitcoin transactions that do on-chain analysis and also do off-chain analysis. And if companies can do it, governments can do it, and if one government can do it, all governments can do it. So the fact that this can be done and that it can be done by pretty much anyone is a blow to Bitcoin privacy.
Here then is our question. What can we do about this? Are there ways, are there tools to enhance Bitcoin's privacy features? Can we make it more like cash? Now, the happy answer here is yes. And I'll talk to you about just two of them. Consider a banknote that when you tried to use it, reported to whoever was in charge, the ruling party, how you were going to use it. That doesn't sound like a banknote I would want to use, and yet Bitcoin without privacy tools is something like that. But we can fight back. The first is called a coin join. This is a collaborative transaction where inputs are brought together and joined, and then there are various outputs to the transaction. And the key thing about a coin join transaction is that there are no links deterministically that can be discovered between a particular input and some particular output. So let's say when A, B, and C have coin joined together, and then we have these outputs, D, E, F, you can't tell, just looking at the blockchain, which input transactor owns or possesses which output. So they're kind of smeared together. This is privacy through obscurity, hiding in a crowd. Two important things to note about CoinJoin. First, this is not mixing. Mixing involves a central custodian controlling the units of money at some time and then dispersing it. This is more like cash, rather, because each transactor maintains possession of their own quantity of Bitcoin throughout, despite collaborating with others. The second thing to note is that because it's hiding in a crowd, the larger the crowd is, the better the hiding. So when more people do this kind of thing in multiple rounds of coin joining, privacy is enhanced. A second technique that can be used to achieve better privacy for Bitcoin right now is by routing payments through what's called the Lightning Network. This is a routing network where value is sent from one node to another, to another, to another. So imagine that you're node A and you're sending value to node E. You can do that through nodes B and D. And when E receives the value, E doesn't know or needn't know the originating node. It could have been D, or it could have been anybody connected to D. It could have been B, it could have been A. Just as with CoinJoin, there need not be a centralized custodian here. So those little intermediate nodes, say B and D, though they pass on the value, they're not actually allowed to take possession of it along the way, if you will. It's just a little package that the only thing they're allowed to do is to send on to the next node. So as with coin join, there is no central custodian, and it is not mixing. And as with coin joining, the more the merrier. Crowds enhance privacy.
So we've established that financial transactional privacy is a good thing. I think we all agree with that. If you imagine the offices of Congress scrutinizing your last 20 transactions, whatever kind, cash, PayPal, Visa card, and discussing what it says about you, the thought probably makes you a little bit squeamish. And so we should value privacy, and we should enhance privacy, and we should want to enhance privacy for others. We should think well of these tools that make Bitcoin more private. And there's a couple more reasons for that too. First of all, the people who you might want to discover using Bitcoin, that you might want outed, they're usually transacting in much larger amounts. And those large amounts are very hard to coin join. There's not a whole list of people who are willing to put in 1,000 Bitcoin for a coin join. Most people just don't send that much. There aren't Lightning nodes that can handle channels with large amounts of liquidity. So mostly the people that use these tools are people transacting with very small amounts of Bitcoin. They also tend to be people who are most afraid of their transactions being found out. According to estimates, somewhere between 65 and 75% of the world live under authoritarian regimes. And one of the things that I've learned since starting to research Bitcoin and how people use Bitcoin, especially in these countries, is that one of the first tools of authoritarians is to crack down financially. It's to block bank accounts, to start monitoring payments, and things like that. So people are trying to use Bitcoin to get around this, but even there, the governments can lean on these blockchain analysis companies to give them data about who's using Bitcoin, what they've discovered, and things like that, and can try to use that to identify and then punish protesters. So we can help by encouraging the use of these, and we can also help by using them ourselves. As Andrew said, the more people that are using CoinJoin, the more people that are using Lightning, the more private that makes those technologies for everyone else. So we ought to encourage, not punish, the use of Bitcoin privacy tools. We're out of time, but this is a very small part of one of the chapters of the book that we wrote with Craig Warmke, who spoke earlier in the Hash Handcuffs talk. This book is available outside for free at the book table. So if you're interested in Bitcoin privacy or censorship resistance, energy use, any of the other things that we talk about in the book, I encourage you to pick up a copy, and we'd be happy to talk to you about it. Thanks.
Wonderful. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Brett. Wonderful. So excited to announce this next section of the programming. It's titled Bitcoin is Freedom Money, and this is sponsored by the Human Rights Foundation. Over the next hour, you're going to witness a series of keynotes and lightning talks from human rights activists and advocates from all over the world. Kicking us off with a lightning talk keynote, Bitcoin is the most powerful human rights technology of the 21st century, is Alex Gladstein, Chief Strategy Officer of the Human Rights Foundation.
Thank you. Thanks so much, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here, and HRF is very proud to be bringing this particular aspect of the programming to you all today. So we got to start when we think about the idea of Bitcoin as a very powerful human rights tool, from the base case for most people, which is that they don't think it has really any use case at all. Constantly, we are confronted in the press and by different government officials from different countries and by academics saying that, Bitcoin really has no use case. I think most people, will acknowledge or admit some sort of speculative investment, but that's about it. And they haven't really understood that Bitcoin represents a fundamental shift in the way that money works around the world. And they have a tremendous, something that I basically call financial privilege that prevents them from seeing that the way they use money, at least here in countries like the United States and in places like Europe, is not the way most people on Earth use money. So this leads to very well-read, intelligent people, including The Atlantic about a year ago, saying that 15 years into its existence, Bitcoin has yet to demonstrate any serious use case. And this is just really head-in-the-sand thinking. And through my talk and through some conversations and talks with some remarkable human rights activists who've come here to be with you today to share how Bitcoin is revolutionizing their work, we're going to get to the bottom of this, and we're going to learn about so many different ways that Bitcoin is empowering people around the world. And again, the reason why so many people don't think too deeply about what Bitcoin does is because of this issue of financial privilege. Remember, very, very few people are born into a monetary economic system as most of us here were born into. This is sort of let's see, hold on a second. Let's see. There's something missing there, so I'll just go into the idea. Basically, only about 13% of the world's population has access to both a reserve currency, which is obviously, as you know, a currency strong enough that other governments would want it, and democracy, rule of law, and property rights. Okay, so only about 11–12% of the world has access to that, is born into that, is privileged with that. The other 87% or so of the people on this planet live in a place where they either have a collapsing economy with a terrible fiat currency or an authoritarian regime where they don't have free speech or rule of law. Like, that's the base case for most people on Earth. The average savings technology that the average person on this planet uses is either like collapsing paper notes, cattle, or sheet metal. Just think about that for a second. They don't have access to global markets. They can't buy Amazon stock. They can't buy NVIDIA stock. They don't have access to a diverse portfolio. They're completely cut off from a lot of the things here that we have that we use to save ourselves from inflation, basically. Like economists tell us, look, yes, it's true that the dollar is inflating every year, but at least, you don't save in the dollar. You save in the stock market and bonds, and of course you do. That's the way the economy works. But for most people in the world, that's not the way the economy works. Like, they don't have that access. So Bitcoin represents a fundamental new opportunity and a parallel system that's equal for anyone in the world. Like, anyone can join it. And that's just so profound, especially given that it's literally the best performing financial asset of the last 15 years. So not only are we talking about a technology that is delivering people out of whether it be hyperinflation or even just double-digit inflation or overnight currency devaluations, these things are so common all around the world. A few years ago, about 18 months ago, I was in Malawi, and I got there, and it's a country in southeastern Africa, and about a month before I got there, the country had a 44% overnight currency devaluation. This was overnight. No one had not been warned. Nobody voted on this. They weren't like, hey, who wants to lose 44% of their savings next Wednesday? And this never happened. And the country is, known as kind of a democracy. But this is the problem, is that monetary matters are almost never open to the public, never able to be voted on. They're always like some sort of backroom deal. And it's not like these people necessarily needed this kind of devaluation in the first place. Their government, in consultation with bodies like the IMF, may have judged that maybe the country needed a more competitive export system, and therefore the currency needed to be devalued, globally. But again, the people were not consulted. So this means all of a sudden, overnight, they could buy 44% less dollars, real estate, food, water, whatever. And that's the way our world works for so many people. And I think a lot of us are maybe a little oblivious to that. So we don't quite realize the incredibly powerful use case that Bitcoin has to protect people against that kind of basically theft, or in the case of a countrywide overnight unannounced currency devaluation, I would call that a crime against humanity. And no one's ever had protection against that, really, until now, until Bitcoin. We're also at an age of unprecedented financial surveillance. If you think about 20, 30 years ago, micro surveillance on the financial system of activists and opposition leaders was very hard to do because a lot of money was just analog. Like, a lot of people still used cash. Even checks are kind of hard to monitor. But as credit cards and now mobile payments have become really dominant, it's a world where money's gone from being a tool of basically some sort of freedom and privacy to a tool of control, where your transactions are leaked to huge global marketplaces, and governments are watching, and all different kinds of data brokers are watching and selling your stuff. So you have both surveillance capitalism and just government surveillance to worry about. And in that world, it's a lot easier for governments to spy on and know about what their adversaries are doing, right? So all over the world now, when an autocrat basically is sussing up his opponent, maybe a democracy protester or a civil rights group, an environmentalist group, labor leaders. I mean, one of the first things they do is freeze their bank accounts. This is just standard protocol for any dictator now. It wasn't 40 years ago or 30 years ago because the technology didn't really exist, but now it does. So you can see this everywhere from Hong Kong to Iran to Nicaragua to Russia. This is just like a matter of course. India, perhaps, is the world leader in this, and the Modi government is doing this to, again, everybody from Amnesty International to anti-slavery activists to literally the Indian National Congress, the party that Gandhi started. They all had their bank accounts frozen, to Greenpeace. So this is on the menu coming up for, again, any kind of autocratic leader, and sadly, even for some democratic leaders as well, have been seen to abuse this kind of power. So in the face of both essentially the idea of stealing from you through inflation and then stealing from you and targeting you specifically through censorship, we have a different way of doing things. So this is a pretty prominent post in the Bitcoin community and in the history of Bitcoin. This is from 2019, and there used to be an account that would make fun of Bitcoin called Buttcoin, and says there's not a single thing that Bitcoin can't do for retail that Apple Pay, doesn't already do. And this is kind of like the mindset of so many people. They're like, why would you go and use this absurd thing when you can just use Venmo or Apple Pay? And Zia, who's from Iran, and after this post actually has become a huge Bitcoin educator in the country, was imprisoned during the Masa Amini protests, and then was released miraculously. And I was able to meet him a few weeks ago, which was amazing. He comes in and just says, I can't use any of that stuff. But I can use Bitcoin. What do you have to say? And of course, the critic fell totally silent. So I think the important thing here, from a human rights and democracy perspective, is that with Bitcoin, the ability of these leaders to do these things is completely decimated. So it's so much harder for governments to track people if they use Bitcoin the right way, without linking their ID to it. Obviously, if you're self-custodying your Bitcoin, governments can't delete or freeze your stuff. And they certainly cannot hyperinflate you. So many people from these countries and so many other countries have essentially been saved or rescued because of this technology. And one of the things I want you to take away from this talk, and from all the things you're about to hear from speakers from basically authoritarian regimes, is that Bitcoin is bad for dictators. So we started to understand this at the Human Rights Foundation maybe 6 or 7 years ago. We initially interacted with this idea 10 years ago, in 2013, when Ukrainian protesters under the Yanukovych regime had their bank accounts frozen, and they wanted to do democracy work, which would later end up becoming Maidan Square. And they asked us to help them. And this was very early on in Bitcoin's life cycle. I mean, Bitcoin was worth like $100 at the time. We were very skeptical that this would work. But you know what? We were open-minded about it, and we tried it, and actually it did work. It got the value to them where, traditional money couldn't go. So our eyes were opened, and we started paying attention. And over the last decade, it has just been like a trickle turned into a deluge of human rights activists using this all over the world. I like to think about it as a parallel construct to encrypted messaging. So in 2010, very, very few global activists used encrypted messaging. Tools like Signal just didn't really exist in the form they exist in today. And then, of course, in 2020, 10 years later, everybody was using encrypted messaging, from musicians to politicians, et cetera, et cetera. So you're going to see the same thing happen with Bitcoin from 2020 to 2030. So 2020, not that many activists use Bitcoin. Very few global activists used it. Today, halfway through, a lot use it. By 2030, it will be just the standard currency of human rights activism, I think, without question. And you're starting to see that over the years. I mean, you had activists in Russia use Bitcoin because Putin would freeze their bank accounts. You would have activists in Nigeria use Bitcoin when the authorities froze their traditional fintech fundraising apps. You would have activists in Belarus for 5 years now have been using Bitcoin as an upgrade to what they used to have to do, which was so cash into their clothes and go over the border from European countries into Belarus to fund the movements. Now they can use Bitcoin. And again, this is something that we are insulated from. A lot of us come from these glowing places here where, again, only about 13% of the world's population are from, and the rest of the world is having to deal with this stuff all the time, is having to deal with the fact that money's a broken system for most people. It doesn't work as well as it does here. And even here, it's starting to break down, right? So whether you're in Venezuela, where people have been saved, there's people here at this conference who are saved. There's a man named Mauricio who's here now, who has an amazing story about how he fled Venezuela with Bitcoin, and it helped him both save his family and start a new career where he can help other people. You've got someone who I'm really privileged to be speaking to at the end of this session, Roya Mahbub from Afghanistan. She started almost 10 years ago doing this work, more than 10 years ago doing this work. And today she's able to educate women in Afghanistan using Bitcoin by paying underground schools and underground teachers to do the work that the Taliban says, you can't do. It's been like 1,500 days since girls could go to school there. But Bitcoin makes it possible. So in all these use cases I've been mentioning, whether it be, again, Belarus or Nigeria or Hong Kong or Afghanistan, just remember, dollars can't do that. You often, again, you hear people say, well, there's no use case for Bitcoin. Well, I'm telling you that all of the things that these people are doing with Bitcoin, it's impossible to use US dollars. Technologically, they just doesn't work. You cannot fund underground education for girls in Afghanistan with US dollars. It doesn't work. But you can use Bitcoin, and people are using it. People who fled Putin's invasion of Ukraine. Ukraine had one of the highest per capita participation rates in the Bitcoin economy before the invasion. A lot of them were able to bring their savings with them when they had to flee, and that allowed them, an easier way to resettle. There's also groups just helping, inside Ukraine. We had a remarkable presentation at our Oslo Freedom Forum conference a few weeks ago by a Ukrainian group that's using Bitcoin to help people resettle inside the country. And even in the darkest corners of the world, this thing is shining a light. So people who escaped North Korea, 70% of them are women. They're often pulled into different trafficking schemes. And what ends up happening is, basically, they have to be individually rescued. And it's very hard to use US dollars to do that. But Yeonmi Park, who's a survivor of the North Korean system, spoke out about this a few years ago with me on stage at a Bitcoin conference and talked about how Bitcoin is making their life, so much easier on that. So these are just some basic takeaways for you just to think about as you listen to the stories that are going to come next, that Bitcoin cannot discriminate. Its users don't need a bank account. Its users can't be denied based on their nationality or identity. And in the words of the philosophers who preceded me, maybe Bitcoin isn't for everyone. That's fine. Maybe it's not for you, but it is for anyone, and that's quite important. This is some of the data that Professor Krebs shared this morning. I just think it's sort of undeniable that this is not a fad. This is a growing global trend. You've got, at one point or another, people owning Bitcoin, 10, 20, 30% of entire countries. So this thing is happening, and it's super important that we pay attention to it. And I would submit to you that, again, it's a super positive transformation of our global monetary system, which just doesn't help a lot of people. A lot of people around the world are left in the cold by the monetary system, and this thing's coming in, and it's helping people where no NGO is willing to go, where the Red Cross can't go, where the UN's refusing to go, where sometimes foreign policy of different countries prevents it from helping people. This thing is helping people everywhere. And again, you'll hear from people in, whether it be Nicaragua or Palestine, people coming up to talk about this later. It is a light in the darkest of places. I think it helps people have a credible escape from the central bank digital currency end game. Essentially, it's like a way out of that. And I think at the end of the day, when we talk about being American and American values, we can think about what do dictators think about Bitcoin as money? And the answer is they don't like it very much. So the Chinese Communist Party has banned Bitcoin as money. You can't exchange it for RMB freely. And Putin has banned it as a means of payment inside Russia. So they may try to use it for other use cases, but as far as their citizens using Bitcoin as money, they do not want this. So that should tell you something. Why are dictators so afraid of this thing? Because they need censorship, confiscation, and closed capital markets. But what is Bitcoin and what is America? Free speech, property rights, and open capital markets. We should have no problem with this technology. In fact, I think it will usher in a new, I think, kind of almost like a golden age for America, where our system will be vastly improved by this, whereas it's super bad news for totalitarian regimes and dictators. Here's evidence. This was a few years ago in Venezuela. The regime was trying to block aid from coming in to help the opposition and to help all the people suffering from hyperinflation, and they were able to block the traditional aid coming in. What you don't see in the photo are the millions of dollars of Bitcoin going back and forth that they weren't able to stop. So, the Rubicon has been crossed. The world has changed. And I think it for the better for all of these people. This is a photo I took in Malawi. Again, if you're just sitting there and your money can be devalued overnight by 44%, something's wrong with that system, right? And when we talk about we want to be the change we want to see in the world, look, I'll admit to you as a longtime human rights activist that a lot of the activism is virtue signaling, right? Like free this country on Twitter, what's that really going to do? Not a whole lot. But if you can teach somebody how to use Bitcoin and achieve property rights and financial freedom and free speech for themselves and for their family, for their communities, man, that's real impact. So, that's why I'm submitting to you that pound for pound, helping people how to use Bitcoin. The work that a lot of you are doing here to just promote Bitcoin as this big open monetary network, regardless of whether you're involved in the investment side or the mining side or the policy side, you're all working for Bitcoin, and you're all pushing forward this thing that I really think is the most effective form of human rights activism. And that's why we do what we do at the Financial Freedom Program at HRF. we do it because it's money that dictators can't stop. And the last thing that David specifically mentioned, I should say, which I'm happy to say, is that Bitcoin is free of money, but crypto is not. This is really important. Crypto, thank you. Crypto has use cases. Stablecoins are useful. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, if I lived in Lebanon or Nigeria, yeah, I would want the US dollar. I understand. They're not freedom money, though. They can be censored. They can be rugged. They can go to zero. They can be sanctioned. All this stuff. Like, they're not free. They don't actually give people free speech and property rights. In fact, they're growing the role of the state. So just keep that in mind. And everything else, I mean, you know, the system and the rules of all those other tokens are controlled by a handful of people. It's not something where you can have real sovereignty. So this is super important as you move forward. Just remember this. Like, let's be specific when we talk about these things. Crypto is not a helpful term because it's like, are you talking about Fartcoin? Really? Okay. Or are you talking about Dogecoin? Oh, or you're talking about Shiba Inu coin, or you know, whatever it is. It's just like not a helpful term. Let's just be specific. If you want to talk about Solana, talk about Solana. If you want to talk about Circle, talk about Circle. If you want to talk about Tether, talk about Tether. If you want to talk about Bitcoin, talk about Bitcoin. So let's be specific and let's push this thing forward. And please open your ears and join me as we welcome these incredible activists on stage where they're going to teach you how they're using this thing. And I hope you enjoy it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all of you. My name is Leopoldo Lopez. In the year 2000, I was elected mayor of Caracas. I was re-elected in the year 2004. And in the year 2008, when I was running for higher office, I was simply banned to run for office, unable to continue. I decided to start a movement alongside with many other people, most of them young, but also community leaders, union leaders. And we grew to the point that in the year 2014, January of 2014, alongside with different leaders, including Maria Corina Machado, we called the people to the streets because Maduro had stolen his first stolen election in the year 2013. And people came out. People came out by the thousands, and many of us ended up in prison. So I spent the next 7 years of my life in prison. 4 of them in solitary confinement in the military prison of Ramo Verde. Then I was sent to house arrest. Then I called for protests again, and I was sent back to military prison. Then back to house arrest, from where I escaped, and spent a year and a half at the Spanish embassy. And at the end of the year 2020, I made a decision that I never wanted to make. I had to leave my country. And now I am free, but partly free because I cannot go back to my country like thousands of other people around the world that cannot go back to their country. Why am I here today talking to you? Because I believe in Bitcoin. And I not only believe in Bitcoin and the possibility it has to change lives and movements, but that we have seen it. Year 2020, let me go back to a picture that Alex showed. Alex showed a picture of the year 2019. 2019, we tried to take humanitarian aid into Venezuela through Colombia, through the borders. The regime blocked the border, sent the military, and then set on fire the humanitarian aid that was coming in, with the support from the US government, from Colombia, from Chile, from many other governments that had sent tons of humanitarian aid. It was impossible to bring it. Then came 2020. It was COVID. At the time, we had the interim government in Venezuela. We had the support of the US government, and we had a problem, like everybody else. We had COVID, and we had a challenge, how to support the people at the front lines, nurses and medical doctors. So we came up with the possibility of doing it through stablecoins. And we were able to get the first ever OFAC license to support a transaction in a stablecoin. And we were able to support directly at the front lines almost 70,000 medical doctors and nurses. And we have continued to provide that support to different people, different organizations, activists, and people who are on the ground. So we have seen how this works. And now I know that this is also a challenge that not only Venezuela has, but many other countries. And when I talk about many other countries, it's really most of the countries in the world, because 72% of the world's population live under some sort of autocratic regime. So most of the people are facing the challenges that you have been listening to throughout the day. Financial restriction, censorship, impossibility to move, and to confront autocratic regimes. So in the year 2022, we started a movement, global movement called the World Liberty Congress. The idea of the World Liberty Congress is to bring together democracy defenders, freedom activists from all over the world with a common dream: to be free, to be free. And to be free, the only way to be is to live in a democracy. It is not possible to be free if you don't live in a democracy. So this is a movement of more than 56 countries that are represented: Africa, Middle East, Eastern Europe, Central Asia, Latin America. Where there are dictatorships, we are bringing together the people who are at the front lines. Some of us are in exile, others are still in country. So where do we see this fight going and this technology coming alongside with us? Because it's not just Bitcoin, it's also other possibilities of open source technology. And that's why I want to end up talking to you about this concept of decentralized democratic resistance, which is the convergence of people, which need to be the beginning and the end of everything we do. But people need not just an idea to mobilize, but they need resources. And those resources, as we said before, can cross borders without being stopped through Bitcoin and stablecoins. And we have done it, and it can be done at a huge level. In this building, USAID used to have its offices. Now it's not here. Now the humanitarian challenge is how to support across the borders. Well, getting people in poor countries a direct cash transfer through stablecoin is one way of providing direct humanitarian aid. But it's not just resources, it's also communications. In my country, Venezuela, Maduro stole the election in the year 2024. Right after that, a week after he stole the election, he shut down X. So he weaponized social media. If you have social media on your WhatsApp or on your phone and you're checked in a checkpoint in Venezuela, you can go to prison. Yesterday, a young woman, 26 years old, she was imprisoned 6 months ago, and she was sentenced yesterday for 10 years just because she had a message on her WhatsApp that the dictatorship didn't like. So it's not just funds, it's also communication. And that's where Nostr comes in. Because Nostr, like Bitcoin, is a protocol that is decentralized, that nobody can stop, that nobody can control. There is no switching from another country that can do what happened to the X in Venezuela, or it could happen to WhatsApp, or it could happen to any other technology. But also, it's AI. AI, as we all know, is powerful, but it's powerful as a tool for those of us who fight at the front lines. So our view of decentralized democratic resistance is the convergence of people, Bitcoin, Nostr, and AI, which is people, free money, free speech, and free and ideas that can go beyond any limit. So I invite any of you to think of Bitcoin and these technologies not just as a way to save, and not just as something that is happening within the United States or Europe. It has a tremendous impact in countries like Venezuela and beyond, and it can have a much more impact if everybody engage in these technologies as freedom technologies. Thank you very much.
I have such an immense privilege today, which is to be able to share a conversation with a dear friend who I've known for a few years now, Fadi. Fadi, you've had an incredible life and a really interesting story. The only question I can think is fitting to start is, who are you and how did you wind up on stage here?
Thank you, David. Before I start, can we give David and everybody at BPI a round of applause for everything they have done?
Thank you.
Thank you. So my name is Fadi Al-Salamin. I'm a fellow here at BPI. And my story with Bitcoin started really with because of my activism on anti-corruption and pro-democracy within Palestine. I started around the Arab Spring, and the idea was for me, I've been lucky to come to the US, study at US institutions, learn how things are done in a way that benefits everybody. And I came from a very poor background, in Hebron, in the West Bank. So I tried to push some of what I've learned in this country back to the community I came from. And I realized that corruption was a very serious issue, and I started probably the largest anti-corruption campaign in the history of Palestine, with millions of people following it on social media. And about 10 years later, I realized, okay, I've pissed off a couple of people. One of them is obviously the president. He really was very angry with everything I did try to kill me a couple of times. But before that, he weaponized the banking system against me. Overnight, I found myself accused of a whole array of crimes, all manufactured because of my activism. My bank account was shut down over there, and I had no access to any of my funds. And that's when I met Alex Gladstein from the Human Rights Foundation, who said, okay, yes, you were very stupid to do it that way. Here's a few other interesting ways. Let's talk about Bitcoin. So that was really the first exposure that I got with Bitcoin, and that's why I'm active in this space. It's really because of the journey that I had, which pushed me to want to give back to my community. And now I realize, okay, there's more to this than just a way to tip the balance of power from a dictator or an authoritarian president who wants to weaponize the banking system against you. Let's look a little further. So the other reason why I think Bitcoin is very important for Palestinians is Palestinians do not have a central bank, and what's worse than not having having a government through a central bank control your money is having another government control your money. And so there's no control over monetary policy, inflation, or anything like this. So, and you are forced to use the Israeli currency because of a protocol called the Paris Protocols, which is an agreement that says you are not allowed to have a central bank. You must use the Israeli shekel. So if the United States wanted to send $100 million in aid to the Palestinians, that money has to go to the Israeli central bank. It must be converted in Israeli shekel. 4.5% to 5% of it is deducted as a fee, and then the rest of the money is sent in the form of a local currency that has to be used. There are all kinds of issues with that. If you're following the news, because of the tension, obviously, between the Palestinians and the Palestinian Authority and the Israeli government, when Palestinian banks have a lot of shekels and they want to send it back, sometimes they're told, no, we're not taking the shekels back. You just hold on to it for the next couple months because we don't want to affect our currency valuation. And so that's the second reason. And now, and I'm sure everybody's aware of the war in Gaza, I never thought that Bitcoin would be the thing that would make me feel human again. And I never thought of it in this way. I've lived in Washington on and off for almost 20 years, built a lot of friendships and relationships here, and I found myself completely useless and not being able to offer anything to the people in Gaza, not being able to save lives or do anything at all. And the one thing that has made me feel somewhat useful is the ability to send Bitcoin directly to people on the ground where they could buy their day-to-day needs, or to get themselves out, to get their kids and a family from Gaza into Egypt. And so on a macro scale, this got me thinking, okay, I don't have to deal with the banks. The banks have been destroyed. There's no cash to go to. There's no ATM to access anyways. But I can sit here and literally send anybody in Gaza using a wallet, whether it's Aqua or Moon or anything like this, within minutes, enough money for them to buy flour or food and so forth. But sometimes in crisis, there's always an opportunity. And I started working with a group of people on this, some here in Washington, Palestinians, and others who are close to the administration. And the idea is, okay, why don't we just skip an entire chapter in the financial development of the Palestinians and go straight to building a complete circular economy?
Because you were telling me earlier that even with Bitcoin, there are still, like you said, people are opportunists in time of crisis, and the people that are helping facilitate these Bitcoin for flour payments are sometimes taking exorbitant cuts out of the middle.
Yeah, 30%, sadly. In war, there's always people.
30%?
Yep. If you send $100, 30% will go to the person who changes it from Bitcoin to USDT and then into cash if that's what you need. Or if you pay somebody else who will take the Bitcoin or USDT, 30% of the value just disappears.
But you think there's a way around this?
Yes. The way around it is to say, okay, we've raised, we have right now, through the groups that I'm working with, about $150 million to send as aid to food, health, hospitals, and so forth. And this is coordinated with governments that are on the ground, meaning coordinated in the sense that they're willing to approve it and let it go through. But my idea is I want a complete circular Bitcoin economy in Palestine where I don't have to deal with the 30% guys. I don't have to deal with the banks. I don't have to deal with the corruption guys who want their cut regardless of how bad times are. And that's where I see the opportunity, by encouraging more people to adopt it firsthand, and then skip the whole entire chapter from banking, instead of just rebuilding the banks, rebuilding the ATMs, and so forth. No, just skip all of that and go straight to adopting a Bitcoin circular economy.
And obviously, you don't want to compromise people's privacy or things like that, but I want you to give the audience, if you can, a sense of scale, right? I think the first time that something like this happened in public view was the invasion of Ukraine. The banks shut down, and still the Ukrainian government was able to raise tens of millions of dollars virtually overnight in Bitcoin and stable coins. This has also been happening in Gaza. But I think gotten a lot less attention. I know you've been involved. There's a bunch of people that have been facilitating this. How much of a role do you think Bitcoin and stablecoins have played in, like you said, either helping people pay for staple food or paying for people to flee to places like Egypt?
In my world, it's literally the only thing that I think about and talk about when it comes to sending money. I know it's less so in other places, but it's also now unlike Ukraine, we're literally forced to use Bitcoin and stablecoin because the other option is not even available anymore, right? The banks don't exist, the ATM machines are not available. There is a little bit of a technology, if the internet works sometimes, which is using something similar to Zelle, but you still have to get funds from outside onto, over there. I think more and more people, even Palestinians who've left the country and live in Dubai or live in other places, their entire strategy to coming back to Palestine or to Gaza is around developing companies and technologies that work within the Bitcoin and stablecoin space in order to, make their way back. So even the line of thinking, the entire population is realigned entirely to move away from the traditional financial tools and stay in the Bitcoin space.
Well, Fadi, I really appreciate you sharing your story and your insights with our audience today. And this phenomena of Bitcoin circular economies, we've seen these pop up in South America and Africa. And I have a feeling this is going to be, when you take on a project, you execute at a massive scale. And I'm really looking forward to seeing the development of a Bitcoin circular economy in the West Bank. So thank you.
Thank you, David. Thank you, guys.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Berta Valle. I am an activist from Nicaragua. And I would like to share my personal story today with you. In April 2018, the Nicaraguan people took the street to protest against Daniel Ortega. And the way that the regime reacted was by killing more than 350 people, mostly students. They imprisoned thousands of Nicaraguans that participated in the protest and also forced thousands of Nicaraguans into exile. We began to see a crackdown of the civic space. The regime started imposing illegal laws to stop dissidents. And on June 3rd that year, 2018, my husband, Felix Maradiaga, received a message announcing that our bank accounts were frozen and his organization was confiscated. So I want you to imagine for a moment that suddenly, in seconds, the government takes away your assets, your life savings, everything that you were building, it's gone. And that same month, in June 2018, I was forced into exile with our daughter, my mother-in-law, because of the persecution. Felix remained in the country, and he decided to be part of the opposition movement. He accepted the nomination to run as a presidential candidate by the Blue and White movement to challenge Daniel Ortega in the national elections that were supposed to be held in 2021. But what happened is that the regime, again, imposed adverse conditions. The regime prevented him to mobilize freely in the country, so the team did the impossible to carry a clandestine campaign. And without the access of banking accounts, it was even harder. Even donors, private donors, friends that wanted to support the campaign could go into prison just because of helping him. Later, in June 2021, only 4 months before the national elections, my husband, Felix Maradiaga, was arbitrarily detained by the Ortega's regime. He stood for 611 days under inhumane conditions. He was not allowed to have any reading or writing material, not even a Bible. And it was not only him. Every presidential candidate was also arbitrarily detained, together with student leaders, peasant leaders, women leaders of the women movements, any dissidents that wanted to step up to power was in prison. And while that happened, I started an international campaign to advocate for the release of Felix and more than 200 political prisoners in Nicaragua. And it was during that time that I met Alex Glasting at the Human Rights Foundation in an event, and he told me that they were having a meeting with Bitcoiners to speak about Bitcoin. And I initially attended and didn't fully understand the technical part, but I quickly realized that if I had known about Bitcoin earlier, the Ortega's dictatorship would not have been able to confiscate us and take away our assets. So this led me to become a Bitcoin educator for activists and human rights defender through the World Liberty Congress and the Nicaraguan Freedom Foundation. And then this picture is part of the miracle that I received, that's the way I call it, when in February 8, 2023, thanks to a humanitarian effort of the United States, which accepted 222 political prisoners from Nicaragua to come to the US, and they were relieved and our family was reunited again. As a result of this action, the Ortega's regime did what nobody have done, at least in the Americas, which was taking away the citizenship of more than 300 Nicaraguans, all of them part of the opposition movement. And now we became stateless. So I can say that Bitcoin has helped me to be resilient, even as a woman in exile, a journalist, a human rights defender, a stateless person, because it have inspired me to help others that are living and suffering the same situation that I was in. Because I believe Bitcoin is a force for good because it is a technology of freedom. Recently, last year, in September 2024, Ortega deported 35 political prisoners. And they were being held in Guatemala, that was the country that received them, and were initially supported by human rights organizations. However, because of the closure of USAID aid, crucial resources and funding were cut, so these people were in very critical condition. So our group stepped in, we educate them about Bitcoin, and with the support of the Reynolds Foundation, FEDI app, and the Human Rights Foundation, we were able to purchase supermarket cards with Bitcoin, and we sent it to them, and they could buy food that was something urgent to attend, with minimal fees and within seconds. And I share this story because this is the evidence on how human rights defenders and activists that have been suffering repressions are now being helped by this technology that is Bitcoin. We are also working with different communities. For example, the political prisoners and also ex-political prisoners that have been released. We are working with evangelical pastors in Cuba, refugees and stateless individuals, youth leaders in Cambodia, women movement leaders in Central America, diaspora civil society organizations. And as Leopoldo Lopez mentioned, also through the World Liberty Congress, we are exploring so many possibilities where Bitcoin can be a life-saving. It is also, for me, gratifying to say that we are also sharing our experience with humanitarian organizations such as the National Endowment for Democracy and the International Republican Institute. And I have found a very open mind and audience to explore the potential of Bitcoin. So to close, I would like to give some recommendation which from our work, it's very important. The first thing is to encourage humanitarian organizations to test Bitcoin as a complementary tool for delivery support, especially in context of repression, exile, and financial surveillance. Second, invest in grassroots education and prioritize training programs tailored for vulnerable communities, especially those excluded from the traditional bank system, such as stateless people, exile, and civil society leaders. And finally, support digital tools that allow individuals to receive and manage resources securely, privately, and through a simple and user-friendly interface. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Anna Chuhovich, and I'm an activist in exile. And for 8 years, I have been managing finances at Alexei Navalny's Anti-Corruption Foundation, the leading opposition power in Russia. And at the ACF, we constantly faced financial repressions when working in Russia. Our bank accounts were frozen, our funds seized, and financial censorship became just another tool the Russian regime used to silence us. So back in 2016, the ACF turned to Bitcoin. It became our financial lifeline, helping us receive donations, make payments, and continue operating in Russia when our bank accounts were frozen by Russian authorities. Here you can see the picture on the screen of our bank accounts being frozen. And today we operate in exile, but Bitcoin still remains a crucial tool in our daily financial operations, with over a quarter of our budget circulating in Bitcoin. Russian citizens still support us. They send us Bitcoin donations, but those donations must remain private and anonymous, because helping us is very dangerous. For a single donation from Russia to our organization, a Russian citizen will face up to 8 years of imprisonment. That is why, when receiving donations from our Russian supporters, we use technologies that provide privacy layers for those donations. We use technologies like CoinJoin to protect our donors, to protect their identities from being exposed to the Russian government. We also use Bitcoin to send financial aid to Russia to support political prisoners and their families, to support political activists who keep fighting against the regime inside the country. And it's not possible to do it with the banking system, because Russia is now under global financial sanctions and the entire country is being cut off from the international banking system. It's physically not possible to send money to Russia anymore. That is why we use Bitcoin for that. And I personally paid with Bitcoin when we had to pay for Alexei Navalny's funeral service in Moscow. And this is not just our story. Today, over 70% of global population live under some form of authoritarian rule. And all dictators use the same playbook. When they cannot shut down your organization, when they cannot silence your voice, they freeze your bank accounts. And after everything I'd experienced, I realized that I could help other activists who face the same struggles. This is why I decided to start assisting the Human Rights Foundation educational program for activists. We launched our first Bitcoin webinar just a year ago, and today we host up to 130 students at a time from more than 50 countries. After I experienced financial repressions in Russia, I designed the program for activists and nonprofits specifically to address their unique challenges and risks they're facing in their work. And it's not just activists who need this education, it's also the organizations and the people trying to help them. Because when the charity abroad tries to send financial aid to activists who work and fight against their oppressive regimes on the ground, these bank wire transfers just get blocked by oppressive governments. Funds seized, and even worse, the activists get labeled as foreign agents and they face criminal charges. That is why I'm proud to mention that organizations like the National Endowment for Democracy and Amnesty International came to us to learn about Bitcoin and its potential. In addition to the webinars, I also provide offline education. I provide offline workshops for human rights defenders globally. And I see a significant shift. It's no longer a surprise to see my Bitcoin workshop at the Human Rights Conference. Because everyone is starting to understand now that financial freedom is essential to all other freedoms. For example, just a month ago at the Oslo Freedom Forum, my Bitcoin workshop was attended by 60 activists. And now even universities are paying attention. I taught students at MIT and the University of Virginia, where Bitcoin as a freedom tool becoming a significant subject of academic research. But this is what I actually worry about right now. When we talk about Bitcoin regulations, especially here in America, it is important to remember that the policy that is enacted here sets the standard globally. Developers now are afraid to build privacy-focused tools, those tools that are very important for people like me, for activists, because those developers are afraid of persecution. If we regulate Bitcoin as a speculative asset only, Bitcoin, we're killing its humanitarian potential. And for people like me, it's not about making profit, it's about survival. And so the regulators and the policymakers in this room, I would like to urge you to understand that the human impact that you make with your decisions makes direct impact to people like me. And if you may not see the people that you are affecting with your decisions, but they exist. They are the Afghan women who fund underground schools for girls, the Venezuelan opposition leaders and activists in exile who provide financial aid to doctors across the borders in Venezuela, the Russian activists who speak the truth and risk their lives for doing that. So this is why it is vital that you support Bitcoin infrastructure and privacy-focused tools, because every restriction here can enable repression somewhere else. So if you're new to Bitcoin, if you never used this technology before and you would like to learn how to use it, I would like to invite you to my upcoming webinar and to a workshop today at 3 p.m. here, where I will teach you how to use Bitcoin. I will teach you the basics of Bitcoin. I will tell you more stories of activists using it globally, and you will receive your first Bitcoin transaction. I hope to see you there. Thank you.
Right. Thank you all so much. We're going to wrap up the Freedom Hour here with my dear friend Roya. Some of my friends earlier were very kind in thanking me, so now it's my turn to thank you as the person who really helped me see the freedom value in Bitcoin. So thank you for being here, Roya. Let's give a big, huge round of applause for Roya.
Thank you.
So when I first met you, I didn't know you were like a Bitcoin user. I knew you had been helping women become entrepreneurs and earn money for their time and labor in Afghanistan and learn about technology, and that you were liberating them in their minds with new ideas and dreams for the future through all the work that you did, which some people here may know of, and we'll get to that later. But what I'm really curious about is when you first started using Bitcoin, how much was one Bitcoin?
It was around $100.
$100, okay. So she was operationally using Bitcoin to pay her staff of her company that employed women in Afghanistan back in 2013. At a time when few people believed in the technology, right? It was worth about $100. That's what the world valued one Bitcoin at. Obviously, you know, it's done pretty well since then. It's $100,000 now. So what about it back then made you believe that it could work? Or what about it sort of forced you to use it? You know, why couldn't the other options work at that time for you?
Sure. Thank you very much, Alex, and thank you very much from Bitcoin Pulse Summit for having me here. It's back in a time when we had a company and we had hundreds of the women who started working for my company, and companies grow, and we built a platform called Women X with my partner, business partner in New York. And the idea is that we hiring the women as a bloggers and programmers, and we can pay them. And I wanted that the women get their financial independence, and especially in technology, like hiring them. But there was an issue. Many of these women didn't have a bank account. And it wasn't only about Afghanistans. I mean, at that time, 85% of the Afghan population didn't trust the bank, and they didn't have bank account, and they're using Hawala system. But it wasn't only about Afghanistans. Around 740 million women around the world, that specifically, mostly in South Asia, they don't have bank account. Either they don't have an ID, or because of poverty, or because there is no traditional banking system, or they don't know about the financial system. But specifically for Afghanistan at the time, it was about social barriers, and many of the men likes to control the women's lives, and especially through the finance.
So if you tried to pay them in cash, the male relatives would take it.
Yes.
And they wouldn't let them open a bank account, but they had phones.
Yes,
And
they had a phone.
They could use like Facebook, or they could get a Bitcoin wallet, right?
Yes. At that time, because we have to deposit the money in the mail account, and the men usually take the money, and you cannot do anything about that. And they were looking at the mobile money, which was M-Pesa at the time. It started in Afghanistan, but it wasn't really implemented in the whole country, so we had an issue. So we have to use the Hawala system, but again, Hawala, it was very male-dominated. Again, they have to send their men to take the money. And we heard about Bitcoin, and that's how we implemented the Bitcoin to paying the women.
And it must have been such a roller coaster, because you start using it, Bitcoin starts the year at 30, 40, 50 bucks, gets to 100 bucks, gets to 800 bucks, gets to $1,200, and then it crashes, spectacularly over the following months, all the way back down to $200. So you do the right thing. She makes everybody whole who she had paid at the dollar rate at what they should have earned. But you couldn't get it out of your mind, the Bitcoin thing, even though it maybe wasn't going to work at that point for your business, perhaps because of how volatile it was. You told me that you couldn't get this out of your mind, that there could be money that women could actually control. So you started using it in the Digital Citizen Fund, right? You started teaching women about that. So, tell us about that era, let's say 2014 to 2021. What were some of your biggest highlights working with Bitcoin during that time?
Sure. After the collapse of the Bitcoin, when it was crashing in end of the 2013, we started to using Foundation Digital Citizen Fund to empowering young women to get access to the digital literacy and financial literacy. We're teaching the young women to learn about basic things, how to work with a computer, to level that they learn about blockchain, they learn about Bitcoin, they learn about robotics. And we helped more than 24,000 so far that they get in our programs.
24,000?
Yes.
Amazing.
From Science 2014. We also built in 13 technology centers, which in each of our centers, our financial literacy was our program that we're teaching the Bitcoin. And the idea is that obviously at that time, it was, you get a lot of critique for using the Bitcoin. People call you, you do fraud and all of these things. But I think that the problem was about education. Many people don't know how to use a Bitcoin, and we decided to provide this education. That's why we put it in our programs, financial literacy, and Bitcoin was part of that. We provide this training for these young women to learn about cryptocurrency, but specifically about Bitcoin.
And two of the stories you told me, which I thought were most amazing from that era, where one was a woman who worked for you, who had to flee Afghanistan because of political violence and fear with her family. They ended up going through Iran, through Turkey, made it to Europe, and she was able to take her seed phrase with her and start a new life in Germany. And over that period of time, Bitcoin increased in value pretty dramatically, and it's just amazing. It's like a seed that grew into a tree. Same thing with one of your siblings, your sister, Elaha. What Roya told me, which was pretty amazing, was that at the time Elaha was basically, at the time when you were paying the women in Bitcoin, it's not like the merchants all accepted Bitcoin, right? Very early. So Elaha would buy the Bitcoin from them, and then they would have cash, right? And then she saved the Bitcoin and ended up financing her education at Cornell with it, which was amazing. So I thought those were two cool stories from that time.
Yes, I mean, she accepted at university. She got a little bit of scholarship, but she has to pay the rest of that. And she sold the Bitcoin, and
but she sold it in like 2018 or so. Yes, so she had saved it. It had gone up very dramatically. And this is what you told me, that it allows. This is a technology that allows people to bypass the barriers that are holding folks back. And I guess you said you couldn't get it out of your mind for that reason, right?
Yes, it's representative of the freedom, agency, and identity, especially for the women who were for a long time excluded from the financial economy.
Then one thing you told me when I was interviewing you for a story that I wrote that became part of my book, Check Your Financial Privilege. She's one of the characters in it. You told me that in early 2021, you were kind of getting some weird vibes about, let's say, the American, let's say, occupation of Afghanistan. Even though it had been really great for women in many ways, you weren't sure how long it was going to last, and you basically were trying to convince your parents to buy some Bitcoin so that if they had to leave, they could take some of their money with them. But that didn't work out, right?
No, my mom didn't trust it.
So sadly, August 2021, the U.S. system collapses. The Taliban take over Kabul, and the entire economy essentially just collapses and gets closed down, except for people like you who were able to still move money back and forth because you understood Bitcoin, and anyone who did understand it was free, even though everything was collapsing all around them. It worked. And that to me is just amazing. Like even in the times of the craziest conflict and war, this thing still works. So that was shocking, right?
Yes, I mean, when the Taliban took over, as you mentioned, that the banking system was collapsed, and many of the people also who worked for the government previously, their banking account was freezing by private bank, either by the list that the Taliban provide, or by the bank that they feel that they didn't want that to get the Taliban's angry, so they freezing all those accounts. So the people basically did, it wasn't only the politician or military, but also the civil society, the women activists, that they lost their access to their own money just because they work for the freedom, democracy, and then getting their financial access. So their money was. When the bank is freezing their account, it was a message for these women that their work, their services, and their future, it doesn't matter anymore, and they get punished socially and also economically just because they wanted to have a better lives. And yeah, I mean, at that time, Bitcoin and stablecoins were the only ways of the lifetime for many of the younger generation who had access to the digital scales, and they had access to cryptocurrency that we could send the money to them because the bank is collapsed. The Western Union didn't work. MoneyGram didn't work. And it was very difficult to send the money. Even the Hawala system at the time worked, but the Taliban started to control the Hawala system. And today, Hawala system should report every transaction to the Taliban. And the only ways that you can right now have your ways to send to Afghanistan's money is cryptocurrency. Even we thought that the Taliban is banned the cryptocurrency because they cannot have control on the...
Like all dictators.
Yeah.
They don't like something they can't control.
Exactly.
So how many days has it been since women girls were able to go to school in Afghanistan?
It's 1,380 days that the girls cannot go to the schools today. The Taliban banned educations and restricted the women's movement. Not only education, but also women don't have access to the work. They cannot have access to justice, and they cannot have access to healthcare. And we are talking about half of the population, almost 20 million people, which right now they are living in open prison by Taliban, which is a gender apartheid regime.
And but you're able to use Bitcoin to fund the underground education, which is amazing. Dollars just don't work.
Yes.
It's not like you can send a bank wire or PayPal. You're able to start new initiatives using Bitcoin, like comic books and even businesses. So this is providing like a completely new opportunity where before the door was closed, right?
Exactly, and thanks to the HRF that they are supporting our Zola program and also comic books. We really appreciate it, and we're getting some support for our underground education centers. That's the way that we can send the female. They don't have a bank account, but they can simply get paid if they have a wallet and internet access.
It's amazing. I mean, I think most people here are surprised to learn that Bitcoin is this basically this feminist tool. It's probably not what they thought it was, right? And that's the neat thing about it is the more you learn about it, the more you realize that it might be something different from what your original perception of it is. So I hope that's one thing you all can take away. So just to finish, I wanted to. I personally am shilling Roya's movie. She's not. I am. So Roya was the subject of an amazing movie that just came out recently. It's not a documentary. It's a film about her and her life. It's called Rule Breakers. Obviously, as you can see, it's done super well on Rotten Tomatoes, and with people love it. I watched it with my family. It's incredible. Roya's played by the actress in the middle, and it's the story of how it really centered around the time when you were building and training the girls' robotics team and the journey it took and getting into the United States and going to competitions and just how this was completely impossible and you made it happen. It's an awesome movie, and it is a good reminder of what a hero you are to so many. So thank you so much for being here, and keep doing what you're doing. Thank you, Roya.
Thank you.
Wonderful. If you didn't know it before, now you do. Bitcoin is freedom money. Thank you again to the Human Rights Foundation, Alex, and everyone over there. They're wonderful partners. And let's hear another round of applause for Human Rights Foundation. Thank you guys so much. I'm really excited about the next couple of keynotes we have coming up. The next section is called Practical Bitcoin Policy, Ideas for the United States. We will hear from Andrew Hones, CEO of New Market Capital and Battery Finance, with the talk titled America Wins with Bitcoin. Interesting. We'll also hear from Yael Lazowski. Yael is a fellow at the Bitcoin Policy Institute. He's also the deputy director of the Consumer Choice Center, and he has some breaking news for us this morning. This afternoon. Let's welcome Yael to the stage.
All right. Hello, everybody. How are we doing? My name is Yael. I am a consumer advocate, a government skeptic, and a Bitcoiner. And as much as I'd love to say that I can Bitcoin all day long and no one will care, it's not really the case anymore. Because Bitcoiners probably don't care about the government, but the government cares about them. Just look at basically any of the agencies. Look at the federal laws. Look at all of the orders. Look at the lawsuits. Look at the detentions. Bitcoiners are now front and center in many of the political debates about our money, about our future economy, and about financial freedom. So it's very quick. I'd like to go through a congressional guide to Bitcoin policy. Some of the things that we can do that are quick and dirty and easy on behalf of not industry, not legacy banks, but average Bitcoiners like you and me who use the protocol and try to be the best that we can be as users of the greatest sovereign protocol known to man. So we have the mother of all bad ideas, the Bank Secrecy Act. This limits not only exchanges, but banks. There are suspicious activity reports that must be filed. Agencies are now using blockchain analytics to screen the wallets attached to different cryptocurrency exchanges and brokerages. And we've seen now that Bitcoin and Bitcoin developers have been put in the crosshairs because of the Bank Secrecy Act, because of the need to have money transmission licenses. Now, what are the reforms that we can easily do right now? Simple. Start, exempt all non-custodial, decentralized Bitcoin projects from the Bank Secrecy Act. Pass Tom Emmer's Blockchain Regulatory Certainty Act. And let's raise that threshold for reporting that is normally at $3,000 up to $10,000 for Bitcoin and cryptocurrency exchanges that are licensed as money transmission services. We keep that in line with everything that's happening with normal banks. Keep it at $10,000. We'd love to raise that amount, but for now, let's start there. In addition, Senator Mike Lee has a bill called the Saving Privacy Act, which would absolutely reform the Bank Secrecy Act. Important not just for Bitcoiners and everyone in this room, but all Americans who have a bank account, who use dollars, and want to transact privately. Getting rid of financial surveillance is a fight of our time, and we have right now all the tools to make that happen. Congress has all the ultimate ability and the authority. They can ensure Americans are free to use Bitcoin. They can propel the economic opportunities that it provides. And we can move from this patchwork that we have to policies that are more coherent and an actual framework that positions Bitcoin as this pillar of American liberty, innovation, inclusivity for all users. Economic freedom being the most important of all of them. These are all of the laws that are already on the books that touch Bitcoin. Income tax, Bank Secrecy Act, as I mentioned, money laundering. It's all there. It all exists. All of these agencies have an eye on Bitcoin and you. But we don't want special treatment. Bitcoiners just want to freely use our 21st century hard money technology as intended to power our lives. We don't want special privilege. We just want the government to recognize and defend the rights that we already have. If we look at taxation, right now, capital gains is the biggest thing in the room. Every transaction that I do when I pay for a haircut or buy groceries with Bitcoin is a capital gains, and I must report that to the IRS. There are mandated brokerage statements that now must be done that are overly complicated and make it difficult for anyone who's just purchasing Bitcoin on the regular through their brokerage or exchange. First thing we have to do is pass many of these de minimis taxation exemptions. The Virtual Currency Taxation Fairness Act is number one. It's far too low, in my opinion. We need to raise that up to $10,000. Every Bitcoin transaction that you do under that amount should not be considered a capital gain. It is only a transaction economically that you are free to do. Simplifying the reporting and clarifying the income tax treatment. The financial service integration, all of this is happening at record speed. The Trump administration has changed a lot of regulations in a few months, and they were doing a very good job. Another one Biden left over is that Fannie Mae, still in the sort of conservancy of government at the moment, it issued its selling guide in 2022, which prohibited virtual currency from being considered an asset for the purpose of home loans. Two things to do. Let's codify all the changes that the Trump administration has made with regulations, do it via Congress. And number two, the Federal Housing Finance Agency Chair, Bill Pulte, he could issue a simple regulatory change in the selling guide of Fannie Mae that would allow any American with Bitcoin assets to use that as collateral for their home loan, unleashing entrepreneurship, capital, and homeownership. Now, as of 30 minutes ago, this is now a reality. The Bitcoin Policy Institute in April proposed this. We've been researching it, pushing it, and I guess you can do some policy via Twitter, because that's exactly what we have. So that is my lightning talk. That is our congressional guide. There's much more to be done. Thank you all for your attention, and thank you for protecting the rights of Bitcoin users in 2025.
Well, good afternoon to everyone here today, and congratulations to Matt and David and Grant on putting together just a terrific conference. I hope you all have been enjoying the day. My name is Andrew Hones. I'm the CEO of New Market Capital and Battery Finance, and my talk today is entitled, America Wins with Bitcoin. Oh, hold on. There we go. I used Sora to make these images. So I'm going to give credit where credit is due. I started off using Grok, but my son said Sora is much better. So for whatever it's worth. America Wins with Bitcoin, a Bitcoin policy framework for the United States. As the well-known Bitcoiner Benjamin Franklin said, diligence is the mother of good luck. And so I think it's important to ground this presentation in Bitcoin's performance. Fundamentally, this is the engine that drives many of the ideas that I'm going to discuss over the course of the next 5 minutes, which is that financial markets, financial professionals, bankers, underwriters, individuals have not yet fully perceived how well Bitcoin has performed over the medium to long run. Yes, of course, in the short term, it's extremely volatile. Less than a week ago, it was less than $99,000. Now it's $108,000. And in the short run, you might get scared by that volatility. But if you could take a 4-year view on the Bitcoin, what you'll see is that over the course of the 3,045 four-year periods since the 2012 halving through March 31st of this year, the single worst performing period produced a positive annual growth rate of 7.3%. And the 10th percentile was already 33%, meaning that 2,700 or so of these four-year periods experienced better. And in fact, the 50th percentile, 89%. When you compare it to gold and silver, you can see that many of the periods were actually negative on an annual basis. And even if you compare it to many other assets, Bitcoin has performed very, very well. At the Bitcoin for America discussion in March of this year, I proposed the Bit bonds, and I thought that for this audience, I would replay a few of those slides. I came up with this in Wyoming, hence the view from Grand Teton, but you also get the benefit of some long-term perspective. $9.4 trillion of federal debt is maturing within the course of the next year, around $15 trillion over the next 3 years. Secretary Bessent has stated a clear objective to distribute future Treasury issuance across the curve, not funding it on a short-term basis, as Secretary Yellen did. Lower 10-year interest rates are poised to have a dramatic effect on many segments of the U.S. economy, including housing finance, auto lending, and so lowering those is very important. President Trump has established the Strategic Bitcoin Reserve, directing the federal government to acquire Bitcoin through revenue-neutral strategies. And in the proposal of Bit bonds, by creatively integrating Bitcoin into U.S. Treasuries, we view that we can dramatically reduce the current interest rate and add a significant amount of Bitcoin to the U.S. balance sheet at the same time. In addition, the proposal is for a tax-exempt security, which creates a very good tool for families to save on a tax-exempt basis. The Bit bond proposal is elegant. It's U.S. Treasuries plus Bitcoin upside. For every $100 issued, 90 goes to typical government purposes and $10 buys Bitcoin. The interest rate is significantly lower than the prevailing interest rate, 1% per year as opposed to 4.5%, which is presently roughly the 10-year Treasury. The investors still get a 4.5% total return because they get 100% of the Bitcoin performance up to a 4.5% return, and everything after that they split 50-50 with the federal government. When you look at the effect of this, it's extremely significant. For a $2 trillion proposed issuance, the government would save roughly $700 billion in interest over the course of 10 years. It could generate upside ranging from $830 billion to $304 trillion. Those are remarkably large numbers. That can significantly offset a large amount of the United States debt and defease it with the growth of the Bitcoin. Families will benefit enormously through a tax-advantaged savings product. In essence, it's a win-win-win. Benjamin Franklin, as I mentioned, a committed Bitcoiner, is renowned to have said, "A penny saved is a Satoshi earned." And you can see that even at the 25th percentile, over the course of 20 years, this Bit bonds program is poised to defease approximately $51 trillion of federal debt. Dramatically lower 10-year interest rates, substantially reduced interest expense, and revenue neutral to revenue positive growth of the Strategic Bitcoin Reserve. If you're interested in this proposal, there's a lot more information. I co-authored a white paper about it with Matthew Pines. It's gotten great feedback. The idea has generated a lot of excitement, a lot of coverage in the media, and I would be delighted to talk to you all more about it. But for the remainder of my talk today, I'd like to discuss extending the president's vision. Integrating Bitcoin throughout the federal government. This means every department and agency of the federal government has the opportunity to integrate Bitcoin to spark unprecedented innovation and efficiency gains. The president's executive order directs a whole-of-government embrace of Bitcoin. Imagine if within every department and agency of the federal government, a chief Bitcoin officer was appointed who was responsible for thinking about how that department, the National Park Service, the Department of Energy, the Department of Education, the Internal Revenue Service, how should that department integrate Bitcoin into its activities? At the beginning, we should focus on action and where we have first mover advantage. So key areas, in my opinion, include economic development, defense, and energy build-out. Lending programs are a very natural application to improve housing affordability, to lower the cost of capital for small businesses, farms, and student loans. That's what we're going to focus on throughout the course of the next few minutes. You may all remember this famous image from World War II with Rosie the Riveter messaging everybody about Bitcoin. What she was trying to get across was that it's an opportunity to power American opportunity with Bitcoin. How could we do that? Well, for a policy framework for lending, we can infuse federal lending programs with Bitcoin, designing credit instruments that align borrower and lender outcomes. Pilot with the United States Department of Agriculture for agriculture lending, the Small Business Authority for small business lending, and Fannie Mae for housing. This will benefit both America and Americans through lower interest rates for borrowers, flexible terms with no prepayment penalties, shared Bitcoin upside. That's what makes the lower interest rate and the longer amortizations possible. I'm going to give you a specific example in just a moment. It organically builds the strategic Bitcoin reserve at no cost to the US taxpayer, and it strengthens both the United States economy and the household balance sheet of the United States. Bitcoin renovates. Let's talk about housing. Housing is becoming unaffordable with high interest rates and aging housing stock in many areas, leaving homeowners trapped by their circumstances, unable to relocate and unable to repair. How could Bitcoin fix this? Imagine a $300,000 house with, let's say, conventional 30-year fixed-rate mortgage at 7.5%. That's a $240,000 loan with a $60,000 down payment. At today's interest rates, the payment we calculated is approximately $1,678 a month. Now imagine this alternative, a $330,000 financing package, the same $300,000 house plus $30,000 of Bitcoin. The down payment, the same, $60,000, but a $270,000 loan. Instead of a 30-year amortization, how about 25? Instead of a 7.5% interest rate, how about 5.5? And as it would turn out, the monthly payment on that loan is $20 less, $1,658 a month compared to $1,678. So before we even get to the Bitcoin, we can say to the borrower, you can be in that home for $20 less per month. And because it has 5-year shorter amortization, at year 10, that's $38,000 of interest savings by year 10. Now the Bitcoin, every year that the borrower stays in the home, they vest into 2% of the upside of the Bitcoin. So if they stay in the loan for the entire 25 years, they get 50% of the Bitcoin upside, and the lender gets 50% of the Bitcoin upside. It's a collaborative structure where both parties benefit. At year 10, just to put some numbers around this for you, if Bitcoin grows at 60%, which is a little bit less than the rate at which it has been growing for the last 5 years, that results in $683,000 of excess equity for the borrower in just 10 years. At a 45% CAGR, it's $270,000. At even a 15% CAGR, it's $48,000 of excess equity. And they're poised to own the home 5 years earlier. Think about the financing that this could unlock for so many families to invest in their small businesses, to invest in repair and renovation for their homes. You can imagine I'm pressed on time, but I'll share with you a couple more slides. The same idea applies to farming. Imagine if the United States Department of Agriculture integrated Bitcoin into its lending programs for small farmers. And so many small farmers, their houses are also on their farm, and they're burdened by high CapEx expenses for new machinery, new equipment, and also variable revenue because the seasonality of growing changes year after year. But Bitcoin is not correlated to that. And if we put 10% Bitcoin or 15% Bitcoin in each agriculture loan, imagine what that could do to strengthen the roughly 200,000 small farms that exist in Texas, or the 75,000 small farms that exist in Oklahoma, or the many wild blueberry farmers across 46,000 acres in the state of Maine, where the growing season or the harvesting season is only a few short weeks, But if they had some Bitcoin on their balance sheet, think of the way that they could improve that. The same idea, of course, for small businesses. Main streets across the United States are suffering badly. I'm sure many of you live in places where you remember somewhat more stores and somewhat less vacancy than you see today. Imagine imbuing those businesses with some Bitcoin on their balance sheet so that they can make important and better investments in working capital and in inventory. The structure is the same as the housing program that we discussed. It's a flexible tool that can be implemented today by the United States government. In conclusion, America's enduring strength is a product of our perseverance, our determination, and our focus, combined with the courage to seize the moment. Think of the key moments in American history: the Declaration of Independence, Manifest Destiny, the Louisiana Purchase, Alaska, California, the New Frontier, putting a man on the moon, and now the Strategic Bitcoin Reserve is poised to power the next 250 years of American achievement. Life, liberty, of course, Bitcoin is freedom money, the pursuit of happiness. The United States government can partner with us, the US and us, American businesses, families, farmers benefiting from exposure to Bitcoin over the medium to long run, strengthening our balance sheets, strengthening our financial resources. It's a program that we can start immediately, thanks to the leadership of the Trump administration and this Congress, Senator Lummis, and other great leaders that we've had here on the stage today. I thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to working with many of you over the course of the coming months and years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hones. Brilliant, brilliant work as always. Excited for the next panel, Protecting Self-Custody Through Software and the Law. We will be joined by Congressman Warren Davidson, serving Ohio's 8th District. We'll also be joined by Joe Kelly, the CEO of Unchained. Our moderator for the panel will be Avik Roy, Senior Advisor to the Bitcoin Policy Institute and President of the Foundation for Research on Equal Opportunity.
Thanks, Stephen. It's great to be here with Congressman Davidson and Joe Kelly, two great friends of Bitcoin and longtime advocates of financial freedom. There's a lot to talk about. We could be talking about a lot of different things with the two of you, but our topic today is self-custody. And as many of you know, and we've touched on a little bit today, there's been some legislative action in the world of self-custody. And I want to start, Mr. Davidson, with you talking about, you a few years ago, you introduced a 3-page bill, a pretty simple bill, called the Keep Your Coins Act. Tell the audience here what the Keep Your Coins Act tried to do.
Well, the Keep Your Coins Act protects self-custody, and if you look at the Bitcoin white paper, you just have to read the abstract to know that it's protecting a permissionless peer-to-peer payment system. And for a long time, Washington, D.C. and governments around the world decided, we don't really want Bitcoin or we don't want crypto, but in particular, we don't want proof of work in Bitcoin. And, they finally realized, well, we're not going to be able to ban it. So their check-down position was, well, let's keep it account-based. And account-based crypto basically says, well, we might not be able to control the whole sector, but we can at least make sure that you only have access to it through a company that we can control through regulatory policy. So it really limits kind of one of the main features of Bitcoin is freedom. And the same kind of thing with cash, right? And so they haven't technically made cash illegal, but they did, going back to 2013 and even at the end of the first Trump administration, Secretary Mnuchin, Treasury Secretary Mnuchin, tried to ban self-custody or limit it. And then, in the Biden administration, CFPB was working on a ban. So we're like, we need to actually overtly protect this. And in a sense of, if you think about this, whether you pro-gun or not pro-gun, it's, the Second Amendment's pretty clear, shall not infringe, right? And you could think if the Second Amendment said, shall not prohibit, well, we'd have a different level of access to the right to keep and bear arms. but we're fighting to even get that language in. And when they do want to accept the language in some of the bills and policies, they want to settle on shall not infringe. And we want something like shall not impair. And it's a limitation on government. Kind of where we are in the state of play today is, can you live with a positive right that we're going to protect your right to self-custody? But that's the state of play, but that's why we introduced it. People say, well, of course you're already allowed, it's private property, you're already allowed to own it. And that's true. I mean, and the right to transact predates any government, but you've seen governments already try to infringe it, so that's why you have to protect it. And in the European Union, they're very clearly targeting it.
So a bill that's hot in Congress right now, active in Congress right now, is this so-called market structure bill. And the version of it that's come out of committee in the House, your committee, the House Financial Services Committee, if I'm not mistaken, is called the Clarity Act. And in Section 105 of the Clarity Act, they have a version of the self-custody provisions, but they're a little bit different than the version that you had in your Keep Your Coins Act. It says, a United States individual shall retain the right to maintain a hardware wallet or software wallet for the purpose of facilitating the individual's own lawful custody of digital assets and engage in direct peer-to-peer transactions, et cetera, if those individuals are not financial institutions, if they involve no transactions that the government is forbidding through sanctions, and this section around self-custody and peer-to-peer transmission does not apply to limit, it doesn't limit the authority of the Secretary of the Treasury, the Securities and Exchange Commission, the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, or the primary federal payment stablecoin regulators to carry out any enforcement action or special measure authorized under applicable law, including the Bank Secrecy Act, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So my question is, there's a lot of positive energy towards the market structure bill in this community, in Congress, but that seems like, is that really legalizing peer-to-peer transactions, or is that basically saying we're okay with peer-to-peer transactions so long as the government is okay with it, right? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's very weak, and I got to say, we're still working to improve it. And as recently as today, I'm talking with people in the administration, senators, and House Financial Services colleagues about self-custody. So I don't love the place that the market structure bill is, but if you look at the stablecoin bill, we couldn't get a reference to self-custody in either stablecoin bill. Really, the Genius Act in the Senate or the Stable Act in the House, and in particular, you really would want it in a payment instrument product versus a market structure product. But you also don't have a path to pass it as a standalone bill, right? So that's the reality we're in. And so you're trying to get as much protection for self-custody as you can get, but when you look at all the clauses and, but if, it really isn't a very robust protection. And that's where, you think, in a way, all this stuff has given me such an appreciation for the Founding Fathers that really drafted the Bill of Rights and our Constitution, and the thought that they put into some of these clauses. And you look like negative rights, not positive rights, the government not the giver of your rights. And if you think about transactions, pre-government, we inherently had a right to transact. Then some government or some nosy neighbor decided, hey, what you guys doing over there? Like, well, none of your business. Now we got a government that wants to know everything in the world about you, and because of the tax return, they should have to get a warrant or a subpoena to know that much about you. But the reality is, to do just about anything, you have to do that. And the Bank Secrecy Act was a massive infringement on it. So in the realm of self-custody, if we don't protect this more overtly, you go back to right before, it was like one of the first public appearances with Sam Bankman-Fried in Congress. He came and testified and maybe bought shoes earlier that day or something. And so he's there, and all the CEOs of the big crypto world were there, and they were all tripping over themselves to talk about how well they could spy on their customers on behalf of the government. And I was like, oh, this is demoralizing. But that's kind of been the tension between putting this deal together. You look at the nature of token taxonomy, which we drafted in 2018. It was a very simple bill that basically built a bright line test for what is and is not a security. four-part test, just like Howie, that applied it to digital assets. But to regulate market structure now, we've got some hundreds of pages out there creating whole new regulatory bodies and all kinds of agencies to do everything. I mean, it's not a very effective system in terms of a purist, what I would love to see. But I mean, I thought that we would be able to do that like in less than a year. And here we are 7 years later, and we're still bickering over it. And we can't protect really basic things. So the challenge of doing this is just, it's amazing what they could do when they put the Constitution and the Bill of Rights together.
This is a good segue to bring you in, Joe. You run one of the most important collaborative custody companies in the world, and a real anchor of the Austin Bitcoin ecosystem where I live, and I'm your neighbor. So thank you for that. Tell us about how your business interacts with the government. What do you have to deal with? Where are you insulated from a lot of this activity? Where are you dealing with regulators or with Washington right now?
I'd first frame it in terms of Unchained and our clients. So we serve as a gateway for a lot of our clients to self-custody. They might be nervous to try it out on their own. And today, Unchained helps secure around $10 billion of Bitcoin for roughly 10,000 clients. And that equates to around 20,000 keys. So it also contextualize the assets that are here and what kind of form they live in. It's not this centralized custodian. It's not this kind of centralized panopticon looking at clients. I think in that same way, being a gateway means we are also regulated in how clients can buy and sell Bitcoin through us. So there's some level of just basic diligence, client due diligence, KYC, ML things that we have to provide. So I think it's a very good bridge. I think I really like a lot of the comments. I could listen to you talk about this for a lot of time, Representative Davidson, but I think that the question of self-custody does really go back to a lot of these founding father type elements and the inalienable rights to property, and just kind of, it's this chance to kind of reset a lot of financial transactions, a lot of the financial ecosystem in something different that's not so hobbled by the kinds of things you live with every day trying to push bills through. I really commend the Keep Your Coins bill. It's like the shortest, simplest bill I think I've ever seen or read. It was like a half page of just, this is it. This is the right to self-custody.
What, have you ever had situations at Unchained, and maybe you can't talk about it, but where the government has said, hey, there's somebody who's a client of yours that we need to look into? What sort of process do you have if and when that happens?
I mean, we are a regulated money services business. We have to file suspicious activity reports. We do that in the course of business. Can't comment on any particular case or necessarily how that always looks and works, but I do think we're that great kind of middle ground between just like what maybe reasonably people want to see out of regulation and preventing terrorism financing and a lot of fraud and abuse that's out there. And that's also even for our client benefit. And back to one of the points of I think that why I think self-custody should be just such a bipartisan thing is because it's both about these inalienable property rights, but also consumer protection against FTX type blowups and things like that. So we really live at a nexus of, I think, the right trade-off on all these kinds of concerns.
Mr. Davidson, what when you were debating the Clarity Act in the House Financial Services Committee, what were the arguments made by your fellow Republicans as to why we had to clamp down on self-custody and not give it a more robust protection like you had in your original bill?
Yeah, so I mean, some people really want account-based because they want to just keep us safe, right? They feel like the only way to really make sure that people aren't abusing self-custody is, to keep it in an account. Why? Well, because people that would, they could leave the country with more than $10,000. I mean, if you have self-custody, you could hold 1,000 Bitcoin on, your own, personal wallet. And I'm like, well, like if you can memorize a seed phrase, you could do the same thing. You don't need a device. So people don't really understand that it's not like a USB thumb drive in the sense that the money's right here on the drive. I could just have to plug it in and I can have the money. So I think there's a lot of lack of true understanding, but they do get the idea that if you really have self-custody, well, like it's yours. and like, you're like, yeah, that's a feature, not a bug. Like, it's my stuff, so like, why wouldn't I be allowed to have it? Oh, well, it is your stuff, but we'll trust someone else to take care of it for you. And honestly, that's the debate. And it's really just so that they can have a look into where the money's flowing. Some people want to do that to keep us safe, and some people want to do that to control and coerce people. But to me, it's like, look, you shouldn't be able to do that without a warrant or subpoena. And if you look fundamentally, the property rights in our country, it really is just a very basic fundamental right. Is like, it's my stuff and you can't have it. And I'm trying to do a transaction with a friend here. So unless you can show that we're doing something illegal, which isn't on our burden to prove to you that we're not doing something illegal. The burden of proof is the other way. Well, then, no. But the way we prove it is we monitor your financial transactions. You're like, well, since when? Well, since the Bank Secrecy Act. And that highlights really, I mean, we're nowhere near the votes to get rid of the Bank Secrecy Act or change it. But,
someday.
Yeah, so that's part of why, Tim Hite, who some of you guys have not gotten to know, worked with me, and that's why we landed on Keep Your Coins, because it mimics the know your customer, which is you can run a money service business as long as you spy on your customer pretty well for us. I mean, that's not unique. That's every country around the world. That's the way that you get to work in financial services. The governments at some level keep everybody safe that way. And look, I'm the chairman for National Security and Illicit Finance. Our subcommittee oversees FinCEN and all this kind of, activity. We have jurisdiction over this. I'm for, some level of this financial intelligence. We need to do it. But the idea that and the creepiest extension of this ultimately is digital ID and central bank digital currency. So if you look at what, some of, like Bill Foster, for example, is like the chief proponent of digital ID. And he's like, well, okay, I could be okay with that as long as we can assign a digital ID to every wallet address, and we know this is you, and then we can follow everything that you do with your money. And, that gets pretty creepy. I mean, it's the ultimate, for Lord of the Ring fans, I always say it's like the one ring to rule them all. If the government has this power to see every single detail of every transaction, I mean, that is the most pervasive, yeah. It is the biggest power, and the only good thing to do with the one ring to rule them all is to destroy it, right?
We got half a minute, but Joe, I want to make sure you have a chance to comment on this. I mean, in your business, you're having to convince people, presumably, to do this form of self-custody that Unchained produces. What are the arguments that you hear against collaborative custody that you feel have been the ones you've had to put the most work into countering?
I think I use the word convince. I'd say usually by the time a client comes on chain, they're already actually self-convinced they want to self-custody. And we see that conviction only grows through experiences like FTX or the bank failures of SVB and Signature in recent years. And so, people's pause where they usually have hesitation is like, will I do it correctly? Or how do I know once I'm truly on my own? That's a lot of responsibility for an important asset to them. And so that's just where our education and hand-holding comes in, and that's part of how we build our business model.
All right, well, that's all the time we have, but thank you both, Mr. Davidson and Joe Kelly, and I hope we get better outcomes and get the Keep Your Coins Act into law. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Ovik, Joe, and of course, Congressman, thank you for joining us. For our next lightning talk and legislative update, please join me in welcoming Faryar Shirzad, Chief Policy Officer at Coinbase.
Thank you, Stephen. So I'm Faryar Shirzad, the Chief Policy Officer at Coinbase. And at Coinbase, we like to say that the Coinbase policy team is your policy team. And as you can imagine, it's been an extraordinary year. And thanks to the Bitcoin Policy Institute and the community behind Bitcoin, we have an extraordinary agenda that we're all trying to work our way through, particularly with the Trump administration having come in and made some foundational decisions regarding Bitcoin and crypto being the future of the financial system and really a critical pillar of the future of our country. I think there's a number of things that people are aware of, and I just want to double-click on something, particularly given the comments Congressman Davidson made just a minute ago, that I think a lot of the concerns that he had are well understood by the Trump administration. And I think that's part of the reason why the president was so clear over the course of the campaign. And then in the course of putting out his executive order and subsequent statements to make some certain foundational issues absolutely clear, one of which is the critical role of self-custody in the future of any Bitcoin or crypto policy in the country. And now it's one of those things that most journalists or others don't really understand the consequence of, but I think from a lot of us, that was probably the most important thing that he said, among a lot of important things that he said, that I think has been the foundation of legislation. So what has happened just in the few months since the president's been in and we have a new increasingly pro-crypto Congress? One is the establishment of the Bitcoin Reserve. Obviously, the president did that by executive order. The administration's working very hard. We had a chance to meet with a number of leaders in the administration, Secretary Lutnick, David Sachs, others. They're very focused on not only building out the Bitcoin Reserve, but ensuring that it remains well past the Trump administration. Part of that is through administrative decisions that they're making regarding the structure of the reserve, and then otherwise through trying to get legislation through. Senator Lummis, who spoke to the group, is leading that effort in the Senate. Congressman Begich from Alaska is carrying the torch on the House side. So very, very important work being done on that. The other two big issues that are working through the legislative process are the establishment of market rules around the trading of crypto and Bitcoin. Now, as the congressman said a moment ago, it raises some tensions regarding the reality that ultimately the value of crypto is that it disintermediates intermediaries and changes the regulatory paradigm. And so that issue is the hard issue that we're working through with legislators. So I think when you think about market structure legislation, it's really it's parameters and delimiting the role of the regulatory agencies so that we don't have a repeat of what we saw over the course of the last 4 years under the Biden administration, where you have agencies, particularly the SEC, engaging in really extra legal overreach and trying to regulate activities that should have been outside the reach of individual regulators. And so the process of getting a final market structure legislation will involve a number of important and difficult compromises, because that's the nature of trying to get anything through a body like the United States Congress and ultimately to the president's desk. But that's the work that's been done. And so the market structure legislation has had a lot of progress on the House side. It's the work of two committees, the House Financial Services Committee and the House Agriculture Committee. And those two committees have taken bipartisan action to advance a bill known as the Clarity Act through each of those committees, again, with significant bipartisan support. And there's a lot of work being undertaken now to consider how to take it to the House floor and under what parameters. On the Senate side, the work on market structure is somewhat on a few steps behind, although you had Senator Lummis do an important hearing on the topic, and we're expecting, following the issuance of principles that Chairman Scott and Senator Lummis issued just yesterday, to see draft legislative language start coming out and the real legislative process in the Senate begin. We're very hopeful that Chairman Bozeman, who chairs the Senate Agriculture Committee, will follow suit and issue his own principles and then ultimately draft legislation and hold hearings, and so that you have the same type of partnership on the Senate side between the relevant committees as you do on the House. All of you know there's been a lot of work done on stablecoin legislation. The Senate actually passed the bill with a 68-30 vote, which is extraordinary in Washington, where nobody agrees on anything. And the question now between the House and the Senate and the White House is how to move forward the Genius Act, which is the stablecoin bill, in the House, whether they should add on a market structure bill or not, how that happens. And so that's really important stuff above most of our pay grade. The last issue I want to flag for you is a lot of us are working, and I've actually just been asked to testify in front of the House Ways and Means Committee on the tax treatment of crypto. This is sort of the lower profile issue that isn't covered as much by a lot of us in this community, but just to understand the tax treatment of crypto and Bitcoin is enormously important, because however the rules are laid out, in the end of the day, the tax authorities can get you, particularly if you have to calculate capital gains every time you want to use Bitcoin for transactional purposes, buying a cup of coffee, or whatever it happens to be. And so we're hard at work in trying to resolve that as well. So a big legislative agenda. None of it would be possible without this community and the Bitcoin Policy Institute. And I just want to thank you all for the work you've put into this issue. So thank you.
All right, hope everyone's having a nice afternoon. I'm Zach Shapiro. I'm the head of policy at the Bitcoin Policy Institute, and I am incredibly excited for this panel to talk about my favorite regulatory topic with, I really do think, two of the best people in the world to discuss this with. We have Peter Van Valkenburg from Coin Center and Mike Mosier, who's the former acting director of FinCEN and also the founder of Arcturos, which is a law firm that focuses on some of the issues that we're going to talk about today. Those of you who've been listening to the program today have heard a lot about the Tornado Cash and Samurai Wallet prosecutions, as well as the need to pass the BRCA, the Blockchain Regulatory Certainty Act, or as implemented in the Clarity Act. But I want to zoom out in this conversation and talk sort of more broadly about how we take seriously the need to combat illicit finance in a world where there is such thing as peer-to-peer finance through the blockchain and using Bitcoin. But before we get to sort of affirmative ideas, I'd love to hear you both sort of state what you think is the danger of getting this wrong, of this period where we have illicit finance laws that were written before there was such thing as a peer-to-peer electronic transfer of money that Satoshi invented in the white paper. Why do we need to get this right?
So I can start. I mean, what's at stake is forced re-intermediation. So Satoshi wrote a white paper, peer-to-peer electronic cash. That's the point. That's why we're all here. That's the amazing innovation, probably the most significant technological innovation probably in my lifetime. And America is a logical home for that innovation. We have a long history of rich and liquid financial markets that actually function primarily on peer-to-peer transactions. Like people actually like shouting at each other with paper not too long ago. And this idea of a rough and ready American economy where people who just want to do things can do things without getting the permission of an intermediary to do it. And we lost that. We lost that because of a number of factors, some of them technological and structural and institutional, and some of them having to do with state power and surveillance, the Bank Secrecy Act. If we continue to apply those rules in a way that doesn't make sense to entities that are not trusted financial institutions, we will be forcing them to become trusted financial institutions, forced re-intermediation. And it'd be like if, we live in this world where now people can, directly call each other. We're like, no, we're gonna have a live human operator still in between all of your phone conversations so that that person can listen to you. It would be technologically backwards, terrible for innovation and for civil liberties.
Just to add to that, part of it is also making people less safe. We're in two different ways. And one is that sort of forced re-intermediation is, we've gone from telegraphs, we've gone to switchboard operators, to cell packet switching. The solution to SIM swapping is not having operators again. Like that's not going to do it. And I think we know from the amount of data that's been leaked, whether it's the 33 terabytes of evolved data, or so much other that's happened in the last several years, that makes people less safe. So if SIM swapping is the cyber world that we're operating in, and that's really what peer-to-peer networks, it's people being able to cell packet switch and talk to each other without having to go through an intermediary that might fail, by the way. This allows you to do that, but putting back in an operator is not going to, especially one that's collecting your personal information that then could be leaked, is not going to make people safer in any form. And this was very much a reason why, when I was at FinCEN as the acting director, we did a whole initiative on privacy-preserving technology, because our concern was it doesn't make people safer to have other people collecting data and losing it.
Awesome. Mike, you wrote a paper on decentralized finance as critical infrastructure, and you set forth one possible solution to how we take seriously the need to combat terrorist financing and fight criminals and do all this stuff without falling into the pitfalls we just talked about, is to treat what you call genuine DeFi as critical infrastructure and separate that out from other sort of controlled applications. Can you explain a little bit what you mean by infrastructure, why that works as a solution, and what genuine DeFi means here in the sort of non-custodial sense?
Sure. Yeah. So the reason that Rebecca Rettig and Katja Gilman and I looked at DeFi as critical infrastructure was thinking back to, it's not new that we've had networks that talk to each other. Remote procedure call technology has been around for 5 decades now. And so part of this, when I was at Treasury as the counselor to the Deputy Secretary in charge of cybersecurity and emerging tech, one of the projects that we worked on was with the Office of Cybersecurity and Critical Infrastructure Protection, and much of that was around not treating all this infrastructure that allows us to talk to different networks and allows you to really transmit data across the whole Rube Goldberg machine that underlies the traditional finance network. We didn't treat every piece of that as an intermediary, even though, yes, there's a marble that rolls down a thing that is domino and it sends a data blob. We treat it as sensitive infrastructure that needs to be protected, and much of that was from a cybersecurity perspective. And in fact, not only did we not ask Cisco router operators and developers to collect personal information, there was a very non-coercive, collaborative environment of information sharing with this backbones that said, you're seeing cyber threats, we're seeing cyber threats. We actually didn't need to call them in and have an enforcement action. You would say, hey guys, actually, it looks like Lazarus Group is going after the Goldman Sachs backbone. We'd love to tell you about it, and you tell us what you're seeing, and people showed up right away without a threat of subpoena. And so we took that into the DeFi space where, likewise, a lot of this is not taking any independent control any more than for the last 5 decades an RPC node was transmitting between data, and it doesn't take your value. But there's still a lot of information that can be shared in a collaborative sense that really is that cell packet switching and preventing SIM swaps that doesn't require us to take other data from people.
And just to sort of draw a fine line for the audience here to the extent possible, what constitutes genuine DeFi? What is the line about where we want to regulate people as opposed to consider something infrastructure? Is it all about control? Is that what you think sort of the linchpin is?
Yeah, we based it on control. And again, like part of what we were trying to do was just reset the conversation and not necessarily come up with some grand new plan. Like we based it on the 2019 FinCEN guidance, which really drew a line. Well, I should say a facts and circumstances test, but principles-based approach that was based on total independent control. So AWS underpins a lot of traditional finance and DeFi, and if it goes down, a lot of transactions won't happen. It doesn't mean that Jeff Bezos is Jamie Dimon, but yes, it's infrastructure that's important. And so we drew that line of, yes, there might be some element of control, but like we said with self-hosted wallets and multi-sig wallets and anonymizing software, by the way, that if it's a trade and it's a tool that's for delivery and communications, that is not total independent control. But yes, if there's a point where there's a custodial or control aspect that you can initiate or redirect without someone's permission, then yes, you're probably doing more than just being infrastructure, which, by the way, there's all sorts of legal liability that comes in with that.
So put differently, it's the difference between something that is just sitting there as infrastructure and an actual service that someone's providing. Peter, there's another sort of part of this question. There are things both in the Bitcoin space. I'm thinking about federated eCash mints and side chains and ARCs and stuff like that. And then more broadly in the crypto space, things like roll-up sequencers, where control is part of the question, but the other part of the question is who we conceive as the entity that could be regulated. So if we think about a side chain, collectively, the federated side chain maybe does have custody or control of funds that are being locked up, right, if you move Bitcoin onto Liquid. But at some level of scale, maybe we don't cognize the individual participants there as money. How do you think about, other than control, the decentralization question?
Yeah, I think we focus too much on decentralization, actually. I think that might have been a valuable road to go down to think about where we draw lines in securities laws, for example. But in the anti-money laundering context, it's really about activities. What is the activity you're engaged in? Now, even if you're part of a scheme to manage something like a side chain, or you're part of a roll-up, or you're part of something similar that has quasi-centralized qualities, now maybe it's a DAO that exercises the control, or maybe it's a handful in a multi-sig and a security council, you still do not have day-to-day, moment-to-moment control over any user funds, if it's properly specified. Now, there's other projects that are just garbage where you do and just don't touch that stuff. That stuff should be regulated as a money transmitter. But if you have only sort of emergency blocking ability or other sort of critical infrastructure like powers, That doesn't make you a financial institution. The thing I always point to say that this is not crypto asking for special pleading, because I actually don't believe crypto should get special treatment in the US. We just want to be treated like other infrastructure in the financial system. The thing I always point to is the SWIFT network. The SWIFT network settles trillions in dollars every day. Well, not every day, but like over a year.
Takes them like 3 days to do it. But
Yeah. But like most money in between banks is moving through the SWIFT network or similar systems, and we don't treat them as BSA obligated. We don't treat them as financial institutions, and the reason for that is because we know if we subjected them to that kind of granular transaction by transaction control, then the global financial system would grind to a halt. Now, is SWIFT decentralized? No. There's a group in Brussels that decides who the member banks are and can kick banks off. They could even actually probably granularly adjust every transaction if they really wanted to try. They'll probably say they can't. But so this isn't about being decentralized. This is about what you do in the world. Are you an infrastructure provider connecting financial institutions and customers? Or are you actually a financial institution that's trusted, is acting as an agent for the customers? We only do the kind of surveillance and control under the BSA that we do for those who are acting as agents of customers.
And is that a way to pick out the you that we're talking about here with the federation, that maybe if we look just functionally, a group is performing some service that looks like actual financial services, we can maybe look at the group as a whole, but if that's not what's going on, right? Just functionally, this is more of a infrastructure federation. So you would do a function-based test.
I want to know if it's actually you have an agency-like relationship with your user. If you are acting on their interests with their best interests in mind, if you're deputized to do that by the user, you have a common law agency relationship, now you start to look like a financial agency as it's defined in the Bank Secrecy Act and in the common law, and it makes sense to apply certain information collection or other controls to you. If you don't, then you're not. And collecting information from that person who isn't actually in privity with the user of their services, who owes that user no duties, is actually just spying on someone who's a stranger to you, or forcing that person to spy on someone who's a stranger to them, because they have otherwise no obligation to protect that person's interests. So that's just fundamentally anti-American, and I think would violate the user's Fourth Amendment rights in that context. They didn't voluntarily hand their information over to that infrastructure provider just as a condition of using that infrastructure, and to make the infrastructure provider then surveil them is anti-American.
Cool. We just got a couple minutes left, but I want to turn to, if we're moving beyond the Bank Secrecy Act and we're thinking creatively about what technological solutions there might be out there that allow us to make sure that we combat illicit finance, but at the same time maximally preserve privacy and avoid situations like we saw with the Coinbase data hack recently. What are the most promising technologies out there, and what kind of ideas for projects should we look for?
I mean, I think there's incredible, and there's folks in the room actually who've been part of building a lot of this. The ability to use zero knowledge proofs, to use threshold proofs, exclusion proofs, and I think really importantly, even though many of these concepts have been around from a cryptographic perspective for years, we now have supercomputers in our pockets that actually can allow you to go to a grocery store, and at this transaction speed, Peter can verify that he's over 21, which is all that they really need to know. They don't need to know the home that he lives in just so he can buy a beer. And so I think that a lot of that technology is very much alive right now and usable.
Yeah, the only thing I'd add is, there've been a long history of people saying that, well, the blockchain will fix this problem. A blockchain will fix this problem, and most of it's not true. Like, blockchains are mostly just good for peer-to-peer electronic cash. But they're probably good for at least one other thing, which is if you think of it as a technology to allow people to peer-to-peer share things like a dollar bill, well, what else do you keep in your wallet apart from dollar bills? You keep a driver's license. So digital ID is a sensible thing to be built on a blockchain in the sense that you don't really want Apple or Google or the US government playing the role of organizing and controlling that credential system. But this is also a really scary conversation, because Representative Warren Davidson was just up here saying that digital ID is like the One Ring. You build it wrong, and you've created far too much power. You've created a registry of everything that your citizens in your country are doing, and you hope that it doesn't get misused, as it's, for example, being misused in China. If you stop buying alcohol and cigarettes in the West, you'll be rounded up because they'll suspect that you're becoming a devout Muslim, which doesn't jive well with what they think Chinese people should be there. Like that's actually what they're doing. So if we're going to build digital ID systems, we need to be extraordinarily careful about how we build them. I think open blockchains have a role to play because they're the only system where we don't have to have as much concerns about a single person having power over that network. But even in that context, we need to be very careful to implement the right cryptography, zero-knowledge proofs, and other controls so that we don't create a surveillance state.
All right, we're more or less out of time, but do we think there is a path to doing this right, to threading that needle?
I think there's a path. I mean, I think this is probably the moment. There's been enough high-profile hacks where people have been victimized, and I think we have an opportunity, including with the members of Congress that have been here today on both sides of the aisle, to look at. I think as you're creating these laws and the regulations around protecting people, that what's factored in there is not just okay. Here's the low probability, high impact event that ISIS may do a thing. It's also, well, here's the 33 trillion people that have been impacted by their data being leaked, because every Sears checkout person has their personal identity so they could get a discount and sign up for a credit card. And I think if as we go forward with these rules, if the cost and benefit analysis includes not just we might have an attack somewhere, but also we're certain that hundreds of millions of people have been impacted by their data being sent around everywhere and not protected, I think that gives us a path to do it because the technology is really there in a way that wasn't there before at transaction speed.
Awesome. Well, thank you both so much, and thank you all for attending and listening.
Thanks, Zach.
Thanks.
We're going to get our next panel started here. I'm very pleased to be joined by Tim Hite. Tim Hite is down there at the end. He is the Director of Policy at Exodus. We have John Arnold in the middle here, Principal at 1031, and Rob Hamilton, CEO at AnchorWatch. Thank you for joining me, gentlemen. We are talking about policy challenges for Bitcoin startups today. This is a great topic, and we've got some of the best here to dig into it with me here. So gonna kick it straight to Rob here. We're gonna go right off the deep end. Rob, you are sort of, your business is very sort of centered on insurance, right? And there are some interesting rules when it comes to insurance, particularly when we're talking about Bitcoin. And I think the most specific sort of policy issue is the classification of admitted assets. And as it stands right now, as far as I understand, Bitcoin is not an admitted asset. So can you dig into that and tell us what exactly the problem is there for you?
Well, I would dig in really deep, but we only have 15 minutes. So I'll keep it at a very high level in that the health of an insurance company is its balance sheet, right? The extension of its surplus, which allows it to write larger and larger pools of capital and kind of have more risk distribution. Today, as it stands, Bitcoin, if you are a large admitted carrier and you were to buy Bitcoin, you actually have to write off all of the value you put into Bitcoin to zero. Structurally, it's just because it's treated as like a new asset, high risk, when as the reality is it's highly liquid and secure and very good for collateral, right? So at the highest level, the entire insurance industry in the United States, this is governed actually at the state level. There's the National Association of Insurance Commissioners, where each state has their own insurance commissioner, which appoints to the self-regulatory body, and they've very clearly stated up to this point that Bitcoin's not admitted. So that's just, if anyone's familiar with the FASB rules and how the accounting standards change for publicly traded companies, this is like that, but way more extreme and you can understand insurance being a risk-adverse industry. They want to be careful, but I think we've well past the point of Bitcoin being established as a collateral asset. You can mark to market it every day or even by the minute, right? It trades 24/7, 365. In that sense, it's much more liquid and better capital than a lot of other alternatives that insurance companies are using today.
Yeah, and going to kick it over to you, John. You all have actually invested in AnchorWatch, as far as I understand. 1031 is one of the leading Bitcoin venture funds. So I want to kick it over to you. I know we talked before this, and you mentioned that money transmitter laws, money services businesses has obviously been a challenge for you. Yeah, just kind of curious, you've worked with a lot of startups. That's kind of what you do on a daily basis. So what's the biggest thing that you're seeing?
Yeah, I would say very proud to have led AnchorWatch's last round, and we've invested in over 30 companies at this point. And the money services business issue, the MTL issue, is, I think, an existential one for all of them. At the risk of beating a dead horse from the content that we've heard today on virtually every panel, I think Matt Corallo earlier today, called it just that, an existential issue. If we want to have a Bitcoin industry of any type, essentially, in the United States, sorting out the money transmitter question, what constitutes a money transmitter, and specifically, ideally, getting to a point where there's a very explicit legislation indicating and codifying that non-custodial service providers, infrastructure providers, open source software providers that do not ever control or take custody of user funds do not constitute money services businesses and do not constitute money transmitters. Getting to that point is, I think, just something that is far and away the primary policy priority that any Bitcoin business has to have right now. There's a nuance. There are a lot of nuances in Bitcoin that are, I think, increasingly, because of what BPI has done, maybe less lost on policymakers. But a few years ago, it was very difficult to kind of get across to a lot of policymakers and legislators who hadn't really looked at the space closely that, in principle, the idea of trying to apply a money services business definition to a Bitcoin miner or to a Lightning node or a Lightning service provider, in principle, could not be done, right? Even if those businesses want to comply, because of the way that those processes work, there is simply no practical way for them to even comply with the type of KYC AML regulations that would be incumbent upon them if they were to be deemed as full money services businesses. Up until recently, most businesses in the space that we worked with operated kind of based on existing FinCEN guidance from 2019, suggesting that non-custodial service providers were not money transmitters. That's been called into question by a variety of cases over the last year. And I think at the very least, while we have a more, it seems, friendly administration in place right now relative to what the industry was looking at over the prior 4 years, that mood and that the backdrop could change very quickly, even by the midterms, right? Like, we don't know what's going to happen a year from now. So getting to a point where legislation firmly and fully codifies those definitions rather than leaving it up to a precedent that might be set by one district court judge or by one attorney writing a certain brief and enshrining an opinion into law effectively is I think a position that we all want to get into. And I think getting to that point where we have that firmly codified in legislation is, again, just an existential issue for any business that wants to build Bitcoin services in the United States.
Yeah, and I think to dig into this a little bit further, right, we recently heard that there's a possibility of the Blockchain Regulatory Certainty Act being incorporated into the Clarity Act, which is our market structure bill. So, Tim, I want to go to you on this. One thing that we talked about in the green room as well was sort of the need for regulatory clarity. And so I'm curious, what it means to basically lump the Blockchain Regulatory Certainty Act into a larger bill that is also, sort of intended to provide that kind of clarity.
Well, we were fortunate to see a version of the Blockchain Regulatory Certainty Act incorporated into Clarity. It was under Section 110. And for the most part, it's not really something that is that partisan, because if you look at the last 4 years under the Biden administration, and we can talk about a lot of the enforcement cases and a lot of the challenges that companies faced, FinCEN never rescinded that guidance. That guidance always withstood now both administrations. So it's good to see that bipartisan momentum carried it into the Clarity Act. On the note, though, of challenges that startups face as well, beyond just what the Blockchain Regulatory Certainty Act, hopefully we'll also see some of the more, I guess, Operation Choke Point issues be addressed under this administration as well. And that kind of gets lost a little bit in the crypto conversation. We hear a lot about stable coins. We hear a lot about market structure. And rightfully so, not to downplay the importance that those will have on the market and the development in the US, but you got to look at the past 4 years with what we saw in the debanking space and what we've seen issued through guidance and policy statements at the banking regulators. It's been great so far, but it's only as good as whatever administration's in control. So to protect against anything like that happening again, I believe there also needs to be focus on ensuring that startups can go get the financial services from the traditional financial institutions. And I know that sounds like it goes against the ethos of Bitcoin and financial autonomy and individual empowerment, but a lot of these businesses do rely on those traditional financial services, just like having a bank account, for instance. So for startups that are looking in the future, for startups that want to be here, I think it's important to know that they have a financial system that they can access. And hopefully that conversation doesn't get lost as the policy conversations continue.
Yeah, I want to go back to you, Tim. I want to shift gears a little bit here and talk about how Bitcoin startups or even more established Bitcoin businesses can interact with policymakers, right? And to sort of enact the change that we've been discussing here on this panel. So you're obviously sort of around it on a daily basis, Rob and John, maybe to a lesser degree. What is involved with actually putting these changes into practice?
So I started with Exodus in January. Prior to that, I worked on Capitol Hill. I was on the Financial Service Committee, so I saw how those interactions took place on a daily basis. It really is, I know we've heard about it all day, but it really is an educational effort. Anyone can go contact their congressman, contact the relevant committees, and usually staff are pretty responsive. If you have a business, they want to hear how it works. I forget who said it earlier, if you see legislation that's written wrong, a lot of times it's not purposefully done that way. It is that policymakers just perhaps didn't know, or staff did not know the implications of how they wrote a certain bill. So, I would reemphasize the importance of contacting, your congressman and going to DC. And I know it's harder for smaller startups, but you don't need an in-house lobbyist, right? Everyone has a congressman if you're based in the U.S. And for the most part, I think they do want to hear and they do want to learn from those startups.
Yeah, John, I want to go to you here. I am curious with the startups that you do work with, how many are tracking these policy issues very closely? I think probably that's a sort of crucial element of their business, right? It could put them out of business. I'm curious, to the extent that paying attention to these policy issues might actually be sort of detracting from their larger mission.
Yeah, I'd say two things. The first is, everyone in the industry, I think, is highly aware of everything that we're talking about here. Early last year, I was really proud that the 1031 portfolio kind of came together. The vast majority of our companies signed onto an open letter that we submitted to FinCEN about some of these issues and some of these things that we felt needed clarification. So it's something that every founder in the space that we've talked to is aware of, and I think Rob can certainly speak to that. And I would echo it's something that affects them even outside of the question of what constitutes a money services business. The debanking point is something that has affected a lot of our founders, a lot of our companies on a day-to-day basis. It's an odd state of affairs when we've had many companies tell us that they've had banking relationships where they got to the 1 yard line and we're not able to get across, despite the fact that bank has gambling and kind of ATF accounts and all sorts of accounts with businesses that you would otherwise think are much more maybe questionable or controversial or unsavory than a Bitcoin custody business, for example, or a business that allows you to buy Bitcoin. And yet, a lot of these founders, a lot of these companies have been kind of turned away from very basic access to banking rails, whether it's just for their own kind of balance sheets or for FBO accounts for customers, just because of some of the fears around so-called reputational risk that FDIC, OCC, and the Fed, the three main banking regulators, were up until last week, including in their kind of banking examination practices. And so it's something that, to answer your question directly, it's whether there are broad legal questions that need to be answered on the MTL question, and there are just kind of day-to-day issues and headaches caused by some of this lack of clarity around what banks can and cannot do, what they can and cannot service. So it's top of mind for all founders for sure.
Rob, we're coming up on time here. I think we've spoken with other startups and spoken with you obviously at the Bitcoin Policy Institute, and I get the sense that there's some hope, that things are sort of heading in the right direction. I want you to kind of take that apart for me. What exactly is giving you hope, and what does that mean for your business?
Well, I think the hope that we see from this is that I think increasing the dialogue and seeing kind of the traction and progress, seeing bills in the House and the Senate, and kind of seeing kind of what we've been looking for is just clarity and like understanding market structure, right? Like all of these things, money server business, like for us at AnchorWatch, we are never able to unilaterally move funds, but are we a custodian? Are we not a custodian? Like qualified custody, right? Like all of these things, like we want to follow the path and do the right thing. And we're doing a lot of research finding out that it's, it's vague, right? And it's nothing even malicious. It's just that software always moves faster than legislation just by the process of governance and things moving slowly and kind of being a deliberative process versus writing code. And I think the positive traction is that there's been some sort of a catch-up on the legislative side and a lot of the work that the Bitcoin Policy Institute does in kind of enabling that education and understanding, like even thinking specifically, not even at the federal level, but also the state level, the state level framework for being able to have just good neutral language for just, these are good guardrails in ways that if you want to, for state strategic reserve, you want to be able to follow the rules. And I think all of this, across local, state, federal, we're starting to just see a better dialogue, a two-way dialogue, right? It's not us making demands, it's us trying to understand that middle ground so that we can all kind of build businesses that add value to, everyone.
Wonderful. We are finishing up actually a little bit early here, so we'll give you all back some time. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining me. And have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
There we are. Welcome back. Wonderful, guys. Thank you so much. Super excited to continue. We have a lot in store still ahead. Next up, Zach Shapiro, Deja Vu, Head of Policy for BPI, and SEC Commissioner Hester Peirce.
Thank you so much for being here, Commissioner. Bitcoin has come a really long way over, I think, certainly its existence, but over the last 2 years in particular, and I think you can trace a lot of that to the launch of Bitcoin spot ETFs, which you had a front row seat to. I'm curious, as someone who's been an advocate for this space broadly and who's taken Bitcoin and crypto technology seriously, what is it like for you to see this change where Bitcoin has gone from a sort of fringe interest of internet nerds to now a serious subject of Wall Street and DC's attention?
First of all, thank you for having me. Thanks to BPI. I appreciate the chance to be here. And I do have to tell you that my views are my own views as a commissioner, not necessarily those of the SEC or my fellow commissioners. So, I mean, obviously, it's better to be in the position that we're in today than the position when I started at the commission in 2018 and watched as the agency, I think, really mishandled Bitcoin exchange-traded products and really how we were thinking about the issues related to Bitcoin. So I'm certainly happy to see that there's a change, that we're seeing a much more reasonable approach from both traditional finance and also from government. But, I think we also have to bear in mind that we don't want to lose the soul of what this is all about. I'm not an advocate for any industry, but I am an advocate or any asset, but I'm an advocate for freedom. And I think the lessons that the experience that we had over the past several years with how Bitcoin was treated is really a good reminder that the power of government can be employed in ways that are not good. And so it's something that we have to constantly be vigilant for.
Got it. Zooming in a little bit to some policy questions. One confusion I hear a lot from industry participants is around the importance of being a qualified custodian, what it means to be a qualified custodian with regard to Bitcoin, whether that's even a real thing, since Bitcoin is a commodity and a qualified custodian is a securities law concept. Is there any clarity that you can provide about what the SEC considers a qualified custodian in the context of Bitcoin, as opposed to, for example, Bitcoin ETF shares means? Is just a federally chartered institution, a state chartered institution, a statutory trust of some sort?
So I think you're right to point out that because Bitcoin is not a security, the way we think about it for custody purposes is influenced by the fact that it's not a security. You do have to look at it sort of in different buckets. You've got what can an investment advisor do with respect to custody, and then there are different rules for broker-dealers, different rules for investment companies, and so you really have to look at it on each of those different channels. And I think the qualified custodian issue really comes up around investment companies, and we are working through the issues there. We welcome people to come in and ask specific questions, but we are working through those issues right now.
And in working through those issues, when you think about an asset like Bitcoin, which is a digital bearer instrument, in the industry, I think there's a feeling that the state of the art for custody, if you're just looking at best practices, looks very different than custody of a security might be, or custody of, obviously, of a physical asset like gold, where you might have multi-institutional custody, which is very hard to imagine in the sort of traditional either securities or physical commodities context. If you have a commodity like gold, it's either here or it's there. That's not necessarily the case with Bitcoin. Do you think that, with an investor protection hat on, is there a role that this technology can play in best practices, and should that be reflected in policy?
Well, I think what we need to do on the policy front is stay as principles-based as we can, so that we're not dictating what those practices are. Practices change over time, good practices change over time, and the worst thing that we can do as regulators is bake into a regulation or a statute, even worse, a practice that is out of date, because then we can actually make people less safe. So I think principles basis, and then allowing maybe a tie back to best practices in industry is how we can think about it. But I think it is important for us as regulators to try to stay on top of what's happening in technological developments and what best practices really are.
And that ultimately might inform policy.
Sure. I mean, I think that's one aspect of the technology that we have to think about. Is there are some ways that it makes regulation harder. There are some ways that it might make regulation easier, right? And so we have to think about the unique features and then take that into account without allowing that to then turn into very prescriptive regulation.
So Bitcoin ETFs have been a huge success so far. They've grown way faster than I think people imagined, and I think maybe faster than any sort of asset class ETFs in history. But there are some constraints now on what people can do. There's not yet in-kind creation or redemption for ETFs, and I think the industry is clamoring in some sense for more. Do you think that things like in-kind creation redemption are on the horizon? Should they be? Are there other different features in the securities markets that Bitcoin investors should look forward to?
Well, I mean, as everyone remembers, when Bitcoin exchange-traded products first made it through the SEC's process, it was not because the SEC was really enthusiastic. It was because the SEC was told by a court, you got to do this, and so we did it. But there were certainly some constraints put on that even at the time, people were saying it really would be helpful if we had in-kind. And so that's something that I've been, I've had in the back of my mind for a long time. We did just put out, the staff of the SEC put out guidance around broker-dealers and in-kind and so I think that guidance should be helpful. And then we've got some 19b4, which I know that's a little technical, but these are the applications for exchange-traded products that have come in with in-kind feature built in. And so those are going through the process now. And so, I think that's something that's certainly on the horizon at some point. I can't prejudge, but we hear that there's a lot of interest.
Awesome. One of the biggest regulatory issues facing Bitcoin today that the audience here will have heard about again and again, it's not actually an SEC directly related issue. It's about the line between a regulated financial institution under the Bank Secrecy Act and peer-to-peer code. However, there is an analogous issue that you deal with at the SEC, which is the line between a securities broker and peer-to-peer code. And recently, I heard you give a wonderfully nuanced speech at the SEC's roundtable on DeFi about the role that the SEC should have or not in regulating genuine DeFi products that are non-custodial, that are peer-to-peer, that are decentralized. How is it you think through that distinction in the securities context that maybe we could draw principles from when thinking about this question more broadly?
Well, I think it is important when we're looking at code first to acknowledge that it is speech. And so if you put constraints around people's ability to publish code, you are putting constraints around their ability to speak. And so that's something that we don't like to do in the US. And so we need to be very careful about that. It certainly does then raise questions about, okay, so there's code out there, someone can use it for something that the person who wrote the code has no control over. And I think it would be very strange to go back to the person who put the code out there and say, you're responsible for what someone else did with your code. So I think we need to be careful in protecting the right of people who are developers to develop. And then I think we also need to think carefully about trying to find an entity or a person to grab hold of to regulate. That is definitely the natural inclination of any regulator, is there's got to be someone that I can pin responsibility on. In the cash world, you have the ability to transact with your peers without someone monitoring all of those transactions. And I think we need to try to import those same kind of principles into this area. I am concerned that we're at sort of a turning point where technology is making it much easier for government to engage in surveillance. And so this is really the moment where we have to say, let's take a look at this whole regime that we have put in place around financial transaction surveillance. And let's ask ourselves, is it even serving the goals that it was intended to serve? Is it doing that effectively? And then we also have to ask, at what cost is it doing that? And I'm not talking about dollar costs. The dollar costs are high, but I think there's the fundamental privacy costs that we have to take into account. And I am concerned that because there's such enthusiasm about a more positive a much more positive federal government attitude toward people being able to develop in this area, that people will get casual about that and say, well, it's okay if we give government the right to see everything that's happening because this is all, it's all good and fine. We have to, you can care about people about trying to protect the national security of our country, while also caring very deeply about wanting to protect the national identity of the country as a place where privacy, freedom, liberty, the ability to engage in arrangements, transactions with your fellow, with your peers. Protecting those things is very important also, and it's always going to be a balance. It's always difficult, but we have to have those difficult conversations. And I'm just really concerned that we're going to forget those principles at this time. And so that's a very long-winded and not very coherent answer to your question, but I think it is very important that we think about where it makes sense for regulation to reach. Now, it's easier for me in some sense because I'm someone who doesn't believe that everything needs to be regulated. If two people want to engage in a transaction, I think as a regulator, I need to have a really good reason for stepping into the middle of that transaction and saying, no, you can't do it. If it's two adults who are agreeing that they want to engage in the transaction, my natural inclination is to say, no, they might be making bad decisions for themselves, but they're making decisions for themselves. So it's a little bit easier for me to come to this position of saying I'm okay with carving a whole set of things outside and leaving them outside regulation, and people can opt into that unregulated world. If they want to opt into the regulated world and want to work through intermediaries, more power to them. That's a place where regulation comes in. They opt into that protection. So I'm comfortable with having those two worlds, and I hope that others will be able to be comfortable with that as well.
Awesome. I certainly hope so as well. Last question. The sort of theme of today's summit is what does good Bitcoin policy look like? And so our audience for a lot of these talks are policymakers. But what can we do as an industry, as a community of Bitcoin enthusiasts, people who think that this technology is good for the world? What can we do to make your job easier and help reach good policy outcomes?
I mean, come talk to us. I think that's important. I was listening a little bit to the last panel, and I think there was some good advice there about, this is your government. You should treat it that way. You should go talk to people in government. That includes your regulators. We work for you. It's not the other way around. So come talk to us if you have ideas about what we can be doing better, differently, what we should be paying attention to, what we should care about. Those are things that I want to know. So we would love to hear from you. And then, if you do see bad conduct, I would urge you also to bring that to the attention. Bad conduct that is a violation of the law, I would urge you to bring that to the attention of government as well, because it doesn't really serve anyone well if people are using the technology for bad purposes. And I think we're all united in trying to figure out ways that we can stop that.
And if we do this in 5 or 10 or further in the future years, how will we know that we succeeded from a policy perspective? How will we know that we embraced this moment of change that Bitcoin and blockchain technology has presented us with?
Well, I mean, I think one thing, again, going back to the last panel, is developers, people who are building real things, will not be spending all of their time thinking about policy, and they will not be building their projects in a way that is designed, totally around policy, right? Policy should work for what people are trying to do. So that's one piece. And then another piece would be that we would not have forced everything to be intermediated somehow, and that we would not have taken this as a moment to expand financial surveillance. I think those are some principles that I would look for.
Awesome. That sounds great, and I think a wonderful place to leave it. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you again for joining us, Commissioner Peirce. Next up, we are going to have a lightning talk, reflections on Bitcoin from Pierre Rochard, CEO of the Bitcoin Company. Please join me in welcoming Pierre Rochard.
All right. Thank you to the Bitcoin Policy Institute and especially David Zell for putting on an amazing event. It's been very well organized, and I've really appreciated watching the other speakers as well. I've learned about other aspects of Bitcoin. So first, I want to draw a very light analogy, because it falls apart very quickly, of the 3 branches of Bitcoin. And I apologize for any formatting errors on the slideshow. That is my own fault. I submitted a PowerPoint. They asked for Google Slides, and I take full responsibility for that. But we've got 3 branches of Bitcoin, I would argue: nodes, wallets, and miners. But the analogy quickly falls apart because I really believe that nodes are the government of Bitcoin. And it's very unusual because in Bitcoin, we are self-sovereign as nodes. So each node is a piece of software that a user can spin up on their laptop or on a desktop computer that acts much like a web browser would for the internet, but for Bitcoin. It allows you to access and connect to the Bitcoin network directly, download all of the transactional history of Bitcoin, verify everything. And so you are self-sovereign. You get to choose what rules you're going to have on your node. You can go in and modify the source code and compile it and run it. But you have to also be in consensus with all the other nodes. So if you decide to willy-nilly change any rule you want, you might find that others will not be able to transact with you because you're not speaking the same language. So there's a very interesting dichotomy of wanting to be self-sovereign while also needing to cooperate with the rest of the network. And the nodes are where Bitcoin's monetary policy lies. If it was entirely up to the Bitcoin miners, who are the ones receiving the new issuance of Bitcoin, they would certainly vote to give themselves more Bitcoin, right? But the nodes are a check and balance on that. The nodes verify that the miners are not creating more units of BTC than they are supposed to. And what they are supposed to do is follow this issuance schedule here. Now, Bitcoin is 16 years into this wonderful experiment. Already, 95% of the Bitcoin have been added to the ledger. And so for long-term savings, this is crucial to know that you're not going to get diluted out of your Bitcoin from new issuance of the currency. And it's also crucial. Well, let's talk about wallets for a minute here, because wallets, we've talked a lot about self-custody today. They really are critical. So even though I think nodes are the most important, we have to remain respectful towards the wallets that are ultimately what allow you to send and receive value, hold the private keys, and that has grown into a multi-trillion-dollar level of activity on the Bitcoin network. So the way to look at this chart is not that there's in 24 $19.2 trillion worth of Bitcoin commerce, right? This chart is not about buying and selling of goods and services. It's actually just a raw number of how much Bitcoin was unlocked using private keys on the network during that year and assigning the dollar value to that. And so already Bitcoin is a global sovereign grade monetary system that grew from $0 of activity in 2009 to $19.2 trillion in 24. The way to look at Bitcoin's usage beyond just payments and transactions is to also look at the long-term savings of how long do people hold Bitcoin for. And so here we see that the average Bitcoin is held for longer than 2 years. And that has grown over the past 16 years of Bitcoin's history. Now, the miners are the ones that are adding the Bitcoin to the ledger. It's turned into a hyper-competitive industry. And as you can see here, it's now more than 25 gigawatts of electricity consumption from 0 in 2009. And all of these properties, all of the branches of Bitcoin result in Bitcoin's value and the transparency, the reliability, and of course, we've talked a lot about the freedom money aspect of it, which has resulted in an astronomical growth in Bitcoin's market cap. Now it's north of $2 trillion as an asset. And one way to look at this, and Andrew Hones earlier pointed out that the growth rate for Bitcoin has really been underemphasized in traditional finance. You can see that it has basically stabilized at a 20 to 50% compounded annual growth rate. Paul Krugman popularized a term called speculative attack, and he pointed out that when you have speculators who can borrow a weak currency to buy a strong currency, they can profit off of the arbitrage, right? If you're borrowing at 5%, and then you're earning 20 to 50% on Bitcoin, that it's just a rational thing people are going to be doing. And from a market perspective, they're only going to be limited by the volatility of Bitcoin, right? They get liquidated from being over-indebted. There are policies that governments can pursue to try to defend their currency against a speculative attack. Right? They can tighten fiscal and monetary conditions with interest rates. They can also impose capital controls and essentially limit access to the banking system, much like Operation Choke Point 2.0. But third, and I think the most important way that they can protect their currency is by acquiring a strategic reserve, right? So we are used to thinking of Forex reserves in the world of international finance, and now we need to be thinking about Bitcoin reserves. And that's how we're going to see Bitcoin go into every single aspect of the financial system, from equity markets to debt markets to governments. If you'd like to do a deep dive into the mining aspect of Bitcoin, I'm going to be going to the Q&A session immediately after this in the Q&A room. So thank you all for your time today, and I hope you found these concepts to be interesting.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. We're going to move a couple chairs around, and I'm thrilled to announce we have a very special guest joining us, Senator Jim Justice and Baby Dog. Put your hands together for the senator.
Okay, I'm going to be short and sweet and right to the point, okay? First of all, you know, I was scheduled to come with Senator Lummis and Senator Blackburn, and I didn't make it because everything in the world's going on, and y'all all knew that. But with all that being said, I'm tickled to death to come. I'm really, really committed to what you're doing. There's no smoke in me. There's no absolutely blowing smoke at anybody in me. I came here with white hair and 74 years old. Now, for God's sakes a living, you didn't come here to see if you could get to become a committee chairman. I came here to make stuff happen. And I am absolutely a straight-talking guy that is hung up on honesty, really hung up. I really mean this from the bottom of my heart. What you're doing, and you know it ever so well. In a lot of parallels, it's really close to West Virginia. You see, the West Virginia people knew all along just how good things were in West Virginia, how we were loving, good people, and the outside world had no idea about our 4 beautiful seasons, how close we are to 2/3 of the population of the whole country. And then when they finally caught on, my God, 11, they went completely crazy. You're right there. You're exactly right there. The president supports you beyond belief. Don Jr. and Eric are really close friends, as well as the president. The president and I call each other buddies, and we are really, really, really close. Now, with all that being said, we got to get across the finish line, don't we? We absolutely have genius. That was perfect. That was perfect. But there got to be tons more. We have got to be able to stand up and say, you are absolutely legitimate. We have absolutely got to stand for clarity on market structure, clarity on tax code, clarity on regulation. You see, in my world, you know, it is just as simple as just this. We have an opportunity right now, and you have a vision that is unbelievable. You're the smartest people on the planet. You know, and you may think, well, what in the world has he got a bulldog with him for? And I would just tell you just this. You know, it kind of was falling out of the barn loft. You know, you fall in a pile of you know what, and you came out smelling like a rose. I had no clue that this little bulldog would be as powerful as she is. She's unbelievable. And through all COVID and everything else, she did two things that were unflat believable to me. And that is just this. She made people smile. And she loves everybody. And a bulldog's not supposed to do that. And then all of a sudden, that became just the message. If we could make others smile and we loved everybody, it'd be a hell of a lot better world. So with all that being said, your message to me is just as simple as just this. Some way you have got to connect with Toby and Edith. I always call Toby and Edith the voters. But you see, Toby and Edith drive the politicians. They've always done that. Some way, somehow, you've got to have a voice that connects directly with Toby and Edith. Now, there's a lot of people here, especially, that are absolutely so far into the weeds and so far more technical than I am. But I'm your voice because I believe you don't have to do a thing in the world for me. I believe, and I'll be with you thick and thin. And you don't have to absolutely never have to check on me. If I tell you it's a 7 today, you come back in 3 or 4 weeks, you won't get, well, I changed that, it was just politics. You won't ever get that from Jim Justice. You come back in 3 or 4 weeks, it'll be a 7. So I bless you for, in every way I possibly can, for all the greatness that you're doing for this nation. Let's get it done. Let's absolutely get across the finish line to where absolutely Toby and Edith are using all this technology and all this stuff that's right at our fingertips just as easily as they do everything they do. It's a real opportunity. So I want to show you my little buddy. I brought her with me, and I want to thank all of y'all, and I want to thank this special fellow, David Zell. Come here, baby. Come on, baby. How you doing, girl? Okay, I'm going to put her right here in this chair just a second. She always knows where she's going. She gets in her little chair. Sit down now. Sit down, baby. And she's never been trained to do anything. She loves chicken nuggets. But David is going to do a special thing, and I'm going to pass the mic to David.
Thank you so much, Senator Justice. And I know it was a really hectic day, so it means a lot that you managed to get by, and we're super happy to have probably the most important dog in all of Bitcoin policy, Baby Dog. And we've got a Skylar-made Bitcoin America hat for the dog to wear. if she likes the hat. We'll see if she likes it. Wow. Wow. Well, thank you, Baby Dog, and thank you, Senator Justice, for your fearless leadership. We really appreciate it.
Keep doing great stuff, everybody. Thank you. Okay, you got hot
Wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you again, Senator, for joining us. And thank you, Baby Dog, for making the trek all the way over from the Congressional building. Wonderful. Up next, we have a very special announcement. Seth Hertlein will be joining, Global Head of Policy at Ledger. Let's hear it for Seth. Thank you, Seth.
Hi, everyone. My name is Seth Hertlein, and I lead global policy at Ledger, the security layer for your Bitcoin. First of all, I always like to ask, how many of you here in the room today have a Ledger? It's sort of bright, but I see a few hands. Firstly, thank you. And secondly, those of you who raised your hands already understand something foundational. Bitcoin was never meant to be left on an exchange. You hold it, you secure it, you own it. The power of Bitcoin flows from this principle. Ledger has long supported the Bitcoin community. We reward our users in Bitcoin through our affiliate and voucher programs. In terms of feature support, we were the first wallet to support Bitcoin minisig. And just last week, we rolled out full support for the MuSig 2 standard, which is a giant leap forward in privacy, scalability, and simple multi-sig coordination, which is exactly the type of protocol-level innovation that Bitcoin deserves. But that's not all. 1 year ago, our CEO took the stage at Bitcoin Nashville to launch Ledger Flex, our secure touchscreen signer made for Bitcoiners. But not just one version, we also launched the Ledger Flex Bitcoin Edition, which joins our existing line of Bitcoin Edition Ledger Nanos. For every Bitcoin Edition sold, Ledger donates 5% directly to Bitcoin core development via our partners at brink.dev. And to date, we have donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to fund the open source engineers safeguarding the Bitcoin protocol. But Bitcoin has always been more than just a technology. It is an economic revolution and a political movement. In the US, 28% of adults now own Bitcoin, and 14% say they plan to join this year. The crypto army is growing. And for every new Bitcoin voter we enroll, will yield better policy outcomes across the board. Fix the money, fix the world. This is why the work of the Bitcoin Policy Institute is so important. Together, we have made huge strides already, but there is much yet to do to secure the future for Bitcoin and Bitcoiners. This is why it is my distinct honor and pleasure to announce that starting today, the Ledger Bitcoin Edition program will support the Bitcoin Policy Institute. 5% of the proceeds of every Ledger Bitcoin Edition device sold will go to support the work of BPI and its fellows. So whether you're taking your first steps into secure self-custody with a Ledger Nano, or upgrading your security to our new generation of secure touchscreen signers, choose a Ledger Bitcoin Edition and support the fine folks here at BPI. Thank you.
Thank you so much, truly. We wouldn't be here without all of our sponsors and Seth and Ledger, genuinely. Thank you. This means the world.
Thank you very much.
We're going to close you all out here. Here with Matt Pines, Executive Director of Bitcoin Policy Institute. I'm the co-president, co-founder of the Bitcoin Policy Institute. You see me up here today. I'll make this quick because I know it has been a long day, and I appreciate the hundreds of you who have stuck around. We had over 1,000 people at this event today. This is our third year throwing the Bitcoin Policy Summit. BPI didn't exist 5 years ago. Bitcoin policy was not a thing, and to this day, we are still the only Bitcoin-focused policy organization specifically working on Bitcoin issues in Washington, D.C. So over 1,000 people showed up to this event today. We had a double-digit number of Congress members speak. We had White House officials on stage. We had agency officials. We had some of the brightest minds in policy talking about Bitcoin specifically. To say we have come a long way is genuinely an understatement. It's a testament to every single one of you who is here. So thank you so much for being here. The tens of thousands of people who watched online, that number is mind-boggling. I don't know why so many people care about this, but you know, it means the world. It really does. So thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. We're about to let you out for a happy hour here, but I know Matt has a few more things to say.
Yeah, so just like looking forward, BPI, we're a think tank. So what do think tanks do? We talk, we write white papers, we talk about the white papers. So, and we convene events where we talk about what we've talked about before and talk about more white papers that we're going to write. And somehow that works. That works as a thing. And it's worked really well for the past few years, and we're going to keep doing that. And I think the folks in this room are why that's been successful. We can talk to ourselves, talk to an empty room, talking to a large room of folks that are motivated, bringing their professional expertise from a lot of different fields, in the government, in academia, in think tanks, in industry, just everyday citizens that want to engage productively and contribute to this pretty complicated and emerging technology that's intersecting with our political and geopolitical system. This is kind of a unique moment in time where new questions need to be asked and answered. And so this type of forum is exactly what we hope to build on in the next few months and years. We are a small team of about 9 full-time staff with a deep bench of policy experts. You saw some of their research featured today, our fellows, and we're really proud of their work. We're going to be expanding on all fronts. We're going to be physically located downtown DC, and so we'll be doing a lot more kind of smaller events, much more sort of topic-specific deep dives. So if you're interested, please reach out to us. If you want to contribute, BPI, we just sort of meme this thing into existence, and so smart people come to us with smart ideas. They have professional expertise, and they want to express their views in a serious way. Please reach out. So really encouraged by the participation today, very validating for the work, and it's just a good vibe, and so let's continue the good vibes outside for some drinks. Thanks, everyone.
Head to the ballroom. We've got a happy hour. We got a bunch of drinks. We got a bunch of food for you. Thank you so much, and enjoy your evening.
Thank you.